do you want to tell me now, tough guy? I said, Ming, what are you doing here? I thought I told you to go fuck your mother.
Can I taste your juice?
From the world above, across the gulf of space, minds immeasurably superior to ours. From the world beyond, regarded this earth with envious eyes. Howard 101 brings you envious eyes. Riley Martin.
In 1953 in northeastern Arkansas, I had seen lights above the river for 3 nights running.
Call 888-STERN-101 with your questions. The Riley Martin Show on Howard 101.
Hello. Nice people. Riley Martin, Iran, Matt Panther, and the crew want to wish you all the very, very best for this brand new year. We're hoping that you live long, prosper, and remain in good health. Welcome to the Riley Martin Show. We're glad you're here. Back in the studio in New York tonight, once again, is the one and only, one of the world's greatest technicians, actors, authors, composers. I speak of none other than the great technician, Matt Lil Nicky Scarfo, Nicosia, and shout out to the lovely Angela. And then, who just tooled down the road? The greatest man in the land, the big man with the plan. I speak of none other than the great, the one and only, Techno, Mano. I speak of none who, the girls are never alone with 00 Al Ragon. And shout out to the lovely Michelle. And of course, let me reintroduce to you my white son from up out of Atlanta, Georgia. The kid is brilliant and makes a great addition to our show. Speak of none other than the great Matt Panther.
2012 is here already, Spaceman.
Yes, it is, and it's going to be a doozy, too, I tell you that. And, of course, by my side, as usual, is the great, the inimitable, and quite brilliant, if I must say. I speak of none other than my kick of the side kick, the great Idic Iran McCarty.
I can't help it, Spaceman.
Yes, indeed, he do. Welcome to the Riley Martin Show. We're glad you're here. People, this, whether you know it or not, is a momentous year. It has been foretold in the chronicles of the ancient Sumerians, the Judeo chronicles, the Hindi chronicles, the Celtic Druid chronicles, the Mayan chronicles, the Hopi and Zuni Indian chronicles, that this would be a momentous year, and I see it's cooking up to be. As you can see, we have been set upon by those people who have sold out to the special interest and the big money and things like that. And now, you see, they look good and they talk well, nonetheless. I've yet to hear one of them say, just one, say, hey, let's bring the factories back to America, and let's have the rich and the super rich and the conglomerates to pay the pre-Bush tax cut level, which was more than fair in their taxes and things of this nature, and what have you. So I hope that you don't act like lemmings running into the sea and engineer your own doom by them trying to touch upon your prejudices and things of this nature when they have already done us in and are planning to really ingrain it to the extent as to where we can't get back from it. This is a momentous year. Remember that when you go to vote. And welcome to the Riley Martin Show. Welcome to the Riley. Iran, how you doing?
Good. Okay, is there more or less than a 50% chance on this airlift? And what do you need to see, or what needs to be seen in order to not have to go through with this airlift?
Well, things have got to change for one thing. Now, this encompasses a great deal of things. It's not just one thing, Iran. Not only is it the ecological damage, the melting of the poles, cutting of the rainforest and all that. It is wars and rumors of wars. It is nefarious people getting their hands on thermal nukes. It is wars and rumors of wars. It is the sociological and political situation of the greatest country in the world that may ultimately go down the drain because of our own density and ingrained prejudices and hatreds and things of this nature when we know what's going to happen like that. Plus, there are cosmic elementals that's coming down and what have you. This is a year of the event horizon when the sun lines up with the center of the Milky Way galaxy, causing the planets to come into alignment in various different ways that will influence the gravitational force in this solar system grievously. And there are other things that are coming into here, meteors and things of that nature,
yes,
and what have you, that may set off the conflagration and all of this, and what have you. But I'll give you all that I know sometime in the early mid-year, maybe in May, about what I have ascertained definite. If I say get ready, then get ready. I'm not saying that yet. So I don't want you to sit around moping. I don't want you to sit around in fear. But I do want you to keep an eye on your political situation and things of this nature.
Yes.
The cosmic situations, there are technologies not here that can handle this if we can acquire or solicit that type of cosmic help. Okay? Put it like that.
Got it. Okay, people call Riley Martin with questions tonight, 888-STERN-101. You can also email us at rileymartin@SiriusXM.com. Okay, we have email questions. We have phone calls, of course. Matthew had some Twitter questions for you and all of that stuff, but we're going to take a quick call right here. Okay? This is Lewis in Boston.
Hello, Lewis in Boston.
I'm glad to be the first call. Happy New Year's and a quick
Happy New Year.
Riley.
Happy New Year, Lewis.
Thank you. How you doing, Iran?
Good.
This is one of the twins from Boston. That's why.
Okay, cool.
Now, Riley, the Gliesa 581 planet. I know that the planet Biave is the aliens planet. Is that planet that I just said, Gliesa 581? Is that the planet that they're trying to put us in when we do have our
I can tell you this, twin, that there are a number of planets in this Milky Way, in the Milky Way galaxy, upon which sapien biped erectus, that is humankind, abides. Humans have been venturing out into those faraway places since pre-biblical times and things of that nature, by being carried there and all of that. But Biave proper is located in the Taurus constellation. That's about 450 light years from here. However, you'll find that there are a number of M-class planets. When I mean M-class planets, the Earth is an M-class planet. You see what I mean? There are 3 planets that would be susceptible to Earth inhabitation. That is L, M, and N type planets. We are optimum for our sun, and there are others out there by the tens of thousands and what have you upon which we could inhabit and what have you. So I cannot say exactly, other than Biave, where they will take us. I know initially we will go to Biave, twin. Thanks for calling.
Okay, so technologically, these extraterrestrials, they can actually manipulate the class of a planet, for instance, change an L-class planet to an M-class planet.
Yes, there's very little difference there in them, depending upon the size of the planet, the circumference of a given planet. If you're farther away and are a bigger planet, and your sun is bigger than our sun, then it may more or less balance out to the same type of situation that we have here.
Here's Franklin in New Jersey.
Hello, Franklin in New Jersey.
Hey, guys. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Franklin.
Hey, I was wondering if you were going to address all these prank callers on the Howard Stern show tomorrow, if you're still going on. And I was also wondering if your New Year's resolution is to keep ripping people off and to keep sucking Iran and Matt Pants.
Yeah, well, I mean, what I'm saying, if that is your New Year's resolution, you keep doing that, son, but only do it with another adult, okay?
Idiot. Next call. This is Gary in New Mexico.
Hello, Gary in New Mexico.
Yeah, I was thinking, like, for resolutions, you should really stop sucking Iran's cock.
Yeah, right. And you should try to go and eat Carl Rose poop.
He sounds like he's suffering from a low sperm count.
Right.
Here's Bob in New Hampshire.
Hello, Bob in New Hampshire.
Hey, Riley. I'm a big fan of yours. Enjoy listening to you, mostly when the banter is between you and Howard. That's awesome stuff.
Yeah, well, I'll be in the city in the morning, and me and Howard will talk.
Well, I look forward to that. I think that you're pretty much a Democrat, and I know that I'm a Republican.
Right.
And I'm a poor Republican, but I think if you make money, you should be able to keep it.
Well, I mean, my goodness, you should be able to keep a bigger portion of whatever you make, good man. Nonetheless, they did not go broke under the Clinton tax cuts. They did not go broke. Before Bush lowered the taxes immeasurably, they did not go broke. All I'm asking them to do is keep a big portion of your money. And at least if you got 5 factories, keep 3 of them in America. That's all.
Oh, and I'd agree with you, sir. And I think one of the things that we need to do is to try and get people to buy American goods.
Well, we don't make any anymore, sir, hardly. If we had kept the factories here, that we would be making American goods, and people would have a job, would they not? You see what I mean? And that's all. I mean, otherwise, I know you're going to take some of your factories overseas. Don't take them all. You know? Don't just sell totally out. Don't say, hey, I'm not the only one suffering here. Most of white America is suffering as well. I'm asking for us all to bring some common sense into this thing.
Okay, thanks for that call. Okay, does the typical Biavian citizen engage in any type of manufacturing, labor, or any such thing?
Right. Most of their labor is done by robotics, and they do it on moons and off planets and things like that. On Biave, they don't do it. However, they don't farm it out to other people. They do. They build them themselves and bring it back.
Here is Ethan in Canada.
Hello, Ethan in Canada.
Hey, Riley. Long-time listener. Happy New Year's, man.
Happy New Year,
Ethan. Too.
Thank you.
Alrighty. The other week, listening, there's that guy, and he was ranting on how people shouldn't buy homes if they can't afford it and stuff.
Right.
Nobody plans on losing their job or having things, because all the things happening right now. You don't plan for stuff like that. You're planning like everything going along and living happily, right?
Right. So, when they bought the house, they could pay for it because they had a job. Then they turn around and ship the factory to Taiwan or somewhere, and they foreclosed on all of them, white and black. You see what I mean? And so this is what we're faced with here in this country. And we've got a group of people who are intending to keep that status quo going, called Republicans.
Yeah. Let's check and see if Matthew has a Twitter question.
Matthew, talk to me.
Yeah, this is a tweet from Casio.
Okay.
He asks, how does Tan feel about what may be our final year?
Well, Tan is saying that he has been saying all the time that we are contributing to our own destruction. That much of what's going down, for instance, if a meteor would hit, say, 6 kilometers in diameter right now, certainly it would kill millions and millions of people, tidal waves and all this type of stuff, but it wouldn't kill us all. There are a great deal of other things that adds to this calamity that we have ourselves instigated and brought forth over time, and therefore we may not survive as a species. However, he was saying that to a great extent we are the masters of our own destiny, and this year should tell if indeed we intend to work towards our own benefit, keeping this planet alive. And if so, I believe they will help us, literally, and what have you. But that's about the way it goes, Matt.
Yeah, now about meteors, is there any way that we can defend against these things on our own?
If it was a little meteor that was coming in and we could plot it, there's a possibility that we have the material to send out there and turn its course. But the ones that I'm worried about, we don't have the technology to mess with it, so to speak. But they do.
Yeah, there's no room for error on that.
Okay, here's
no room for error.
Back to the calls. Here's Kenny on the road, Riley.
Hello, Kenny on the road.
Hello.
Hello, Kenny.
Okay, he's gone. Here's John in Florida.
Hello, John in Florida.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Okay, John.
Glad you guys are back. Were you guys on last week?
No, last week they did a rerun last week. Mm-hmm.
That's no good. Well, it's great to have you back, and I heard you're going on Stern tomorrow. That should be fun to listen to.
Yeah, sure. And this time, people, my dear wife is going on with me. She's finally conceded to go in with me. Therefore, you know I'm going to be like Sweet Sipoo, if I can.
Oh, is she going to, like, lick your butthole while you fucking run in the ass?
No, not on TV, son. But your old lady probably would. Tell her she can go with me, okay?
Okay, here's Bob in Massachusetts.
Hello, Bob in Massachusetts.
Hey, Riley, you got me so scared here.
Well, hey, I don't want to scare you, Bob. I really don't want to scare you.
To come down and probe me and take me up and do all kinds of crazy things to my bum.
They are not going to do anything. And on top of that, you don't have a symbol, so you don't have to worry. You can stay here and tough it out. You know what I mean?
Okay, moving along. This is Thomas in Chicago.
Hello, Thomas in Chicago.
Hey, Riley. Hey, Iran.
Hey.
Big fan. I wanted to hear your thoughts on Howard Stern getting America's Got Talent. And another question was, do you think you'll be able to go on some of his spots now that he's going to be gone more? I think you should get on his channels. And what do you think about him profiting off your success, getting this show? What are your thoughts?
Well, I should hope that they'll make room for me somewhere since I'm starting on my 7th year with them. And the show is popular. And about America's Got Talent, I wish him well. I mean, otherwise, the guy is very talented, and he's been out there a long time. He don't need the money, but maybe he just want to do that. So I wish him well.
Maybe he can give you some of that money now, huh?
Yeah. Well, that's the fat chance of that. You know what I mean? But surely, though, they should cut me some kind of slack going into my 7th year with them. You know what I mean?
Okay, here's an email from Chris Mortensen in Texas, Houston. He says, Happy New Year and Merry Christmas.
Happy New Year.
He said he missed last week's show because he had surgery. His septum in his nose was deviated.
Oh, yeah.
Whatever that means.
Yeah, I've had that. Well, I got my nose broke couple of times boxing, so I know what he's talking about.
Okay, but he's better now. He said he wants to know if the Biavians have or will contact you soon, since it's close to 2012.
Yes, he will. Yes, they will, my good man. The time and place has yet to be revealed to me, but I will not divulge it when it happens because I don't want, the authorities to spoil it. But yes, I will talk to them again pretty soon.
Okay, and he also is asking, will they start contacting any of us individuals around the world?
Should the time, and sometime in December, should the time it become necessary to forewarn you of the coming, then they will contact you, and believe me, you will know that you are being contacted at a given time. Then you must make your decision and what have you. But we will know more about that sometime around my birthday on the 9th of May. People, go to RileyMartin.com. Get your book, get your symbols, and what have you, get them. And also, you can get the book on Amazon Kindle, which you can download to your computers, your iPads, your iPod, and all of that type of stuff, and it's cheap. Go on the Amazon Kindle and get it. And also, check out YouTube. There's a lot of footage on there, old footage of me going back before I got on the radio, before you heard of me, and things of this nature. And there's a lot of footage on there that Matt has placed on there.
More coming, too.
Yeah, definitely. And go on there and get that. And that's, it says freebies. But go to Amazon Kindle and get your book. And you can give it to people because it's cheap, you see, and all that. And so do that. Mm-hmm.
All right. Speaking of your YouTube channel, it's called Alien Revelations. Correct?
Alien Revelations.
Okay, and speaking of, I have an email here, question from Jim Boreth.
Jim
Boreth, Odon Ram. He says he thinks that the videos posted on your YouTube account regarding the X6 spaceships is excellent.
Oh, okay.
He says you mentioned the X4 ships as well as the X6. But whatever happened to the X5, does it exist?
No, the X4 and the X6 exist. There's also an X8 and an X12. However, the X6 is hyperspace capable. I mean, it can jump through the quantum window and exceed the speed of time, the speed of light and time, and jump through time. Now, the X4s do not possess that capability on their own. They can approach light speed, but they cannot pass it. However, they can lock into the neurotronic computers aboard the X6 and run in line like ducks in a row and tie into that main computer, and when it jumps, it will take them with it, so to speak. So they are more or less as companions and guardians of the X6.
Okay. How long approximately would it take an X6 or the fastest thing that they have to travel from New York to Los Angeles compared to the fastest thing we have?
What if it was running flat out, you mean?
Yes.
1/4 of a second.
And what's the fastest thing we have that would travel that distance?
Oh, well, the fastest thing.
Including anything.
Oh, yeah. Well, of course, that would be, a missile or something of that nature. Oh, and we also have a plane that's faster than a Blackbird. I forget what they call it. Oh, that would get them there in 40 minutes or something like that.
Yes. Okay. Here's Dan in Montana.
Hello, Dan in Montana.
Hey, Riley. When was the first time, when you figured out that the aliens wanted to talk to you and stuff like that?
7 years of age, in Arkansas. I was just a little boy. And of course, all of that's in the book. Now, you got to get the book, my man.
Where is the book available online?
Yeah. You can get it. Go to RileyMartin.com and get your book there. Follow instructions and get your book. Or if you just want to read it on your instrument, then go to Amazon Kindle and punch in, Riley Martin, and you can buy it there. It's cheaper. But I admonish the people to always get the hard copy of the book. It's a keepsake. It's a family heirloom, and you should have that book because they are rare now. It's not a lot of them left, and people should get them for their kids, their offsprings, and all of that should have this book. If you want to know something about the universal equation as I have learned it. You see what I mean?
I'll be sure to get the book. And you were saying that you were going to come out with a bunch of information in April or May.
Right.
What kinds of things do you think what kinds of information do you think you have at that?
Well, I want to know if indeed this is the year of Armageddon. I want to know if indeed mankind is going to suffer a near or complete wipeout in late December of this year. I don't yet know it for an absolute fact because destiny can be altered by those who are suffering it and what have you. Okay, let me say this. Add these numbers up. 1, that's like January. 1/1/2012. Add those numerals up. Comes up to 34. 3 and 4 are 7. We consider 7 a lucky number. However, maybe we have come to the time and have inadvertently come to the time when the 7th seal spoken of in Revelations is about to be open or is being open and what have you. So it could go either way. But I will give you what I know around the mid-year, okay? Let's do a break. Okay, let me give a shout-out to Mike and Diane Voigt, the great musician, composer, Jamal and Luda Lawson, out in Salt Lake City and Ogden, the great Mike Blundick Sr. and Jr., the lovely Jennifer Babcock up in Chicopee, Mass. and down in Florida. My orthosurgeon, Dr. Robert Friedman, a great doctor, Doctors April Smith and Merkel, Avalone, Sorrente, and Dr. Rebecca Ziegler. And the staff is Ellie, Amy, Joyce, Ann Yarbison, Vicky, Miss Ballis and Jenna, Phillipsburg, New Jersey, Rob Weldon Jr. and his lovely mom, Joy, Griffith, Indiana, Norman Yee, Hunan Ra, and Honolulu, Hawaii, Matt and Ben, Robert Ben, Ben and Sheila Panther, down in Dawsonville, Georgia, mother and father of Matt Panther, Stick and Jenny Card out and down in Mississippi, Mary Cap and Joel Runyon on the road, out of Reseda, California, Dr. The soldier James Bucalier in Hawaii, and the master gunner Anthony Mariscal out of El Paso, Texas, Vince and Danielle Fornesi, and her mom Sandra Lynn in South San Francisco, California, Clifford and Helene Green, love you, and family down in Macon, Georgia, Steve the Hitman, and Serena Alderman, and Jersey City, New Jersey, Ford Kachowski, the lovely Devone, and Zach up in Kingswood, Michigan, Joe Costa and his daughter Bailey, lovely daughter in Iowa, Everett Ellicott and his mom Grace down in Virginia, David Caspino and Tarzano, California. Call me, Dave. Stay with us now. We shall return.
From the world above, from the world beyond, The Riley Martin Show. Call 888-STERN-101 with your questions, your experiences, your beliefs, your prophecies. The Riley Martin Show on Howard 101.
You are on the verge of destroying the entire universe.
Call 888-STERN-101 and make contact. The Riley Martin Show. Howard 101.
And we are back. Welcome back to the Riley Martin Show. Wishing you all the very best for the year, people. For the new year, 2012. Today is January 3rd and the 4th. Well, the 4th now. The 4th. And we're glad you're here. People, go to RileyMartin.com. RileyMartin.com and get your books, get your symbols. This is a momentous year. You should have them. The symbols are more than just a ticket, I can assure you. And also, you can get my book also on Amazon Kindle. You can download it to your computer, or your iPhone, iPad, and etc. And go there and get it. And you can Twitter me at Riley L. Martin. Put the L in there, Riley L. Martin. Also, check out YouTube, Alien... What is it?
Revelations.
Alien Revelations.
Alien Revelations.
Right, and you can get footage of me, a lot of footage of me back years ago, before I, came on the radio or anything like that. And so welcome back to the Riley. Matt, you say you had something there.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, not too long ago, we watched that movie, Paul.
Yeah.
I was wondering, would you please share your observations with everyone?
Right.
What movie, Paul?
It's a movie called...
Seth Rogen's Paul with the alien.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. It's a movie called Paul. Now, the alien depicted on Paul is pretty much identical physiologically to my alien tan. really and truly, even to some small extent, exhibits some of his character. And but I found the movie hilarious, and I really enjoyed it. It was great. So, people, I am not mad at them. I don't want to start no lawsuit or nothing. They did a good job on that. And if you haven't seen it, you should get it and see it, really and truly. And they did not approach me to say this either. So I just happened to get it. Mike Blundick Sr. sent it to me.
Yeah.
And said, hey, man, check this out. And I finally got around to looking at it, and I do like the movie.
I guess I'm going to have to go view it.
Yeah, definitely.
888-STERN-101. Call the space man with questions tonight. All right, this is Jay in North Carolina.
Hello, Jay. North Carolina.
Hey, Riley and Iran. My question is, like, on Earth, a computer, like if you got a 4 or 5 year old computer, it's kind of getting slow and out of date. The obvious computers, like, have they kind of reached the maximum capacity or whatever with their computers, or are they still updating their technology?
Right. Well, now they have been updating that technology over time. However, they have the knowledge to build a super IE computer. You know what I mean, of intelligence, but they will not build it yet simply because of the dangers of such a supercomputer that they could build. But yes, they are always upgrading, their technologies. But they have not reached the max only because there's a point beyond which they don't want to go yet, with computer intelligence.
All right. Thank you, Riley.
Thanks.
Yes, sir,
and
thank you.
Happy New Year to you and your lovely family.
All right, thanks, Jay. Okay,
Thanks, Jay.
The alien or the artificial intelligence that you discussed in your book, this intelligence rose to a level to where it overcame its creators even.
Right.
Okay, is this, or would they be considered, or can a computer attain consciousness?
Well, the Biotron, what they did was incorporate biology into the brains of their computers. They were no longer simply, digital components and what have you. And ultimately, over time, they began to think and what have you. And then they came to a point where they figured that actually humans are weak and fragile, and really there's really no need for them other than their metallurgic composters in their bodies, the calcium of their bones, the lubrication of their fatty tissue and things like this. Other than that, we don't need them. And so they proceeded to destroy a planet, a living planet. Of course, they did suffer destruction themselves, but I'm of the opinion that they are rebuilding somewhere out there in the cosmos.
So they weren't cognizant then, I guess.
Well, they were cognizant, but they were not simply components, Iran. They actually literally had physiological, biological brains that they were growing. You know what I mean?
Yes. All right, next call. This is Roy in Texas.
Hello, Roy in Texas.
Hey, Riley. Hey, did you get drunk on New Year's Eve, or are you too busy drinking Iran semen?
No, but you keep on doing that, son. But I'll just stick to my Miller Lite beer, okay?
Idiot. Next call. This is Brad in Phoenix.
Hello, Brad in Phoenix.
Happy New Year, friend Riley. Happy New Year, Iran.
Happy New Year, Brad.
Happy New Year.
I just had a question. Do the Biavians celebrate New Year's, or is it the same way that you do, by sucking a bunch of curry?
No, that's what you do, but unfortunately I can't join in with you, son, simply because, I got a wife and stuff like that, and you should have had one before you put on the tutu.
Some of us are going to become extinct, it looks like. All right, this is Brad in Arkansas.
Hello, Brad in Arkansas.
Hey, Riley.
How are you, Brad?
Pretty good. Here, you grew up around here, man.
Yeah.
Anyway, there's been some blackbirds dying off around, BB. I don't know if you know around that area.
Right, I'm familiar.
It's happening the same time, both times of the year. and the fish and etc. I didn't know if anything like it could be like such cosmic being as like you and Eron smoking poles.
No. They want to blame it on the fireworks celebration and all that many people do up in that part of the country on New Year's, but that's not it. If that was so, birds would be falling from the sky all over the world. That's not it. Every year there are nuclear emplacements up there, power systems. Every year they will clean out the tanks and things of this nature. Great deal of this material is flushed out into the waters, thus killing the fish. Birds eat the fish, birds die. Okay?
All right. Thanks for that call. Next call. This is Evan in Georgia.
Hello, Evan in Georgia.
Hey guys, happy New Year.
Hey, hi.
Is your wife's New Year's resolution to pull her dick out on Stern?
No, well, hey, my man. No, but if your wife pulls hers out, I would gladly, bring her on Stern. Okay.
All right. Here's an email question. All right. This is from Todd Cooney. He's a musician.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to know. Well, he wants to know a couple of things. He wants to know if you could create some of the Biavi music for us, but he also wants to know what types of instruments they use to produce their music.
Now, the time when me and the Creature Question was jamming, they were actual virtual instruments that we were using, because, you see, I'm not a great keyboardist, though I could play a little. And I doubt if Christian studied the bass, but we were experts at it simply by thought of the mind and what have you. But I think they probably have some type of physiological instrumentations also and what have you. There are a lot of aliens aboard that great mothership, and they do jam. And they like human music, too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said he's a musician. He wants to write a Biavian-inspired song.
Right. I could probably duplicate some of what I've heard for you, good man, if we ever had a chance to, collude on that.
Okay. You said before at one point that upon one of your returns from one of your visits with these extraterrestrials, that you found human behavior to be somewhat crude. And I wanted you to expound on what you mean by that a little bit. And I would think that they would find even our music to be crude.
Well, I suppose some of it, but see, they are not like us. They are like stimulation of all sorts. So they like everything from B.B. King to Stravinsky and things of that nature. I don't know if they enjoy it like I do, but they do enjoy it. And when I got back, okay, I'm breathing a pure atmosphere up there.
Yes.
I'm also communicating telepathically. So when I get back here, immediately I'm hit with the smells, of the passing cars, the smoke in the air, the crudeness, the body odor of humans, and all of this. Plus, I have found myself inadvertently attempting to communicate telepathically with the girl at the store or the guy at the fruit stand or something like that. And of course, it didn't work. But I'd have to get back in vogue. Take me a little bit to readjust myself. Like
yes,
that.
Yes. All right. Next call. This is Stubby in California.
Hello, Stubby in California.
Hey, how you doing, buddy?
Okay, Stubby.
Hey, I got a quick question. Do the aliens that you hung out with, do they play any sports like football, baseball, wrestling, basketball?
Yeah. Right. Yeah, they do. They play games and they have fun. They like to do fun things and play, but it's not exactly like ours in the manner that they play in all of this. I suggest, good man, that you go to RileyMartin.com and get my book, the written book, or go to Amazon and get the Kindle book, and it will tell you about their sociology and stuff like that. But yeah, they like games. Yeah.
I got one more question. Why don't they just come down and drink beer with us and hang out and party?
Well, you see, yeah, in order to do that, if they came down, then ultimately they would be interfering with a planet's cognizant planet's continuum. They're not allowed to do that. However, they can observe us. They can even visit some of us, pick us up or what have you, and all of this. But they are not to interfere on a sociological level with how humans do things. They won't even stop us from killing ourselves. However, they will not allow this noble species to pass away from the Milky Way galaxy. In the end, if necessary, they will rescue some of us, as they have been doing piecemeal since time immemorial, good man. But they're not allowed to butt in. If anybody who was stronger than you could go around butting in like we butt in on other people, then the whole galaxy would melt down into wars and rumors of wars and things of this nature, so this cannot be allowed. See what I mean?
All right. Thanks for that call.
Yeah.
Here's Nate in Wisconsin.
Hello, Nate. Wisconsin.
Yeah.
All right.
What does aliens and religion and Satan, how does that fall together?
Okay, well, aliens, when you see a Biavian, he will say to you, Kwa Amsa Lajuan. That roughly translates as more power unto the light and everything. So they believe that by deciphering all of the spectrums of light, ultimately, they will get them back closer to the God's head. So they do believe in a universal creator. They just don't call it the same names that we call it and what have you, my good man. You know what I mean? They're not atheists. Okay.
All right, thanks for that call. Oh, go ahead. You have another question?
Yeah.
Go.
Mm-hmm.
So what is hell? Is that still going to exist?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you this. They prove to me that life itself, the cognizant portion of life, is eternal. I am of the opinion that good go to good, bad go to bad. Evil goes to evil. And those who have done wrong here to a terrible extent will suffer there wherever it is. But the death, in a sense, cannot happen. You are going to know where you are and what's going down. They cannot come over here and do all of these divers and iniquitous and terrible things and then cross over and think that they're going to go to paradise. They are not. I can assure you. They have proved this to me. So, yes, whatever is the measure, we all must pay, whether we be religious or not. Yeah, hey, let me give a shout-out here to Jacobs Woodstock and the crew up in Oakville, Ontario, Canada. I love you, Jacob. The great Jim Burritt up in North Wales, Pennsylvania. Happy New Year, Jim. Margaret Woodward and her family out in Ramona, California. Love you, baby. Darryl Clark, Cliff, and Darryl Clark in Macon, Georgia. The great Darryl Clark. Vincent Andriolo and Mark Ventimiglia in Chicago, Illinois. Louis Marshall, Carl Walker, San Diego, California. Albert Colbert in Vesterburg, Pennsylvania. Jeffrey and Stacy Posen in Henderson, Nevada. Paul and Eric Farrar in Huntington Station, New York. Richard and Ryan Griffith in Austin, Texas. Thomas Breeze in Des Moines, Iowa. Henry Saito, Sun Valley, California. Rich and Karen Horowitz and the lovely family, Matawan, New Jersey. U.F. Otis and Tammy Betts out in Richfield, Utah. Jeff and Patty Knutson, love you, in Reno, Nevada. Michael Owen, Kate and Sam, the kids in Uniontown, Ohio. Jeff Carolan and Carolyn Pisanelli in Largo, Florida. Matthew and Henry William Warburton in Greenwich, Connecticut. Stay with us now. We'll be back. RileyMartin.com.
November 1953. An abduction. A little boy. An incredible universe. Call 888-STERN-101 with your questions, your experiences, your beliefs, your prophecies. Riley Martin. The Riley Martin Show on Howard 101. adventure. Howard 101. The Riley Martin Show. Call 888-STERN-101 and make contact from the world above, from the world beyond. The Riley Martin Show.
And we are back, people. Wishing you all the very best for this year 2012. Welcome back to the Riley Martin Show. We're glad. Thanks for staying with us. We love you. People, go to RileyMartin.com. Get your books, get your symbols and all that. You can get them autographed if you wish and all that. And also, go to Amazon Kindle, and you can get the Kindle book on your YouTube, on your iPad, iPhone, computer, and everything else. It's cheap. And also check me out on YouTube. There are many films on there about me from years and years ago. And Twitter me at Riley L. Martin. Put the L in there. Riley L. Martin. And welcome back to the Riley Martin Show. Talk to me, Iran.
Also, people, don't forget you can listen anytime online at SiriusXM.com. Just click on the Listen Online tab. Yeah. Okay, you have something, Matthew?
Yeah, Riley, this is something I always find disturbing to think about.
Okay.
It's hard to fathom the massive amounts of carbon emissions we're putting in our atmosphere. And with the ongoing depletion of the ozone, will people even be able to go outside in 25 years? And did the Beovians ever show you a simulation of what this could be like?
Yeah, for instance, on the planet Scrod, where the screed, the insectilians come from, there is very little ozone, but the planet revolves on its axis about once every 49 years, I believe it is. And so they have to literally pick up and move with the rising of the sun. If the sun catches up with them, they die, and what have you. And so does the ants that moves with them, so to speak, or behind them, so to speak. So, yes, it is possible. However, I suspect that we will eventually have enough intellect, even as we have now, to go to hydrogen-y type of economy and quit putting all these carcinogens into the atmosphere. Now, if we should ultimately have a crash program to do this and go to alternate energy sources, ultimately, the planet will begin to clean itself, and our ozone will stay intact. But yes, in your lifetime, not mine, but your lifetime, son, it's going to be, should we be here, it's going to be very difficult for fair-skinned people to go out in the sun at all, and things like this, if we keep going the way we're going. Yeah.
All right. A lot of people still want to talk to you, so we're going to roll back with these calls.
Okay.
All right, this is Josh in Philadelphia.
Hello, Josh in Philadelphia.
Hey, Riley, you still sucking Iran's cock on a daily basis?
Well, no, Josh, but I'm sure that's what you are doing and everything, and so you keep on doing that, son. And I wonder did you give your correct name, because, your boyfriend won't like that.
It is Larry in Pennsylvania.
Hello, Larry in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, hi.
Hi.
What's going on?
Oh, not much, Larry.
How's your year going so far?
Well, we're just starting it off here, but you know what I mean. I got a lot of worries about it.
That's great. I was just wondering, if we're assuming that the universe is infinite, how many different types of intelligent life forms could you estimate that there are?
Okay. Now, the Beovian told me once, I asked him how many living planets are there in the Milky Way galaxy alone. And he said, friend Martin, if you should visit a new living planet each day for the duration of your gestation, that is for the rest of my life, you would not even begin to tax the number, nor would I. Now, he's already at like 10,000 years old, and he'll live another 10,000 before recloning, and even until he dies, he would not be able to count all of the living planets in the Milky Way galaxy alone. Now, I did not say intelligent living planets. There are perhaps 10,000 lesser living planets, such as insectilian, reptilian, and all this, for every one cognizant species out there. And even so, I could not visit them all until I died. And that's in the Milky Way galaxy alone. Mm-hmm.
Okay, humans, man, even mankind,
right,
is considered to be civilized. But what with the wars and the hunger and whatnot, that's not accurate, correct? We are not really can be claimed to be civilized, correct?
On the level with the Biavians, we're something like naked apes with guns and what have you. However, they fully understand. They, too, have come through many of these same type of spans that we are going through until they ultimately evolved out of the necessity to kill each other off. And I hopefully, should we stay here, we will ultimately come to that, too. Because, you know, it is just like a man dreams of crossing an ocean, finding a new continent. We dream of crossing the cosmos, finding a new planet, and ultimately, like they got here, we will get there should we survive this crucial time in history.
All right, speaking of naked apes with guns, before we get back to the next call, the movie Rise of the Planet of the Apes, you saw it. What do you think about the plausibility of the premise of the movie? And what did you think about the movie?
Well, they were speaking of incorporating the human genetics into the brains of chimps and things of that nature.
Yes.
It is theoretically conceivable that such a thing will ultimately come to pass, inasmuch as we now use animal extractions for various different diseases, and we started off implanting animal kidneys and things of this nature into humans to begin with. We never really overcame the rejection problem. However, that is conceivable ultimately so, but I don't anticipate it, in the foreseeable future.
All right, here's J.D. in North Carolina.
Hello, J.D. in North Carolina.
Hey, how you doing, Mr. Mark?
Make it quick.
Okay. We're going out now, J.D.
Okay. I just wanted to relay a story to you.
Well, I don't have the time, J.D. I love you, man. I don't have the time right now for the story.
Call us next week.
Yeah, call us next week, J.D. I'm sorry about that, man.
Hey, I'll do it on the road, brother, for sure.
Okay, do so, J.D. Let me give a shout-out here to Matthew and William Warburton in Greenwich, Connecticut, Marva McKenzie in South Miami, Florida, Marva, Michael Julie Conair in Chesterton, Maryland, Mercy Solis and her husband Michael in West Covina, California. I want to give a shout-out to my good friend Artie Ianoko. Bless your heart. He has gone to a better place, people. He has passed away from us, and we love him. He started off with this crew. We love him, and I'm going to give his family my prayers and my best wishes, and I'm going to write something for him, too. Cheryl Petrie and Cheryl Talbot out in Los Angeles, California. Lovely ladies. Daniel and Gerald Conrad in Amesbury, Mass. James and Bill, Amanda Tosh and Ryan in Nantucket, Mass. Dr. Dan Weinstein and Karen Rogers in Holtzville, New York. Andrew Jones, Claudia Morgan in Woodland, Washington. They work with horses. I used to work with horses. Chris Bramble and Jonathan Calderon in Severna Park, Maryland. Go to RileyMartin.com. Get your books. Go to Amazon Kindle and get the Kindle book, people. We love you. Twitter me at Riley L. Martin. Go to YouTube and check us out. We're out of here. Check us in the morning. We'll be up talking to Stern in the morning. Yeah, we'll be in New York in the morning. Okay? Take care now. Happy New Year to you all.
Show on Howard 101. From the world above, across the gulf of space, minds immeasurably superior to ours. From the world beyond, regarded this earth with envious eyes. Howard 101 brings you envious eyes. Riley Martin.
In 1953 in northeastern Arkansas, I had seen lights above the river for 3 nights running.
Call 888-STERN-101 with your questions. The Riley Martin Show on Howard 101.
Hello, people, good people. Welcome back to the Riley Martin Show. We're glad to have you here. Yes, indeed you do. And it is a very special night for me, really. Down from, up from Indianapolis and South Bend, Indiana, I have kin people here. I've got the great, the fabled, the famous brother George Coley is here with me. And the one and only Derek Macaulay, fabled Derek Macaulay, along with the lovely Tracy Coleman, and need I say, one of the greatest young men walking the planet, I mean none other than the great Heru. They are here at my home tonight visiting, and I am very honored to have them here. Back in the studio, of course, tonight we have the one and only, the big man with the plan, the one that's easy but not greasy. I mean smooth with the groove. I speak of none other than the great 00, Al Regone. And shout out to the lovely Michelle. Yes, indeed. And here in the home studio, we have one of the world's greatest technicians, touchy-feely guy, tweeters and wow-wows, and the whole smo. I speak of none other than Matt Little Nicky Scarfo Nicosia. And shout out to the lovely Angela. Yes, indeed. And of course, I already introduced you to, though they're not paying him, I already introduced you to my white son up out of Atlanta. I speak of none other than the inimitable and quite brilliant Matt Panther.
Ready to roll, Riley?
Yes, indeed. And by my side, as usual, the state pass, the one and only, the Chemo Sobbers, the man with the plan. I speak of none other than the great Eric Ebron McCauley.
Hanging out with my crew.
Co-host of the most. Yes, indeed. And welcome to the Riley Martin Show. People, I can tell you this, that this particular year in space and time may very well decide the destiny of the human species as it stands. So many things are coming together this year, many so detrimental and potentially lethal, until we should have consideration and do all that we can to get some kind of love in our heart for our fellow persons, and let no stone be unturned until everyone who wants one has a job and nobody goes hungry in this great country of ours. If we allow this travesty to happen, then I tell you, then we need not have rather been born unto this time and space. Welcome to the Riley Martin Show. We're glad you're here. Talk to me, Ron.
Well, the board is filling up with callers, so you have plenty of those people who want to talk to you and ask questions. People you can call the Space Cowboy tonight with questions. Riley Martin, 888-STERN-101. You can also email us with questions at RileyMartin@SiriusXM.com.
Right, and I think I should, because one man did say, Riley, tell them where they can get your stuff. Go to RileyMartin.com, RileyMartin.com. And get your books, get your symbols and all that. You're going to need them. And also, you can get my book at Amazon Kindle. Go there and punch in Riley Martin. And, of course, check out YouTube. Check out, we got a lot of film on there that's from me before I even ever met Howard. And, of course, you can Twitter me at Riley L. Martin.
Right. And I'm sure Matthew has some stuff for you. But I'll start this off with an email here. This is pretty interesting.
Okay.
This is from John Williams.
Mm-hmm.
He says he doesn't usually like to get too political, but since you have made statements recently that appear to be political, he wanted to ask you a few questions. And I'm going to paraphrase it and boil it down. What he really wants to know is, he says he has little hope that the Republican candidates will help if they do get in. Right. He wants to know, why do you think that the Democrats will be any better than the Republicans? He says it seems like they are the two sides of the same coin.
Well, okay. Now, if you look back in history and everything, in recent history and all of this, you'll find that the economy altogether has fared quite better under Democratic presidents than they have others. And they seem to be more in tune with the people's needs and things of this nature. You must understand that these GOPs, these Republicans, they don't seem to care about you or me. Now, when they were just starving me, what have you, then, it wasn't so bad, was it? Now they're starving all these nice white people, and we're not going to stand for that. And so we need to get this thing right and give this man 4 more years and get some of those demons out of there so that the man can get some of his program through. And we can rebuild the infrastructure of this country, bring some of the factories back to this country, and go ahead and prosper as we should in the greatest country on the earth.
Yes, he thinks that you are blindly just supporting the Democrats. And he says that seems to be similar to how some people don't believe in aliens.
Well, of course, nonetheless, if an alien ship landed in my yard and brought me something to eat or gave me a job, then I'd probably vote for the alien. Okay. You understand? So when a Republican of any sort ever does this, I will give them due credit as it is due. Do you understand?
Yes. Mm-hmm. All right, thanks for that email, John. Okay, let's take a call here. This will be Evan in Vermont.
Hello, Evan in Vermont.
Hi, Mr. Martin. Nice to speak with you. I'm a big fan.
Thank you.
I wanted to get your opinion on, recently Stephen Hawking came out with a controversial statement that he believes aliens, in fact, do exist, but communication with them could be problematic for the human race. So my question for you is, what does Iran's asshole taste like?
Like your mama's?
All right, here's Lewis in Boston, Riley.
Hello, Lewis in Boston.
Riley, how you doing, Iran?
Okay.
Good.
I'm from Boston. So I just wanted to ask you, Riley, are there any kings or queens or like princesses or in the planet Biave?
Well, there are people of various different stations, but it only goes to the extent of the ability of the person. This is left wide open to all Biavians because they come in all colors, from olive, black, browns, reds, whites, and things of this nature. And if one comes out with a greater concept and things of this nature, they are emulated, just like we have our heroes here on this planet and what have you. So the only difference is you don't have to be born into a certain family or have a certain amount of money or something of this nature.
In the alien form, Riley, in the alien form, like, is there a higher power over there, like, that we...
Yeah, right. See, that's why you should get my book. When a Biavian meets you, he will say, Kwa Omsa Lajawan. Roughly translated, that means all praises unto the light. They believe that by deciphering the spectrums of light, ultimately it will lead them back to the God's head. Most of our mathematics and electronics is based upon the 10 color codes of light. These are black, brown, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, violet, gray, and white. But they are multilinear spectrums between the greater spectrums. Decipher them all, as they believe from a scientific centric standpoint, they will get back to talk to God. You know, that's their concept.
Yes. And do humans themselves know about this concept that they have of color spectrums, and where are we at with that?
Sure. The first thing you're going to learn when you go to study electronics is the color spectrum upon which our electronics is based. Yes. Mm-hmm.
All right. Here's an email question right quick. Okay? This is from Little Heru.
Okay.
Macaulay. He says, do the extraterrestrials eat food like we do? And if they do, what do they eat?
Biavians are strict vegetarians, but they render it down into a liquid, and they drink a little of the concentrated liquid. However, if you were there, Heru, and you wanted a steak, you wanted some chicken, whatever you wanted, they would make it for you. And even though it's made out of vegetable matter, you cannot tell the difference. I know I couldn't. But they want you to be human. They want you to eat whatever you want to eat, but they'll make it healthy for you. Mm-hmm.
I've got a tweet here, Riley, from the Fredism.
Okay.
He asked, do the Biavians communicate with us through our dreams if we are receptive?
Yes. There's an old biblical passage that says, seek and ye shall find, not might find, shall find. If you seek the answers to things, ultimately, you will accrue some of those answers. And, of course, I believe that all the thoughts, inspirations, and creativity is out there in the ether, floating around. If you're on the right frequency, you will start soaking it up, but you have to be open for that, you see. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, got it.
All right, thanks. And speaking of, before we go to the next call, it is a related question from Simba Kamoni Bay. He says, since the extraterrestrials had the capability to capture dreams, do they also have that capability to capture thought? And is it the same? And is that same technology possible here on Earth in the present day?
Well, through an intuitive level and what have you, people are able to, especially if they love one another, they are capable sometimes to parallel each other's thoughts or even speak in the same sentences or something of that nature. But no, it's not as refined here as it is there. Biavians have evolved to telepathic communications, but by doing so over the millennia, their vocal cords have atrophied to the extent that they can no longer verbally speak. And so stands to reason that the telepathy would have gone up. And yes, they can read your thoughts only, though, if they are tuned in to you. But remember, just like you're talking to me on a cell phone, I have to be able to hear you like you hear me. I'm not talking to the guy next to you and what have you. And he ain't got no business button in the conversation and things of that nature. But it's a fine, refined art, but you have to be there. Mm-hmm.
All right, thanks for that email, Simba and Heru. All right, next call. This is Bill in Colorado.
Bill in Colorado.
Hey, Riley, I saw you on Howard TV this past week, man. You look good.
Thanks.
Yeah, you spent a lot of time talking about how poor you were and everything, but, I mean, if you're so broke, how'd you afford that transsexual hooker that you brought on the show with you?
Well, you know, son, you shouldn't talk like that about nice ladies and things like that, because she is not like your wife, okay?
Let's go back to Boston. Here's Lex in Boston.
Hello, Lex in Boston.
Hey, what's up, Rodney? Hey, I actually tweeted you a couple of days ago. You actually retweeted me back and said a few words. But, hey, I really appreciate that. I'm actually the other half of the twins from Boston that my brother calls a lot. But I just really appreciate that. And I just had a quick question. Is there any going to be like Biavians that we can look up to, like warriors or like athletes, like an LBJ or something that we can look up to or something?
Well, yeah, well, it's like, you know, for instance, there will be humans there with you with all of the capabilities of the superstars here and things of that nature. People always need stars and what have you. There, no doubt, will be some Biavians that you will find very much to your liking and would like to emulate their psychology and all of this type of stuff, but they're not so strong and manly to the extent of the games we play, contact games and all that. They don't do that to the extent that we do it. But yes, I happen to like Tan. And I do look up to him simply because he's a very wise guy, you know. Thanks, man.
All right. Thanks for that call. Next call. This is Mac in Michigan.
Hello, Mac in Michigan.
Hey, Riley. How are you?
Okay.
I'd like to get your opinion on the appearance of the hexagon on the planet Saturn. You know, at the pole. Are you familiar with that phenomenon?
Yes.
Yeah. What do you have to say about that?
Okay. Now, Saturn, they are able to get in there, and in order to bring some of the geosynchronicity into, like the atmosphere and all of that. They have more or less set up a zone wherein they can languish without the winds affecting them, the hydrogen, nitrogen winds and things of this nature, and around that area. And in there, they can build materials, extract materials, and leave without having to go through the terrified atmosphere and all of that. So it is actually technologically made. Yes. Mm-hmm.
All right. Thanks for that call. Next call. This is Keith in Canada.
Hello, Keith in Canada.
Guam Elijah on Ronnie.
Guam Elijah one, Keith.
My question is, humans are based on the water, the air, everything we've evolved into.
Mm-hmm.
Other galaxies, planets are made of different gases, totally different elements that we have on Earth. What similarities, human forms, have you found in other planets that are similar to
Okay. When we stop to think that we got about 300 billion stars in this galaxy around which, a solar system revolves at all times, living or dead. The laws of probability say you will have more living planets, not necessarily intelligent, but living planets, than any human RVRian can visit daily, one a day in a lifetime. And this is only in the Milky Way galaxy alone, good man. So somewhere they have got to fall into the M class of the Earth-like planet. You see what I mean? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but what similarities, like features, human features, have you found on other planets that are similar?
Oh, well, okay. I found, for instance, on BRV, a fish. It may look a little different in configuration, but it's a fish. It requires visual receptors, occipital receptors or something for eyes. Also requires, if it's not a water breather, it's going to require some type of rudimentary lungs. It is also going to require stereoscopic sight in order to tune in and to handle small instruments and things of this nature. So this is a more or less common configuration that is common to man, and indeed all subsimians, such as monkeys and apes and all of that. And if you boil it on down, but for the configuration of the fingers and all of this type of stuff, it has to be dogs, cats, and everything else, has this more or less these attributes that enables them to motivate. And this is more or less a standard thing upon an M-class planet throughout the galaxy.
All right. Thanks, Keith.
Thanks, Keith. Yeah, good question. I like that.
Okay. You have said that these extraterrestrials have taken humans in the past and taken them off the planet, and perhaps they stayed off the planet.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You're one who have visited them out there and come back.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know of anyone else in history that has been shown as much as you out there and return here to tell the story?
I'm sure there are many out there who have seen more than me, but they did not return. There are many others who have been visited and abducted, if you will, here on the planet Earth, who perhaps have been given access to as much as me, but for some reason they thought it advisable to wipe their memories of all that they have taught them. But I'm not the only one who knows. Otherwise, Tan said the truth must be felt as well as heard. So I'm telling people, I'm not telling you really too much that you don't already inwardly know. You just didn't realize that you need to re-realize it. See what I mean?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay, here's Justin. He's asking an email question. Justin from Portland.
Hello, Justin.
Yeah, I'm going to read the question.
Okay, all right.
Justin Sittner from Portland.
Oh, okay.
He says, thanks for the symbol. It's prominently displayed in his apartment.
Cool.
He says it's bringing good vibes to him and his wife.
Mm-hmm.
He says a few weeks ago you mentioned that there are alien bases up and down the West Coast, including Oregon.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know where the bases in Oregon are specifically?
I saw, while aboard that great mothership, I saw the blue and the red lights of the various bases. Blue lights represents oceanic and beneath waters and stuff like that. Red ones represents perhaps subterranean locations and what have you. I could probably re-access that memory, but, they didn't have writing on it. They just had the configuration of the state of the Americas and where they were located. And I placed it somewhere in the northern Oregon. Mm-hmm.
All right, thanks for that email, Justin. Next call, this is Steve in Ohio.
Hello, Steve in Ohio.
Hey, what's going on, Riley?
Nothing much, Steve.
Hey, I just wanted to know about the rumor that Iran was drinking nut juice cocktails.
Yeah, okay, kid. You keep drinking them, okay? Mike and Diane Boyd, shout out. Jamal and Luda Lawson out in Ogden and Salt Lake City, Utah. The great Mikey Blundick Sr., Jr., and the lovely Jennifer Babcock in Chicopee, Mass., and down in Florida, Dr. Robert Friedman, my orthosurgeon, the lovely doctors April Smith, Ann Merkel, Avalone, and Sorante, as well as Dr. Rebecca Ziegler, and the staffs, Ellie, Amy, Joyce, Ann Yarvison, Vicky, Miss Baldish, Jenna, in Phillipsburg, New Jersey, Robert Weldon Jr. and his lovely mom Joy in Griffith, Indiana, Norman Yee, Hunan Ra in Honolulu, Hawaii, Matt and Ben and Sheila Panther down in Dawsonville, Georgia, Mom and Dad Matt, Stick and Jenny Carter out on the road, Mary Cat and Joel Runyon, the great, out in Reseda, California, James Bucolier, the young soldier, also Anthony Mariscal, Master Gunner, El Paso in Hawaii, Christian Mortensen, young man, brilliant, Houston, Texas, and his family, Vince and Danielle Fornesi, and the lovely mom, Sandra Lynn, out in San Francisco, South San Francisco, California, Clifford and Helene Green, the family down in Macon, Georgia, Steve, the hitman, and Serena Alterman up in Jersey City, New Jersey, Floyd Kuchowski, the great, and the lovely Devon A. and Zach up in Kingsford, Michigan. Stay with us now. We shall return.
November 1953. An abduction. A little boy. An incredible universe. Call 888-STERN-101 with your questions, your experiences, your beliefs, your prophecies. Riley Martin. The Riley Martin Show on Howard 101.
You are on the verge of destroying the entire universe.
Call 888-STERN-101 and make contact. The Riley Martin Show. Howard 101.
And we are back. Let me remind the listeners now to go to Riley Martin, RILEYMARTIN, RileyMartin.com. Get your books, and please get your symbols, and what have you. Time is of the essence. You can also get my book on Amazon Kindle. Amazon Kindle. Go there, say Riley Martin, and you can check some film of me back before I even met Howard, much of it, on YouTube. And you can Twitter me at Riley L. Martin. Talk to me. You see what I mean. Welcome back to the Riley Martin Show. Matt, you got something to talk
to?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, I want to point out that this week your book went to #1 bestseller in prophecy on Amazon Kindle.
Oh, cool.
But this is from page 32 of your book, and you describe the planet of the Screed. I find it fascinating that their sun is red and casts shades of blue. How big is their sun, and does its size have anything to do with their planet's rotation speed?
Yes, it does. It is a much greater sun than the one we have, even though the planet's proximity is further away from it. And the planet revolves on its axis about once every 49 years. So it moves slowly. Now, they must stay away ahead of the sunrise because it purifies the land. It literally burns up the land for the point of their planet upon which it is shining at the time, causing them to have to move around the planet about every 7 years. There will be a coming sunrise. And thus this has been going on for tens of millions of years. Mm-hmm.
Do you know why their ships are shaped like they are, like water bells?
Oh, well, now, that I do not know. However, I know that the technology that they have, the Biavians have not been able to duplicate it. their technology does not use conduits and plug-ins and things of this nature. It is much like the building of, say, a wasp nest with hot metals, fragments sewn into the shell itself. And they operated, I believe, upon a coalition of a number of them arrayed to actually, through thought patterns, run their ships. And the Bialians have not accomplished the technology of that, but they have picked up upon some of the neurotronic interface with the electron computers. You see what I mean? But their technology fascinates me, and I'm still working on it.
The insects think way outside the box.
Yeah, way outside.
Speaking of the screed, what are the dimensions of the largest one?
Well, I've seen screed as tall as about 5 feet in height. The average one is about a little better than 4 feet, and what have you.
And their planet, is it all insects, or are there lizards and mammals?
Well, if there are, I did not see any per se. However, it is mostly insectilian. Now, they do have ants. These are their enemies, so to speak. When the ants start moving, as they start moving, picking up to go to the next, across the horizon, so to speak, the ants move right with them, and sometimes they clash because the ants are moving up quickly behind and all that. But more or less, on this planet here, probably for several hundred millions of years, insects ruled it. And there were nothing that looked any like a warm-blooded creature, you know.
Yes. 888-STERN-101. Call the Space Cowboy with questions tonight. You can also email us with questions at RileyMartin@SiriusXM.com. Okay, back to the calls here. Let's take another one. This will be Eric in New Jersey.
Hello, Eric in New Jersey.
Hey, Riley. How you doing, man?
Okay, Eric.
Hey, I'm doing good. I actually got your book on Amazon.com, and actually, I didn't think I was going to like it, but actually, I learned a lot from it. So,
thanks.
I really like that book. Not too bad. I bought it on the Kindle.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Yeah, definitely. It's a pretty good book or whatever. Now, I have one question or whatever. I know you live in New Jersey or whatever, but the myth of the Jersey Devil or whatever that's in New Jersey, in South, in South Jersey or whatever. Do you believe that he's one of the alien creatures? I know it's a myth or whatever. I've been reading some books on it, but I don't know. And he says, the Jersey Devil. So I was just looking to see. I mean, if it's a good creature or, around.
Right. I've never experienced the creature. Nonetheless, I'm a true believer in cryptozoology because me and my father one time hunted the Bigfoot and caught sight of him. But I refuse to kill him. But yes, there are creatures that we do not know about on Earth here. In fact, about every year, some 20 new species, totally new that we knew not of, creatures or animals are found in various different places, out-of-the-way places on the planet. So I don't doubt it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. But I don't know. In South Jersey or whatever, you always hear about it. And then,
Right. Well, I didn't say.
I always hear, and then I don't know, it's a real creature or not.
Right. I don't know now because I have not experienced it or hunted it or anything like that. I cannot say if it's real or not. But other people attest to it. Many people have,
Mm-hmm. Yes, I do understand. But, and also, Riley, I just want to say, your book's great or whatever. So
Thanks,
far I'm
man.
getting into the book, and, God bless you, and hopefully,
thanks, man.
I hope you better get some more hours on that show. I will write Tim Sabian or whatever, and I will tell him,
thanks,
we got to get your ass more on that show.
Well, yeah, the listeners should do that for me because
I will. I bought the book on the Kindle. Or
they're not moving an inch on this.
Yeah, and I love you when you're on Howard or whatever. You're always the best. You're always the best person on there.
Yeah, now don't get me wrong. I love the guy.
So, I know, but, they're going to put you on more,
They
when you're on, everybody. I love you guys.
They got a slot on Monday night that they're trying to fill every time you look around. Yeah, they can put me on if they wish. Yeah, thanks, man. Give my love to the family.
All right. Thanks for that call. Next call, this is Butters in Boston.
Hello, Butters.
Quartenzin Juan from on.
Quartenzin Juan, Butters.
Now, you know when you're around New York City and you run into different ethnicities of people, that you have the Indian people and you have the Asians, and they seem to have their own foods, and the Asians, they have their different aroma. Certain people have a different bodily odor. I was wondering if the aliens, from what they eat, have a different bodily odor or what have you.
Yeah, it's a good question. Yeah, it's reflected. I said that Nella and Tan, to a great extent, a lot of the time smelled something like honeysuckle. It wasn't a bad smell or anything like that. And when I got through eating their foods big time, and I came back to Earth, people said, "Hey, you smell like honeysuckle," and what have you. But though I hadn't used no honeysuckle or anything like that. So yes, whatever you eat ultimately is to some extent reflected in the pheromones from your body. That is a fact.
All right, thanks for that call, Butters. Okay, in the past, I believe you had said something to the effect that as humans evolve, they're physiologically, they will retire physiologically, and I interpret that to mean that they would begin to get smaller. Can you say something about that?
Well, yes. Otherwise, human beings, up until recent history, I mean, back in the Middle Ages, men were shorter, much shorter than they are now. 3 generations ago, pound for pound, men were shorter than they are now, and what have you. But with proper nutrition and all of this going on now, you find more and more big kids, taller girls, everything like this.
Yeah.
This happens in history. It goes up and then it diminishes over time as the ways become more refined. The diets become different and things of this nature. So ultimately, I believe that when you're looking at Tan and Nella, you're probably looking at a good representation of a human being somewhere like several millions of years in the future.
Got it. All right, here's Christian Mortensen. He has a question from Texas. He says, hello. He's going to be eagerly awaiting your news that you're going to present in May.
Right.
He's waiting for that. But he wants to know, what is the purpose for building the Great Pyramids around the world? And also, what is the great mystery of the Nazca lines? And what do they mean?
All right. Okay, let me start with the Nazca lines. I believe that ultimately there were configurations such as leveling the tops of mountains and things of this nature for extraterrestrial visitation. Extraterrestrials would have done it themselves. Probably they are looking for precious metals. Now, but the other Nazca lines, other than say the big animal configurations, stuff like that, were more or less laid down by the people, hoping that they would return. Now, the pyramids, I'll tell you, the pyramid is what we call a benign battery. In essence, out of the top of that pyramid, there are signals that goes up into the stratosphere and out into the cosmos. Otherwise, if I'm tooling, Christian, if I'm tooling through the galaxy and I look down and upon my screen pops up a certain signal of the pyramid that is out there, this will give me a way to plot my coordinates to that particular planet, because I know there must be some intelligence there to have built these edifices. I mean, even know who did it and who has visited there before and what have you. So I'll tool on over there. So they are more than just a pile of rocks. Okay?
Thanks, Christian.
Yes, good question.
So there are pyramids on Biave, I take it.
Yes, pyramid configurations as well as on Mars, and maybe even on the moon.
All right, moving along. Next call. This is Jameson in Oklahoma.
Hello, Jameson in Oklahoma.
Riley, how are you, sir?
Okay, Jameson.
Hey, I heard you last week, or maybe the week before last, say you used to live in Oklahoma. What part did you live in?
Well, I lived in Tulsa.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So,
Oklahoma City, and on out close to the Texas border.
Yeah, I'm down here in southeast Oklahoma, down at Ada. I don't know if you remember that little town. Anyway, hey, the reason
I know.
I'm also a fellow Seminole Indian as yourself, so I'd like to say hello to you on that.
Well, hello to you, sir.
I've got some cows down here, and I've got a couple calves that's died on me, and I've had the game ranger come out, and I thought it was a mountain lion or something, and he ruled that out. Is there any species of alien that could possibly have anything to do with that? I mean, is there a species of alien, that would attack wild, calves?
Yeah, good man. You got to get my book. I try to explain that. About every 7 years in our time, the reptilians, their females come into estrus. They're ready to breed. And, they can't just go and swallow a cow, but they do want hemoglobin, that is blood, and some of the organs of the animal. What they are messing up by doing is putting them back where they found them. And they shouldn't do that. But still, yes, there is an extraterrestrial connection. And this is instigated by or done by these Targzicians who are reptilian. Good man.
Yeah, it cost me about $1,000 damn cat.
Right.
I didn't know if there's anything I could do to stop it or what have you. So I guess I'll just get you. Is there more information in your book about it?
Right. There's some more information in the book, and generally, they might take 1, 2, so often maybe 3 animals from a big herd or something, but you probably won't experience them again.
Okay.
They go somewhere else, right? In fact, if you get your symbol, I can guarantee you they won't mess with you no more.
I'm going to get a symbol. I'm going to email you here some more stuff this week, so I look forward to hearing back from you.
All right, take care, good man.
All right, thank you, Riley.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Speaking of the Targzicians getting hemoglobin, there have been reports from humans that they have been abducted, and not only that, they have had holes drilled into their heads or their foreheads by these ETs. Do you know anything about that? Is that
No, I can see, if somebody drills a hole in your head and messes with your brain, then you're not going to be right anymore. If you are laying on a table incapacitated and an alien is up there with some type of a blue light rubbing it around your forehead or something of that nature, you can easily believe that he's trying to penetrate your skull or something of that nature, but I know nothing of that.
All right, moving along. Next call. This is Joe in Charlotte.
Hello, Joe in Charlotte.
Oh, Quantanziguan, my friend. How are you?
Oh, Quantanziguan, Joe.
I love John Stern this week, man.
Oh, thanks.
It was awesome. Hey, I got a question about the Neptunians. We know that they're water people. Did they crash to the earth, into the oceans, and search into the deepest parts of the oceans for the elementals that might help them, such as dark matter, things like that, elements that might help them move faster than light?
Yeah, most definitely. Okay. They are in the deepest parts of the oceans, as far down as the Mariana Trench and things of this nature, to stay out of the way. They can go there as well as other aliens for R&R and all that. However, you are correct. They do literally separate precious metals from seawater. Now, I don't know how that's done, but they actually do that.
Are they then able to morph and come to land, or do they need that moisture to survive?
They need that moisture to survive. If you were on Neptune at sea level, the humidity in the air would drown a human. So they have to have special breathing apparatus when they come out of the water, even here, aboard the great mothership. But yes, they are still fish. Now, if you say, well, that's strange, that they are biped erectors and then they are water breathers, do you understand that for 9 months before you were born, you literally was underwater in your mother's womb, and you breathed that water to a great extent? You see what I mean? Right?
Yeah.
Right?
Do they have gills, or are they, how do they process oxygen or whatever they need to survive?
Well, they do have, I believe, now, though I've never been able to check their physiology close, I believe that they are something like the type of a creature that would be amphibious, that can actually motivate on land as well, so meaning that they must have rudimentary lungs, and but somewhere beneath the water, they have something like gills, and they are able to separate the oxygen from the flow of that water, and what have you. You see what I mean?
Thank you, Riley. I appreciate it, man. You have a good one. Happy New Year to you, my friend.
Happy New Year to you and your lovely family, good man.
Thanks, Joe, for that call and that question.
And people, let me get this in again. People go to RileyMartin.com and get the books, get the symbols and all that and what have you. Also, you can get my book on Amazon Kindle. Go there and punch in Riley Martin and Amazon Kindle. Check me out on YouTube. Got a lot of footage there. And you can Twitter me at Riley L. Martin, but go to RileyMartin.com and get that book and all that.
Right. Speaking of the Neptunians, I believe you have said that they were actually the ones responsible for bringing dolphins to this planet.
Right. Some dolphins, yeah.
And okay, can you speak on the relationship of between the Neptunians and these dolphins vis-a-vis the relationship between humans and dolphins?
Okay. The Neptunians are far more refined than we are. They are able to communicate with the dolphins on the vibrational level or something like that. They can order them around. They can have them literally as spies checking on the shoreline and things of this nature and coming back and reporting to them. They can also have them round up fish for nutrients and things of that nature and what have you. Now, with man, a man is he's getting on to it, so to speak. He hasn't learned the dolphin language, but he is learning to teach dolphins to do quite complicated things. So, he's doing pretty good.
Yes. 888-STRING-101, caller Space Cowboy with question tonight. Here's Chris in Arizona.
Chris in Arizona.
Mr. Martin.
How are you, Chris?
I'm doing good. I've heard you on
Is that the real Chris?
I like this.
Thanks.
Mr. Martin, do the Biamians settle their disputes with their fist, or do they settle it with the law, or how do they do it up there?
Right. I don't think you're my Chris, but still, their disagreements. If they do have disagreements, then they are able to work it out. They come and sit down at the table. If indeed they cannot come to an agreement, there are other intermediaries who will come and sit with them until they straighten that out. Now, it cannot. Certainly it cannot be over any material thing or what have you. Has to be some type of a difference of opinion on perhaps a concept that has not yet been proven or something like that.
Right. Here's Pedro in Texas, Riley.
Hello, Pedro in Texas.
Miss Riley.
How
are you? Honored speaking to you, and I want to congratulate you on last week Howard's show. It was
Thanks.
great. Thank you for that. And, I'm a firm believer of aliens, even though I have never seen anything.
Right.
But for some reason, I just, little bit that I've been learning, I'm just a firm believer.
Right.
And,
they're there.
And I have so many questions, but there's one that this been bugging in my head. I don't know why. It's just popped in my head for the last week, and it's just been going around and around. I said, I got to call you and ask you. And it's about, Mr. Riley, does the aliens, do they have like a God? Like we humans, we have, God, and we read about it, and even though it's not there, everybody believes on it. Do they have like a superior power?
They have a concept. Yeah, they have a concept of a universal creator. They say, when they meet you, they'll say, all praises unto the light, according to Logic 1. They believe that by deciphering the light spectrums, that ultimately it will get them back to the God's head. But yes, they do have a concept of a universal creator, good man. Otherwise, I wouldn't have loved them.
All right. Thanks for that call, Pedro.
Yeah.
Next call, this is, Mike in Brooklyn.
Hello, Mike in Brooklyn.
Hi, Riley. Oakport Engine 1. How are you?
Oakport Engine 1, Mike.
I heard you on Stern the other day. Yeah, I heard it was you and your wife. I can really see now why you slapped the shit out of her. She's got a really loud nut.
No, never did, son. Never did. Don't have to do that to be a man, son. Let me give a shout out here to Joe Costa and his lovely daughter Bailey down in Hawaii. Everett Ellicott and his lovely mom Grace down in D.C. Love you, kids. David Caspino out in Tarzana, California. Great man. Jacobs Westtuck and the family up in Oakville, Ontario, Canada, and the crew. The great Jim Borit in North Wells, Pennsylvania. Thank you, Jim. Margaret Woodward and the family out in Ramona, California. Darryl Clark, Clifford, Macon, Georgia, down there. Darryl Clark, the great. Vincent Indriolo, an engineer, and Mark Ventimiglia in Chicago, Illinois. Lori Marceau and Carl Walker in San Diego, California. Albert Colbert, Vesterberg, Pennsylvania. Jeffrey and Stacy Posen, Henderson, Nevada. Paul and Eric Farrar in Huntington Station, New York. Richard and Ryan Griffin in Austin, Texas. Thomas Breeze in Des Moines, Iowa. Henry Sato in Sun Valley, California. Thank you, Henry, for the gift. Chris Bramble, Jonathan Calderon, and Serena out in Severna Park, Maryland. Andrew Jones and Claudia Morgan in Woodland, Washington. Dan Weinstein and Karen Rogers in Holtville, New York. And stay with us now, RileyMartin.com. We shall return.
Riley Martin.
In 1953 in northeastern Arkansas, I had seen lights above the river for 3 nights running.
Call 888-STERN-101 with your questions. The Riley Martin Show on Howard 101.
People of Earth, attention.
Howard 101. The Riley Martin Show. On Howard 101. Call 888-STERN-101 and make contact from the world above, from the world beyond. The Riley Martin Show.
And we are back, people. Let me tell you now, go to RileyMartin.com. Get your books. You always need a written book in case all of this electronic stuff glitch out on you. And it's such to happen later this year. And get the book and your symbols at RileyMartin.com. Also, go to Amazon. Get my book on Kindle. The Kindle book. That's just punch in Riley Martin like that. Check me out on YouTube for a lot of footage. And you can Twitter me at Riley L. Martin. Talk to me, people. I'm in my little Twittering mood now, tweeting mood, so to speak. Yeah. So, welcome back to the Riley Martin Show. We're glad you're here. And as I've said, people, this is more or less a make or break year, not only for America, but for the world at large. Because if we deteriorate down into chaos, then there's no hope for the world. To this country, people have turned their eyes since its inception. And therefore, let's get together as people, lay aside our prejudices, and get together and make this a great country and bring some of the jobs back. Okay? Welcome to the Riley Martin Show. Iran?
All right, you have something, Matthew?
Yeah, me and Riley watched a movie that really makes you think. It's called Idiocracy. Mm-hmm. And if you haven't seen it, it takes place in the future where everyone is stupid and trash is everywhere. But I want to ask you, what can we do about our landfills so that this movie doesn't become a reality, or has it already?
Well, my goodness, you can say now, they have, to their credit now, there are big recycling companies that are recycling millions and millions of tons of stuff now, and so they're doing better than they were. Because the landfills will not deteriorate. They will be there for time immemorial and what have you. I can imagine someone landing on this planet 1,000 years from now and going and digging up, and saying, I wonder who is this Miller, whose last name is Light, Miller Light. You know what I mean? Stuff like this and what have you, when no more humans are here. But yeah, we are trashing the planet and we're doing it too fast. Because there are too many conglomerates and people who don't really care, it is easier to go and give you a handful of money after I've destroyed your lake than it is to keep the lake clean in the first place. But we've got to get off of this and look to Mother Earth, for she is angry. Okay? Mm-hmm.
And also, like in this movie, do you also feel that people may be getting dumber as we change lifestyles?
Well, you can see, it would seem that there's an undercurrent. There's an undercurrent of psychology that to some small extent is reverting back to the Jim Crow era, the pre-Earth 60s era, and things of this nature. And you would think that in the 21st century, by now, having met all kinds of people upon the earth, we would have come to measure a person by their character instead of their color and things of this nature. But as you can see, preying as Hitler did, preying upon the prejudices of the people can ultimately get ahead of rationality, and society can deteriorate. It has happened before. It happened in ancient Sumer. It happened in ancient Rome. Happened in ancient Egypt. It happened in Germany. It happened in other places. You understand?
Yeah.
So dumbing down to a great extent, we are inundated by garbage on TV, fake newscasts, prejudicial philosophies, good-looking devils, and everything else. And so one has to be on top of it and keep abreast of their own sense of logic when it comes down to the thing. But yes, it is possible for a society to dumb on down. They did it on Easter Island. Yeah.
People, don't forget you can listen anytime online. Just go to SiriusXM.com and click on the Listen Online tab. Okay, I have a question here. We may get back to the other calls, but this is from George D. Coley, Brother George.
Brother George.
He says, as close as you can tell.
The one and only.
The one and only, Brother George.
That's right.
He's asking, as close as you can tell, when is the next time that you may be taken up? And is this the time for us wayfarers, the 144,000, is this the time we can use our ticket to go with you?
Brother George, I'm going to talk to them again, probably in the physical, sometime between now and the big one, and what have you. The time, place, and coordinates, I can say that I don't know, but I probably do, but I cannot give it to you, my dear brother, or anyone else. Okay?
All right. Thanks for that question, Brother George. Next call. This is Pete in New York.
Hello, Pete in New York. Pete?
Yeah, hey, how you doing?
Okay, Pete.
Hey, so the aliens have technology, and you know how the Mayans predicted the end of the world?
Mm-hmm.
So I was wondering, there's 168 hours in the week.
Right.
And your show is only 1 hour, so what the fuck do you do with the other 167 hours a week?
Well, the kids, I'll tell you, these symbols do not draw themselves. You understand? I do more work than anyone does in an 8-hour day and things of that nature.
I'll vouch for that.
Yeah, he draws them all the time.
Yeah, I'm not just sitting around, because no two are the same ever. I wish, no, I don't wish, that I could just sit and take one and make copies. No, I don't do that. If you get one of these symbols, yours is the only one like it on the planet. Period. Because, you know why, sir? Because there's only one of you. There is no other living mortal with your same vibration, inspirations, abilities, and things of this nature. Thus, it has to be specialized. And that's what keeps me busy.
Okay, I know this symbol drawing is a labor of love for you.
Yes, it is.
However, like when people go to work, sometimes they don't feel like going or what have you, and they may have to force themselves. Do you ever have that feeling where you have to, like, get yourself up to do the symbols when you may not feel like doing them?
No, doing the symbols keeps me strong. It is a driven type thing. I have to get them out of my head. People, we love you. Now, let me do Chris. Let's see, James, Bill, Amanda Tosh out in Nantucket, Mass., and also the great Ryan, Daniel and Gerald Conrad in Amesbury, Mass., Cheryl Patry and Cheryl Tablet, lovely ladies out in Los Angeles, Mary Solis, Mercy Solis, and Herbie Michael in West Covina, California, Michael and Judah Conair, Chesterton, Maryland, Marva McKenzie in South Miami, Florida, Matthew and Will Warburton in Greenwich, Connecticut, Joseph, Carol Ann and Carol Picinelli in Largo, Florida, Michael Owen, Kate and Sam in Uniontown, Ohio, Jeff and Patty Knudsen out in Reno, Nevada, U.F. Otis and Tammy Bess in Richfield, Utah, Rich, the great Rich, and Karen Horowitz, the great teacher, in Matawan, New Jersey. RileyMartin.com, get your symbols and all that type of stuff, and go to Amazon, get the Kindle book. We love you. Take care. Have a marvelous year. It ain't over yet. Yes, indeed.
Show on Howard 101. From the world above, across the gulf of space, minds immeasurably superior to ours. From the world beyond, regard this earth with envious eyes. Howard 101 brings you envious eyes.
In 1953 in northeastern Arkansas, I had seen lights above the river for 3 nights running.
Call 888-STERN-101 with your questions. The Riley Martin Show on Howard 101.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, good listeners. Welcome to the Riley Martin Show. On this auspicious occasion, the birthday of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King. We want to pay homage to the great man. I had the pleasure of meeting him back in the 60s down in Alabama. I did not go to Selma with him, though, because I was one of those guys who didn't take kindly to getting beat down and stuff like that. Nonetheless, my heart and my spirit was with him. And that reminds me that I'm these days... the situation, the political situation, the sociological situation in this country seems to harken back to the 60s, as if they are attempting to turn the clock back. Only this time, they're turning the clock back with you and me. For once, middle America, white, black, red, and yellow, are beginning to feel inklings of what my people felt for many, many generations and things of this nature. And we must not, we dare not allow this to happen. The dream is for us all. It wasn't just for blacks. Welcome to the Riley Martin Show. Oh, yes, back in the studio tonight. On point, the one and only, the great man himself. I speak of none other than the inimitable Matt, Little Nicky Scarfo Nicosia. Shout out to the lovely Angela. And, of course, tooling down the road, as usual, in this inimitable fashion, he may have stopped for a moment and got him a cappuccino and took one sip out of it and handed it to a pretty girl who swooned. I speak of none other than 00 Al Racone. And a shout out to the lovely Michelle. He didn't do nothing, Michelle. I'm just kidding. And, okay. And, of course, up from out of Georgia, out of Atlanta area, my little white son, Matt Panther, is here on the scene.
Ready to turn and burn tonight, Riley.
Yes, indeed. And, of course, by my side, as usual, is the one and only, the great, the inimitable, and quite brilliant, if I must say, my ace, my co-host, ace of the place, Eric Eron McCauley.
It's time to wake up.
Yes, indeed. And welcome to the Riley Martin Show. We're glad that you're here. People, as we can see, this planet, this world, seems to be in a going down the hill in a very different diverse way and all of this. It is time for us to lay aside all of our so-called prejudices and things of this nature and work together to make this a better world. We will not be able to do this with the big-time rich guys and the special PACs and all of this that wants to keep us into the doldrums wherein we will not manufacture anything anymore in this country and suffer and try to pay the rent, as I'm trying to do, for the rest of our lives. And America should not be that way. If it was so, then the top 1% wouldn't be gazillionaires and things of that nature, and what have you, would be a billionaire or a millionaire, as long as you don't take it all. And this is what's happening now. Welcome to the Rod Martin Show. Talk to me, Ron.
People, you can call us Space Cowboy in prime time tonight, 888-STERN-101. Email us with questions at RileyMartin@SiriusXM.com. Okay, we have...
Well, I know we got people online.
Yeah, they want to talk to you.
Right. But let me tell the people this. People, I have recently come into an inventory of the long-lost original Riley Martin book, The Coming of Tad. Original. Now, they are up for sale somewhere now. I like on Amazon. Some people are asking as much as $150, $200 for a used copy of this book. But I have some of them now, and you can get them. And of course, I won't do that. It's the regular price with me. You can go to my Twitter account, Riley L. Martin. Got to use the L. Riley L. Martin, and get them. Also, just for the Millennium Edition as well as the original, The Coming of 10, you can go to RileyMartin.com. Okay. And you can get you can get the electronic book on Amazon Kindle, and what have you, and so stay with us now, because we love you and really and truly do. And finally, I got one show in prime time after once in a blue moon. I hope that they will do this every week. If they did this every week, perhaps I would be able to live and all that, and Elon would not have a gun holding it on me for the last piece of chicken. You see what I'm talking about? So, welcome to the Rod Martin Show. Talk to me, Elon.
Okay, I know you came across Dr. King in your travels.
Oh, yes.
And I want to know, were you then in favor of the nonviolent stance that he took, and have you changed since then?
Well, of course, I applauded him. I loved him dearly, and it was not my wish that we parted company, but his. He said, look, Riley, we can't be fighting and going on. You can't, I mean, you have to take it and what have you. I said, no, I ain't got to take it. Yes, you have, if you're going to be with us. However, see that lady over there. And look, she will get you a bus ticket back to your home, help you get there, buy you some gas or whatever. But I know you love us, but, go on, and there are others who have a type of a mind that are not totally nonviolent. Perhaps you should talk to some of them, but we can't have that here, nor are you influencing others and all that. So go on. And to this day, well, I thank him for that, because he accomplished great things. And indeed, I was a bit hot-headed in those days.
I believe that. Matt Bookbinder has written you an email, and he just wants to know, he says he owns a symbol, but he wants to know if he needed to have it on his person at all times and for when the ship comes.
No, Matt. No, Matt. From the moment you got your symbol and laid eyes upon it, you were more or less ingrained into the neurotronic computers of the people in the sky. As long as you have it at home or wherever, as long as it's in your possession, that is, if it's at home or wherever, you can be in China. They will know where you are, because your vibration is as unique as a fingerprint. There's only one Mr. Bookbinder on the face of the planet. However, if you should ever sell it, or even you shouldn't even give copies of it to people that are not in your family. That is your wife, your children, mom and dad, as far as it goes. You can put it on your T-shirt, you can make a keychain, you can blow it up, you can shrink it down, do whatever you want to do with your own symbol, but you cannot either sell it or part from it. That is, if someone say, hey, I'll give you $10,000 for that symbol, and you sell it, I can give you 100 more tickets, 100 more symbols, but you can't ride. You see what I mean?
Yes.
Other than that, it's good wherever you go.
Here's another symbol email from Randy Babin.
Okay.
I guess he heard you do different sizes of the symbols. He wants to know, can you clear this up for him about the size of the symbols?
They're like, I believe, they're on a sheet of paper. They're like 6 inches across. 6 inches by 6 inches, the regular symbol that you will get. However, feel free to make it poster size if you want to. Just don't get rid of the original. Okay?
Thanks for those emails. People keep them coming. This is a call, Riley.
I have on occasion done greater sizes for people. If you want to email me at eron@rileymartin.com and make that request, leave a number and we'll talk. And also, people, keep a pencil and a pad with you when you're listening to the Riley Martin Show so you can write some of this stuff down and don't make me have to send Matt and Eron over there. Okay?
Here's Bill in California.
Hello, Bill.
Big Riley.
Hey, how are you?
Thanks to you. I just want to say, Riley, I really respect the way you stand up for yourself.
Oh.
You've been there, putting in your due, and all you're trying to get is a crumb.
Yeah.
This man is sitting in a diamond mine. He's got access to the heavens, and he don't want to touch you with a crumb.
Yeah.
I think that's crummy of him. I hope that he changes his tune in the new year and understands that you are showing him dedication. Just like the other clowns, he'll bring a stripper in the studio and give the broke down hoe $10,000.
Yeah.
For coming in and showing her breasts. And you've been 5 years doing your thing, trying to get better and expand who you are, and he don't want to give you $1.
Right. Well, I understand. I tell you truly, now I do like these kids, but like kids in life, they'll sometimes do unruly things, and I don't know the ways and meanings of his reasoning on this. Nonetheless, perhaps, who knows, maybe they will give me this slot every Monday night, and this would at least make it viable for me to, keep house and home over my head and, roof over my head and all this. But yes, you are correct. The man, I once said that I needed some work done on my jaw from an old injury. He could sit down right now and write a $40,000 check and wouldn't even pay the interest on his money for a couple of days. But no, he did not and probably never will. Nonetheless, God bless him. I still admire them and I thank him for the opportunity to at least get the hour. You know what I mean? So take care. Thanks, man.
Here's Brett in San Jose.
Hello, Brett in San Jose.
Hey, Riley, how's it going?
Okay, Brett.
So I had a question about when the mothership comes, the Biavians. When they take the people up, do they spend the rest of their days on the mothership, or do they take them to Biave, or?
Right. Now, see, Brett, that's why you got to get the book, man. They will take the people to Biave. By that time, things would have deteriorated so much on this planet until they don't believe that it will reaffirm itself for, say, 1,000 years, after which they will bring the people back, those who want to come. And the trip to Biave is about 4.5 years as we measure time at running at 100 times the speed of light, which means it's 450 light years from here in the Taurus constellation. But no, they would bring you back, and you would be roughly the same age you were when you left.
Oh, nice. And I got another quick question. Aren't the Biavians concerned that when they take human beings up, they're going to get all the shit that humans carry with them, like bigotry, disease, all that stuff?
Well, the reason we have bigotry and disease, the reason we have diseases is because we have not yet learned how to overcome them and what have you. The reason we have bigotry and things of this nature is because we fight over resources upon the earth. We think another man may get it before we do. Out there, it is more or less free from want of necessity and things of that nature. But I believe that given 2,000-3,000 years of life and living with other people in peace by peaceful means, that ultimately we would have a new human being, so to speak, and these things would more or less be forgotten, and we would all live as friends and brothers and sisters and things like that. This is what they're hoping. They know we are capable of doing it. There are societies, more or less what we call primitive societies, who have lived for many generations without killing one another and don't have a police force. You see what I mean? Mm-hmm.
All right, thanks for that call. Next call, this is Jack in Pennsylvania.
Hello. Excuse me. Hello, Jack in Pennsylvania.
Hello, Riley. Good to hear you in prime time.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of the show. I had a question about the Greys. You know, that stereotypical picture that people draw of the, you know, alien with the big black eyes and then, you know, the slit for mouths and things like that. Is that well, first off, what is the name of that species? So what alien breed is that?
I call them Targomans. Okay. That is basically a genetic admixture of reptilian crossbred with the human gene. They are a creation of the Targisians, who are the reptilians, and I believe they maintain subterranean bases on the planet Venus. So they are more or less drone-type aliens instead of geniuses. You see what I mean? Worker drones.
Is that a spacesuit, or is that actually their skin?
Well, no. Yeah. They do wear spacesuits, because sometimes they're in certain places they would have to put attachments to them and all that in order to breathe the atmosphere and all that. Also, to control the temperature, in as much as they are partially cold-blooded creatures. And say, for instance, if they hopped out now in Jersey in this wintertime, they wouldn't fare very well. So they have to have thermal suits and stuff like that. But it's more or less skin-type fabric. Okay?
But that actual picture, that stereotypical image, is their skin. That's not the actual suit.
Well, no, I don't think so. Though I've never seen one, had an opportunity to see one personally. I think they do have thermal suits that are skin tight. Whether it's the same color of their natural skin, I do not know. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, it has been said that is a suit. When you speak of faster than light speed travel, are you talking about the mothership itself, or are you talking about the X6? And which one of those ships makes that traverse?
Well, the Skyrakers, these are the big ship, big round ships, saucers. The X6 is capable of it, and there are other aliens who have ships that are capable of it. So is the mothership. Now, it would take her a longer span of time to attain light speed and jump beyond than, say, an X6.
Yes.
But once it jumps, then you got it going on.
Okay, here's Simon in Florida.
Hello, Simon in Florida.
Riley, how are you tonight?
Oh, okay, Simon.
Oh, such a pleasure to talk to you. I have your book. I even have a symbol.
Cool.
I have it ready with me.
Good, Simon. Good. Glad to have you aboard.
Oh, thank you. The Palavians. It's
Biavians.
King's birthday. And what are these guys doing having an African-American working tonight? I find it disgraceful, sir.
Oh, yeah, well, my goodness. They believe in the equality of all sentient beings and things of that nature. They are not able to interfere and alter man's destiny. Nonetheless, I'm sure that they are tuning in on this night, sir, to get the read on what's going down on this planet. And so, thank you for calling. Yeah, they're not prejudiced.
All right, thanks for that call.
I have a tweet here, Riley, from Infinite Impulse.
Okay.
He asks you, what's up with Kepler 22b? Did you know of it before us? This is the new planet that they discovered that might be in this habitable zone.
Yeah, well, there are, Matt, there are M-class planets ad infinitum out there. In fact, there are tens of millions, if not billions, of planets capable of life-bearing life. Not altogether, higher life all the time. In fact, more not than so. But there are many, many planets, and our astronomers will ultimately discover many, many other planets. They've already discovered some hundreds. They will discover others. Yes, there's life all across this universe. There are even humans out there. Yes, indeed.
Wow. Since you mentioned the Skyraker, could you describe what that is for people who are not familiar with your work? You talked about the Skyraker.
Right. Skyraker may be a skyrigger may be a ship that's anywhere from a quarter mile to 3.5 miles across. And I suspect now the skyrigger is also capable of dimensional warp. That is, people have went lost, say in the Bermuda Triangle, back during the time of Columbus or before. And I understand that in that dimensional zone, they do not age. Say, for instance, if he went missing in 1492, and they went back, they went into that dimensional zone, the skyrigger, and picked them up again. They would not bring them back here to our present time because they would offset the continuum. See what I mean? But they will take them to another habitable planet, peopled by sapiens, biped erectors, human beings. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so if that thing traverses dimensions, I would assume it's somewhat organic, the ship itself.
Oh, no, not really. If you can, like Nikola Tesla said, if you can find the right vibration, you can burn through steel, like as with the laser. You can bring a building down, bring the Empire State Building down with the right vibration. You can also jump the elemental dimensions because they exist. When you see the ghosties and all these type of things, they are in an alternate dimensions. There are many. Okay?
All right. Here's Scott in New York.
Hello, Scott in New York.
Riley, how you doing, man? First time caller, first time listener. I've heard you on Stern all these years, but real quick question for you. I'm a big fan of the show Ancient Aliens. Do you believe, I've never heard you on the show before, do you believe that the Mayans' prediction is correct, that in 2012 that the sky gods are coming back to us, or do you have a different theory?
Well, the sky gods, so to speak, are already here. They've never really left continually, for a great period of time. So the extraterrestrials are here in our skies like bumper cars. However, I believe that they were on to the factor that it is possible that at this time there will be a great migration from the earth, or that the earth itself will self-destruct. And we are getting close to being on the verge of that, as you can see. The missing thermonuclear material, the hatred, the wars, the bombs, things like that. So there's something to that. Let me go shout out here. Mike and Diane Voigt. Great Mike, the musician. Jamal and Luna Lawson out in Ogden, Salt Lake City. Michael Blundick Sr. and Jr. The lovely Jennifer Babcock in Chicopee, Mass, Florida, down in Florida. Dr. Robert Friedman, my orthosurgeon. Doctors April Smith and Merkel. Dr. Avalon in Sorrente. Dr. Rebecca Ziegler. The staff, Eddie, Amy, Joyce, Ann Yarbison, Nikki, Vicky, Miss Baldish, Jenny in Phillipsburg, New Jersey. Rob Weldon Jr. and his lovely mom, Joy, down in Griffith, Indiana. Norman Yee, Hunan Ra in Honolulu, Hawaii. Matt and Ben and Sheila Panther down in Dawsonville, Georgia. Ben and Sheila. Stick and Jenny Carter down in Mississippi on the road. Mary Cap and Joel Runyon out in Reseda, California. The young soldiers, James Bucalier, Master Gunner Anthony Mariscal, one's in Hawaii and the others from El Paso. The young Christian Mortenson and his lovely family out in Houston, Texas. Vince, Danielle Fornesi and Sandra Lynn, South San Francisco, California. Clifford and Helene Green down in Macon, Georgia. Steve, the Hitman, and Serena Altman in Jersey City, New Jersey. The great Floyd Kuchowski, Devonay, and Zach up in Kingsford, Michigan. Joe Costa and his daughter, lovely daughter Bailey, over in Ohio, Iowa. Stay with us. We shall return.
November 1953. An abduction. A little boy. An incredible universe. Call 888-STERN-101 with your questions, your experiences, your beliefs, your prophecies. Riley Martin. The Riley Martin Show on Howard 101.
You are on the verge of destroying the entire universe.
No 888-STERN-101 and make contact. The Riley Martin Show. Howard 101.
And we are back. Thanks for staying with us, people. We wish you well for the coming year. And we should all get together and work together and lay aside all of our differences and work together here. These people are really looking to deep six. Not only me, but you too. And we've got to get together and make this right and help this president out. That some of the programs he's trying to phase in. Because if these people get a hold to you, hey, I ain't going to be able to get no stuff to rub on my leg that's hurting. And your mom ain't going to get no pills and stuff like that. And they're going to deep six middle-class America. We can't let this happen. Look, you can go in any of the major stores right now, and I'll bet you'll be hard-pressed to find anything made in America anymore. And a lot of people say, oh, I'm afraid of the bomb and all that. So am I. However, I think that our next great 9/11 is going to be cyber incursion, electronics, and all of that. You see, our technology is moving faster than we are able to control it. And there are too many amateurish people without training handling these things and cannot block, all of the things that are happening from, say, China and various other places who are getting into the system that the Pentagon, the power systems that for our electricity and various other things like this. This is the danger that's facing us. They are losing more money from the banks than robbers have committed. They lost more from the banks through cyber electronics in the last year than robbers have with guns have committed in the last 20 years and things like that. So I'm telling you, that's one of the things that better start working on that and big time, as well as the power sources and the alternate fuel sources and things of that nature. Let's rebuild this country. We need another program to rebuild America. You see what I mean? Welcome back to the Riley Martin Show. Matt, did you have something you want to...
Yeah, this is something I want you to clear up, Riley.
Okay.
I want to ask you about the face on Mars. Is it actually a monument, or is this just a natural formation?
The Biavians believed that when human beings reached a tech level where they will be able to literally see the face on Mars, and it's a mile high, that we would be ready then to join the universal community, so to speak. They were wrong. We are not ready yet, because though we have reached a high level of technology and are able to see that face on Mars, we have not for a moment improved upon our psyche, our sociology, and our ability to try and work together with one another and things of that nature. But yes, there is a real face on Mars.
Do you think that we'll be able to land there in the next 20 years?
Well, no doubt we have the capability now of sending people to Mars and what have you. But as far as terraforming it and things of that nature, it won't happen, not in our lifetimes or the next generation's lifetimes, but providing we are still here. You see what I mean? But yes, we have sent probes to Mars, and it is possible to send living bodies to Mars now. They have the technology to do it.
So to answer all the conspiracy theories that say we've already been there, there's no way, right?
Yeah. No, I don't think we've been to Mars. I don't see why, they would claim things. We've sent probes past there. We have seen things on Mars, such as emplacement and things of this nature, that NASA has photos of that they do not wish to release to the public. The face on Mars was not deliberately leaked. It was done because of peripheral computer networks that works with them. Somebody there released it. It wasn't NASA per se itself. You understand? There are many, many things out there that they've seen that very well confirms life forms other than our own, but they are not ready to reveal it to humanity themselves. But we could hack it now. We could take it because Miss Jones in Iowa has done took pictures of them now. You know, why not? I believe that the world would change and that we would start thinking of greater things if we knew this for a fact and if they fessed up to it, Matt. Mm-hmm.
Great, thanks. Mm-hmm. Call the Space Cowboy with questions tonight, 888-STERN-101.
Right. And people, go ahead. Were you going to say something now?
Take you back to the calls when you're ready.
Oh, no. People, also, if you go, I'm talking about my original book, all will be autographed. If you get one, it will be autographed. And it's a keepsake. It's an heirloom. You can also get it by going to my Twitter account at Riley L. Martin, or type in www.thecomingoftan, like suntan, thecomingoftan.com. You can get it there, of course, and also you can get my book at Amazon Kindle, like that. And watch YouTube. We got a lot of footage on there of me before you ever heard of me, and things of that nature. Mm-hmm.
Here's Lewis in Boston.
Hello, Lewis in Boston. Is that one of the twins?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of the twins, Riley.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I'm here with my wife, Denise, and she wanted to say hi also. But we want to know about a family,
right.
How should I say, a family symbol, and I want to know, do they have like a pill about how should I say, about health? Because I am feeling a little bit under the weather, and I just need a little bit of help on that.
Well, good man. I don't think they will physically give you a pill, but I'll tell you this. I will beam on you as best I possibly can over this night, and you'll be okay in the morning, okay? I will actually beam on you. I will beam on you. And tell Denisha she is absolutely, positively beautiful.
Yeah. Say
hi.
Mm-hmm. Hi, Riley.
Hi, my darling. I saw your picture, like on the web, and I said, please get a symbol. I said, tell her if she got any money or not, get a symbol. Please. And twin.
Yeah, we will, Riley. We're just trying to get the right photo in with me and my son and Denisa, and
cool.
we're going to do that.
Beautiful.
And we do love you, and we listen to you all the time. So, how you doing, Iran?
Good. Good. Yeah, they're great. Beautiful. And sure, get it, man, because we need you aboard. Most definitely, twin.
Thanks. Here's Kevin in South Jersey.
Hello, Kevin.
Hey, Riley. How you doing?
Okay, Kev.
Good. I have to apologize, but a while back I did buy a symbol from you.
Mm-hmm.
I misplaced it somewhere when I moved. I moved into a house, and I can't find the friggin' thing anywhere.
Okay, Kev. If indeed you did not sell it or something, so okay, certainly. However, I can replace it. Not the same one, but it will be just as powerful and just as beautiful. Go to RileyMartin.com and get it again. I believe you. You are telling the truth, and I can replace that #1 symbol for you, okay?
Okay, well, I do appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Sure, no problem, man. For instance, if somebody, heavens forbid, should have a flood or a fire or something and lose their symbols, I can replace those symbols. If a rich man comes and buys, give me that Riley Martin symbol for $10,000 and the person sells it, even if they could get past me and I gave them another #1 symbol, it would not work. But if you lose it, fair and square, yes, I'll replace it, and it's in vogue. Mm-hmm.
Okay, is there a problem with selling other symbols that you may have other than 001 symbol?
No, if you get any symbol beyond 001, 00, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
yes,
can be designated to one human being because there are many aspects to your personality. But I would suggest that if you want to capitalize upon them for any reason, you have my blessings. You got to go beyond 7. Mm-hmm.
Got it. Okay, here's Mark in New York.
Hello, Mark in New York.
Hello, Riley. How are you?
Okay, Mark.
I'm a first-time caller. I have seen you on the Stern Show many times, and I think that you are a great guest, you and your wife.
Thanks.
And I just wanted to bring up a couple of topics. First off, you know, talking about Mars. I believe that we, as human beings, okay, have surfaced through the universe and have wound up on Earth from a past, from
right,
like what we're seeing now, signs of life, and you know, Mars
right
has stuff that looks like pyramids and whatnot, and that can be contrived as you know, that we've been to that planet before.
Well, I believe, I know for a fact, I have been convinced that the force of life itself is eternal, and that we have perhaps been on this journey. However, for some reason or the other, once we inhabit a new planet, then we have to go through the processes of coming to be again, to the extent we have to crawl from the waters again, and ultimately go back to the sky. But yes, the force of life itself is eternal. No religion in the world, not Christianity, Judaism, Muslim, Islam, or anything of that nature, says that life cannot be, or that God can kill life. It says He can punish life or reward life, but no scripture, nowhere, Christian Bible or nothing, ever says that life is not eternal. It is eternal in one form or the other. We were there when the Big Bang happened, good man. So you are correct on that.
All right. Now, the other thing that I would deeply believe in a deep spirituality of, say, mysticism, something of the unknown. Like some people will call it ghosts. Some people will call it an incident happened where a family member had died in my arms while I was trying to resuscitate them. And after that had happened, you know, EMS was on their way and everything, and I went to go get dressed. And as I'm thinking the exact thought, like, oh my God, that person is dead, the light bulb, you know, when I went to turn the light on, the exact same time, it just shatters and blows up. You know, like, showing signs.
Yes, life is eternal. There are disembodied spirits. My mother could see them. I could see them. Younger, not so much anymore, but I used to could. They are there. They don't die. They simply make the transition from one state of being to another, good man. You need to get my book is what you need to do. And it will help you with these things. But yes, they continue, good or bad, one way or the other, they must continue. You understand? I believe the good goes to the good, the bad goes to the bad. The cruel, the serial killers, the things of that nature, they don't get away with nothing. Over there, we don't do nothing to them over here. Not even the death sentence can match what's going to happen to them when they get their butts over there and everything. So, yes, ghosties do exist, yes.
All right, next call. This is Dane in Pittsburgh.
Hello, Dane in Pittsburgh.
Hey, Riley, what's up, my brother?
Not much, Dane.
You're getting into some good topics tonight, man.
Yeah. Well, we need to do this every week.
Yeah. Ghosts and UFOs, aliens, all that shit.
Yeah.
But I was calling about the hybrid breeding process and the actual purpose of it and your involvement in it.
What?
You said you procreated with aliens before, right?
They were hybrid women, yeah. That means the children would have been about 3/4 human.
I was just curious what their purpose was for...
Well, I suppose they have a reason for that. Now, and I also believe that humankind in general has the alien gene. When you read in, say, the scriptures where those sons of God looked upon the daughters of men and found them fair, took of them wives, their sons became of old great men of renown. Now, if you read the book of Genesis, from the house of Adam, some people lived 600, 700, 800, 900 years, and they knew what a year was, if they could build great edifices. and plot the stars. So it's been happening all the time, though not so great as it once was. You see what I mean? And get that book. Let me give a shout out here to Joe Costa. Oh, it's Everett Ellicott and his lovely mom Grace down the D.C. area. David Caspino out in Tarzana, California. Jacob Swerstock and the family up in Oakville, Ontario, Canada. The great Jim Borrett, North Wales, Pennsylvania. Thanks, Jim. Margaret Woodward and the family out in Ramona, California. Darrell Clark, Cliff and Macon, Georgia. Vincent Indriolo, and Mark Ventimiglia in Chicago, Illinois. They're engineers, great men. Lori Masso, Carl Walker, San Diego, California. Albert Colbert in Vesterburg, Pennsylvania. Jeffrey and Stacy Posen, Henderson, Nevada. Paul and Eric Farrar in Huntington Station, New York. Richard and his son Ryan Griffith in Austin, Texas. Thomas Breeze in Des Moines, Iowa. Henry Saito in Sun Valley, California. Henry, thanks, Henry. Chris Bramble and Jonathan Calderon in Sabrina Park, Maryland. Andrew Jones and Claudia Morgan, they work with horses. I used to, too. Woodland, Washington. Dan Weinstein and Karen Rogers in Holtville, New York. Jim, and also Bill, Amanda, and Ryan, and Tosh, and Amanda Tosh in Nantucket, Massachusetts. Stay with us. We shall return.
Riley Martin.
In 1950, northeastern Arkansas, I had seen lights above the river for 3 nights running.
Call 888-STERN-101 with your questions. The Riley Martin Show on Howard 101.
People of Earth, attention.
Howard 101. The Riley Martin Show. Call 888-STERN-101 and make contact from the world above, from the world beyond. The Riley Martin Show.
And welcome back to the Riley Martin Show. People, I love this prime time stuff.
Me too.
You guys should email SiriusXM and tell them to, make this a permanent thing. I would love to do this, really, because you're asking some good questions. And also, now remember, you can get the book at Amazon, Kindle, you can put it on your iPod, iPad, your Kindle, your computer, or whatever, and all that. And also, you can check my Twitter account with Riley L. Martin, and you can get the original book. We have come into them, The Coming of 10, also thecomingof10.com. We have come into them after many years. I didn't think I'd ever see them again, but we have them now, and each and every one you get will be autographed. Now, on Amazon, some people are asking for as much as $200. Check it out for these books, but of course it's not that much. It's just a regular book price. And so go there and get them while we have them. It is an heirloom, and you'll be glad you did. And when these hackers cut the whole country down and you're in the dark, when you light a lamp, you're going to need something to read. if it keeps going like it's going. I hope it does not. And welcome back to the Riley Martin Show. And talk to me, Matt.
Yeah, one special gem in the original edition is that you have a drawing of the Great Agamemnon, which is a story that I want to read it.
Yeah.
And I want to ask you, well, first off, what galaxy is he from? And other than him, have the Biavians ever made contact with any other beings from other galaxies?
I believe that they have. One group were a plasmic type group that one time we more or less touched bases with in the midst of hyperspace. And the Great Agamemnon is an octopi, a great octopi, probably about 50 foot long, tall, a big old thing. And he comes from Andromeda, which is the next galaxy over. It's about 30,000 times the size of the Milky Way galaxy. And he actually came through a black hole. And they are trying to back engineer the technology and keep him alive. And they're hoping to be able to find some type among our creatures in various different places, the octopi and all that, with his genetic spore, so that he can reproduce his race, which are all dead on his own planet. And it is a heart-rending story. But yes, he's a high-tech octopus, put it like that, and what have you. And so get the book, people. That's in the original. It's not in the Millennium Edition, but the drawing of him is in the original book.
What about transmissions galaxies to galaxy? Is there any kind of instrument, or do they just do it with telepathy? Have they ever done that?
Well, no. And telepathy, more or less, is not advisable beyond, say, a light year out in space. And since thought travels at only the speed of light, then it is slow poking through the galaxy and what have you. Nonetheless, I believe that from time to time, many of our scientists, such as Nikola Tesla, Einstein, and others, actually picked up on their concepts and things through these equations that came out of the ether and may have been sent 10,000 light years ago and things of that nature. So, yes, we do pick up things, but it's Tan would literally, if he were telepathically communicating with me, he would be above me outside the stratosphere here and what have you, because there's a time lag, even as it is, say, in broadcasting and things like that. You see
well, that's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
People, don't forget you can listen anytime online. Just go to Sirius XM and click on the Listen Online tab.
Right.
All right. Back to the calls. Here's Lexi in Boston.
Hello, Lexi in Boston.
Hey, what's up? This is actually the other half of the twins, Roddy. How you doing?
Hey, twin. How you doing, twin?
What's up, guys? Hey, quick question. Hey, Roddy, I drive truck for a living. I'm on 95 from here to New Jersey once every day. Oh, well, a couple of times a week. But, you know, my truck's frozen now, and I haven't been able to make any money lately and stuff. And I was wondering, like, would I be able to, what weather like up there in Biavian? So, I mean, I don't want my truck to be, you know, fucked up. I want to be able to work up there and shit. You know what I'm saying, Riley?
Right. Well, they'll give you a machine kit, and the weather won't bother you. But the weather is a little more temperate than it is here. For instance, their equatorial area is much wider than it is on Earth, and they would give you an anti-grav mover, what have you, 18-wheeler, though it won't have any wheels. That's for you to tool along and deliver stuff all over the provinces and stuff like that, and you won't have no trouble with it starting. Okay?
All right.
Thanks, twin.
Thanks, twin. Next call. This is Pete in Ohio.
Hello, Pete in Ohio.
Hey, Riley, thank you for taking my call, and it's about time they get you an extra show. Jesus.
Oh, man, well, they're doing this one time, Pete. They have not promised to do it every week, but I wish they would.
Oh, I don't know why they don't. Like you said, they have all the other BS on.
Yeah.
Hey, I was wondering, with your bare-knuckle fighting background, do you follow the UFC or boxing or anything like that?
No, Iran follows all kinds of sports. I do.
Especially boxing.
Yeah. And he loves boxing. I do not follow boxing. I don't want to see it myself. Yeah. Now, forgive me for that, but
no, that's
but I just there are too many bad memories and what have you.
I see.
You see what I'm talking about? Because when we were doing it, it was actually illegal. You know, the way we were doing it. And
you did the underground fighting, didn't you?
Yeah, underground fighting, and it was raw and deadly and bloody. And so I don't even watch boxing anymore myself.
No, I understand that.
Right. I empathize with them, the kids, but I don't what Iran does, though.
Yeah. And I just thought with your background and everything, I didn't know if anybody ever approached you to train them or...
well, yeah, I did. I did train one or two guys
cool.
during my lifetime many years ago, and what have you. And I think I speak of that in the book, or do I not?
I believe so.
Yeah, sure.
A little bit.
Sir, yeah, sir, get my book.
Oh, definitely, Riley. It's good to hear you again, buddy. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and our love to you and your lovely family for the year.
Thank you. Thank you, Riley. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir.
With your makeup, I surmise you would probably be a good quarterback in football. All right, here's Alexander in Florida.
Hello, Alex in Florida. Alexander.
Oh, hello, Riley. Thank you for taking my call.
Okay.
I'm calling, and I appreciate all you're doing. Hey, in my line of work, Riley, I go to many cemeteries and funeral homes on a daily basis, And I've just lately seen the last surname, Biavian, on quite a few memorials, bronze memorials to be specific, throughout the southeastern region here in the United States. And I'm just wondering, are there any deceased Biavians here on Earth, or is it just a coincidence?
Well, no. Well, actually, there are some deceased Biavians. They fell at Roswell, and there were at least 3 bodies. 2 of them were dead upon landing, and there was another that stayed alive for a short period of time. But now I don't know if they buried them down there. I would think that they would not have buried them at all, and what have you. But they have been here, and they have had some of the bodies, yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right. Thanks for that call. Here's Carl in Pennsylvania.
Hello, Carl in Pennsylvania. Carl?
Good to have you on a prime time.
Yeah, it would be nice, wouldn't it? So if I could get it permanent.
Hey, can I fuck your wife in the ass?
Well, no, I don't think she would let you do that. You understand? And I'd have to, kill you. People, Daniel and Gerald Conrad, Amsterdam, Mass., Cheryl Patry, and the lovely Cheryl Patry, and the lovely Cheryl Talbot out in Los Angeles, California. Mercy Solis, and Herbert Michael in West Covina, California. Michael and Julia Conner, Chesterton, Maryland. Marva McKenzie, South Miami, Florida. Matthew and William Warburton in Greenwich, Connecticut. Joseph, Caroline, and Carol Paisanario in Largo, Florida. Michael Owens and Kate and Sam in Uniontown, Ohio. Jeff and Patty Knutson out in Reno, Nevada. U.F. Otis and Tammy Best out in Richfield, Utah. Rich and Carolyn Horowitz, the Avatar. Rich, Horowitz, and Karen in Matawan, New Jersey. Go to RileyMartin.com. Get the books and the symbols and what have you. Also, go to the Amazon, get the Kindle book. And you can also say www.thecoming10.com, or you can go to my Twitter account and say Riley L. Martin and all that. And, check us out on YouTube, too.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. We love you. Thanks for staying with us tonight. Yes, indeed. And take care. Best wishes to all of you good people out there. Let us have a good year. Vote the right way. We're out here.
From the world above, from the world beyond. Riley Martin, The Riley Martin Show on Howard 101. From the world above, across the gulf of space, minds immeasurably superior to ours. From the world beyond, regard this earth with envious eyes. Howard 101 brings you envious eyes. Riley Martin.
In 1953 in northeastern Arkansas, I had seen lights above the river for 3 nights running.
Call 888-STERN-101 with your questions. The Riley Martin Show on Howard 101.
Hello, listeners. Welcome to the Riley Martin Show. Today is January 17, 2012. Welcome to the Riley Martin Show. We're glad you're here. Now, as you can see, things are quickly deteriorating and whatever. I mean, you have to gag me with a spoon every time I look at the political situation here. Anyway, back in the studio tonight, the one and only, the great man with the plan. He's easy and pleasy to the girls. He's not queasy. And he's a matter-of-fact guy that does not lie. I speak of course, of the great 00 Al Aragon. And shout out to the lovely Michelle. Here in the home studio tonight, once again, we have the pleasure of welcoming in the short man with the big plan, I speak of the greatest of the world, one of the world's greatest technicians. Dare I call his name? Matt Little Nicky Scarfo, Nicosia. And shout out to the lovely Angela. Angela, he's looking good. You're taking good care of him. Thank you, and I love you too. And, of course, up from out of Atlanta, Georgia, and where things happen at times beneath a quantum window. They say one day a light came out of the sky, and the next thing you know, a pickup truck was doozing down the road about 3 feet off the ground. I speak of none other than my white son, Matt Panther. He's here tonight with us, too.
2 days in a row, right?
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And I'm glad about that, too. And I hope they do it every week. That would be nice. And, of course, by my side, as usual, is the one and only. He's never lonely. The man with class. And, and he's coming through the Shaker Pass. I speak of none other than the great Eric Eron Macaulay.
We might have to leave the planet.
Yes, indeed, because it's getting flaky down here.
I hope not, though.
Well, I hope not, too. Nonetheless, be prepared. People, listen, I told you to get a pencil, didn't I? Anytime you're going to listen to the Roddy Martin Show, you can go to Amazon and get the Kindle book. You can put it on your YouTube, iTunes, and computer and all that type of stuff. You can Twitter me, too, at Riley L. Martin. People, I have come into a goodly inventory of the original The Coming of Tan books. And you can now get them by going to thecomingoftan, T-A-N, like suntan.com, thecomingoftan.com, and they will be autographed. It is an heirloom. It is a keeper. I guarantee you that. You can also go to get the Millennium Edition and the original edition autographed at RileyMartin.com and get your symbols. People, get your symbols. I've been talking to you for many years, and many of the things I've said have come to pass. And my goodness, humor me. If I am right, and I say that I am, then you definitely don't want to get caught without your symbol and everything. We live in a diverse world now, and so many things are possible. And we don't have a lot of time to keep on doing the way that the world is doing. So go there to RileyMartin.com and get your symbols. And we love you now. Eron, talk to me.
People, go ahead and call the Space Cowboy with questions tonight, 888-STERN-101. You can also email us those questions at RileyMartin@SiriusXM.com. You can email us at Eron@RileyMartin.com. Okay, we have callers, questions, and all of that. Do you have anything else to say, or do you want to get to these?
One thing I wanted to say was I was observing on TV, sometimes I watch it and I don't watch it. It's just on to keep me company or something. And I saw this lovely lady. She was advertising something. Her name is Jennifer Hudson, I believe. Jennifer Hudson.
Yeah.
And
the singer.
The singer. Yes, I call her the walking Stradivarius. You know what I mean? I'd love to do her symbol. Contact me, Jennifer, at RileyMartin.com.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, now go ahead, Eron.
Okay, I have a question here, and then we're going to go to these calls, and Matthew has some stuff over there, too, as well. Mm-hmm. But I want to know, do you know anything about the possibility or even the actuality of any of our airplanes or helicopters or even space shuttles being actually shot down by any of these extraterrestrials?
Over time, there have been some incidents. I know of several incidents that has come out in recent years that over Russia, because Russia, just like America and some other countries, China, have been trying to shoot down the spaceships and what have you, and ended up getting shot down themselves, or not necessarily shot down, but their planes' electronic systems shut down and they have to bail out or what have you. And one time in America, a man lost his life chasing a UFO and what have you. So, yes, it does happen, but the UFOs generally, their task is evasion instead of confrontation. You see what I mean?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then I want to get this email question in before I go to the calls because I promised this person I would, and this is from Christian Mortensen.
The great Christian Mortensen.
Okay, I'm going to try to paraphrase this. He says that you may be familiar with the Men in Black, of course. He says these are mysterious strangers, and they interact with individuals who have recently experienced a UFO sighting, etc. He said that they're known to intimidate people. And he said he had an actual experience with them. They approached him and his brother in the backyard last year after he saw some lights in Kentucky. He says he never will forget this experience. It really happened to him. Can you help him to understand what happened that night?
Well, over the years, there are ringers that are sent in. And like when I was taken up, and returned at 7 years of age, Christensen, down in Arkansas. Of course, there were military people all over the place, but later, my father was accosted by two gentlemen dressed in black suits, wearing shades, and they were asking him questions. He did not give it away. A few days later, he saw the car coming, and they returned, and they got out of the car. My father stepped out on the porch and said, boy, I'm doing a little target shooting, and then turned around and shot 3 bottles that he had set up way across out over there. And the gentleman stopped in their tracks, turned around, got back in the car and left. Yeah, they are now. Are they human? I do not know. But they do like to check on various people for various reasons. For instance, it could be a matter of genetics that they wanted to come and check with you guys. Also, to get your impressions, that you receive telepathic communications and things of that nature that they could pick your brain for and all of this. They don't do this so much anymore as they used to do back during the 40s and 50s and 60s like that. But yes, they do exist. And they may be black op agents or something of that nature, or they may indeed have been sent by people in the sky. But I'm glad you're safe, my son. And give my love to the family.
All right, there you go, Christian. Thanks for that email. Keep them coming. Okay, here's the, let's take a call. This is JP in Washington State.
Hello, JP, Washington State.
Riley, how's it going? Eron, what's up, man?
You got it.
I'm glad you guys are straight tonight. Hey, Riley, I hit you up on Twitter this morning with that link to those videos that were had the sounds coming off the sky. And
yes.
Yeah, no UFOs were seen, no spaceships, none of that. But it happened in multiple cities in multiple countries, and it seems like it just happened recently within the last, since the new year.
Right. Right.
I appreciate you getting back to me, but I wanted to hear what your thoughts were.
Okay, there has been a great upgrade in flyovers and visitations in this year because this is a very, very poignant year in the history of time and man and its continuum. Now, simply because they've been doing it all the time. However, it's more so now. Now, we have now the ability to tune in to frequencies that we did not back in the earlier days. And therefore, when a ship comes over, it exudes a shield and an electromagnetic vibration. I can even tell by the fineness of the vibration what kind of ship it is, whether it's a Toxicium, a Neptunian, or a Biavian ship and all this. So they're possibly not necessarily, they're not getting transmissions. They are simply getting the feedback off of the vibrations of the ships going over. And that's probably what you're hearing because I listened to what you sent me, and I believe that is so. Good man. Okay?
Yeah, I've got a ton of tweets here for you tonight, Robert. This is from TX Oil Engineer. This is your boy Jeff down in Texas.
Okay.
He's got 2 questions. The first one is, what do you think the influence of an alien visit would be on the world's religions?
If people, I think the people on the earth now are ready to handle it inasmuch as we have seen millions of feet of footage, photographs, landing sites, on the grounds and all of this type of stuff, circles on the ground, and all this. People are ready for it now. Now, inasmuch as religion. Okay, now, if people, I didn't start really reading the Bible literally and deciphering it until I had these experiences, and I found out that these ancient people have been speaking of visitations from people from the sky. They would call them, Nephilim, and various other things down through history. And so we do not have to abandon any type of religion that we have. Even they have a concept of religion, the Biavians. And then we would understand better. And I believe that we could handle it now. However, just as things evolved, humanity evolved, physiology evolves, times evolve, ultimately people would, to a great extent, refine and encompass more than just the earth itself in God's plan. See what I mean?
Yeah, it is about time we grow up philosophically.
Yeah.
His second question is, what do you think about Eric von Däniken?
Eric von Däniken, I've read some of his works, and he is dead on a lot of it. In fact, he opened the floodgate for people to open their minds and began to reason and think about the probability of what's been going down since time immemorial. And so his work is well worth reading. In fact, anyone, you should read The Coming of Tan, and you should read Eric von Däniken's also, because it's a great work. Now, there are some things that I'm at odds with. However, he is dead on about many things. Mm-hmm.
Thanks for those questions, Jeff.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff.
Okay, here's Alfred in New Jersey.
Hello, Alfred in New Jersey. Alfred?
Hey, how are you?
Okay, Alfred.
It was great seeing you on the Howard Stern show with your wife, Joy, last week.
Oh, cool.
I was seeing you guys. I didn't know she was a teacher. That's pretty cool.
Yes, I had a hard time getting her to go in, too, man.
That's cool. Did she teach Iran how to be a cocksucker?
Well, no, but you're learning something about that, son, and carry on, but, don't come over through this way.
Yeah.
Don't get caught in this part of Jersey, okay?
Riley.
And don't make people hate you. Don't make people hate you, because if you make people hate you, you will feel that hatred coming through the ether. In fact, I will show you of what you can feel, son, before sunrise, okay?
Get him out of here.
Yeah.
I have one more question.
Yeah.
I have one more question.
Hey,
get him out of here, please. All right, next call. Can we go to the next call?
Yeah.
All right, this will be Dan in Houston.
Dan in Houston.
How you doing tonight, guys?
Okay, Dan.
Good.
Man, that last caller was an asshole, but I actually got a real question. The aliens, do they practice individuality, or they all pretty much march to the same beat of the drum, you know what I mean?
Right.
Say with one guy, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just going to throw it out there, like you in a family. Like, a brother may listen to country music, the other guy may listen to rap music. Are they like individuals?
Yeah.
As far as how they go about their living? Are they all pretty much straight-laced and go to the same beat of the drum?
Well, no, they do march to more or less a certain beat as far as protocol and stuff like that is concerned, but each and every one I met had their own distinct personality. Like Tan, he liked to joke sometime. Nella was loving, like in the female sense, and things like that. And others had their own personalities, maybe be a little flippant or what have you. But yes, they do have distinct personalities. Mm-hmm. Hey, thanks for the call.
All right, here is Keith in Canada.
Hello, Keith in Canada.
I'm Salajuan, Riley.
I'm Salajuan, Keith.
My question is, Earth is 365 days for 1 year, and one Martian year is equivalent to 2 Earth years. I'm just wondering what the ratio is with Biavia to Earth with 1 year compared to what theirs might be, and what type of seasons do they have on Biavia? I'll hang up and listen to your call. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Now, BRV is situated further from their sun, but their sun is larger than ours. They have 2 moons. Each day it is about, now if you go around the equator of the Earth, it is about 24 to 25,000 miles, and it revolves at 1,000 miles an hour. You walk around the equator of BRV is about 20,000 miles, coupled with the distance from the sun and the size of the planet and the revolutions of the planet. Each day is about 20 hours long, and each year, it is, I haven't computed it, but each year is many of our years, probably about 49 years or something of that nature, to go around, to make a circuit around the sun. Nonetheless, they have broken that up into calendar segments and what have you. But each day is 20. The equatorial area is wider than ours, so the climate is more temperate. The poles are smaller, and what have you. And so, essentially, on BRV, you can pretty much grow crops and stuff like that year-round and things like that. Yeah, I got to compute that and get that straight. I knew it one time.
Okay, thanks for that call.
Thanks, that was good.
And that question, Keith. Okay, these extraterrestrials, you say they don't necessarily have to die individually, and I want to know how many of them actually decide to die annually, approximately, would you say?
Well, now, that I cannot tell you. However, I made a misstatement when I said he told me death is not necessary.
Yeah.
But he meant it in the sense that you can live physiologically for tens of thousands of years, really. And beyond there, you go to another dimension, so life is eternal, so to speak. You don't understand, as it is with you or me or any other living creature. But Piavians do decide that, I have lived long enough and I grow weary of life, and they will go on and do a euthanasia type thing, and there's a process of doing that, and it's in the book.
Yes. All right. Here is Mark in New York.
Hello, Mark in New York.
Oh, Mr. Martin.
How are you?
Good, and you, sir?
Okay.
I am a huge fan of Hank Williams. I was wondering if the Biavians took respect in their artists like we do with Hank.
Definitely. When I was aboard that great mothership, me and Question did some songs. We did some Stevie Wonder, some B.B. King. We did some Johnny Cash. We did some Willie Nelson. And, of course, and when I was growing up, I loved Hank Williams. And so they would have an archive of all of his songs. If you were aboard that mothership, you could get him even holographically to do some music for you right there in living color. Yeah, they have everything that we've ever done. Sure do. And I'm sure they love him, too.
All right.
Thanks for the call.
Here's Mike in Brooklyn, Riley.
Hello, Mike in Brooklyn.
Hi, Riley. Oquatension 1. How are you?
Oquatension 1, Mike.
I bought and I've purchased a lot of stuff from the website. I have a couple symbols.
Okay.
I have a mug. Yeah, I have one of the piss jugs from when you used to sell those.
Right. That we don't have many more, but boy, people, that's an heirloom.
You got the bobblehead too?
I'm sorry?
Do you have the bobblehead too?
Oh, I got the bobblehead.
No kidding. I can't even find a bobblehead anymore.
I'm a big fan of all of them, but I was wondering how many tchotchkes do I have to get before I can fuck your wife? And
I'll tell you, kid, you ain't gonna never in life get to that point. Stick with lower animals than your sister, okay?
Go get a life.
Yeah. Shout out to the great Ham Shin out in Santa Clara, California, a great cartoonist. Does cartoons of me. Rich and Karen Horowitz, the avatar over in Mattawan, the teacher over in Mattawan, New Jersey. UF Otis and Tammy Betts. Jeff and Patty Knudsen out in Reno, Nevada. Michael Owens, Kate and Sam in Uniontown, Ohio. Joseph Carolan and Karen Paisanello in Lago, Florida. Matthew and William Warburton in Greenwich, Connecticut. Marva McKenzie in South Miami, Florida. Michael and Julie Cornair, Chestertown, Maryland. Mercy Solis and Michael. And Michael in West Covina, California. Cheryl Patry and the lovely Cheryl Talbot out in Los Angeles, California. Daniel and Gerald Conrad in Amesbury, Mass. Veal, Amanda Tosh, Nantucket, Massachusetts, and Ryan, Dan Weinstein, and Karen Rogers up in Holtzville, New York, Andrew Jones, and Claudia Morgan in Woodland, Washington. They do horses. Chris Bramble, Jonathan Calderon, and Severna Park, Maryland. Stay with us. We'll be back.
November 1953. An abduction. A little boy. An incredible universe. Call 888-STERN-101 with your questions, your experiences, your beliefs, your prophecies. Riley Martin. The Riley Martin Show on Howard 101.
You are on the verge of destroying the entire universe.
Call 888-STERN-101 and make contact. The Riley Martin Show. Howard 101.
And we are back. People, I asked you to get a pencil. I hope you got it. Go to Amazon and get the Kindle, a book. Check out my YouTube. On YouTube, there's a lot of footage there. You can Twitter me at Riley L. Martin. I now have a long-lost inventory of the Coming of Tan original. And they'll all be signed if you get them. Go to thecomingoftan.com. And, of course, go to the big site, RileyMartin.com, and get your books and get your symbols and what have you there. Check on the store and all that. And, we love you and all that. We really do, because we got to try to bring some love to the world, even as these people are trying to reinstitute hatred among us and all of this, even while they still us blind. Now, the GOP politicians will tell you they might as well say what they mean, which is, hey, look, yes, I'm going to rob you blind. Yes, I'm going to ship all your jobs overseas. Yes, I'm going to make you all a 15th century serf society. Yes, we are going to make sure your mama don't get no pills. If she gets sick, we're going to let her die and all of that. You ain't going to get no health care and all of that. But I hate Negroes and Mexicans and Arabs and all that type of stuff, so vote for me. And that's what they're telling you. And don't you fall for it, people.
It's sad, but
yeah,
true.
It's sad, but true.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Matt, you had something?
Yeah, coming back to a question you answered earlier.
Uh-huh.
I understand that the Biavians and the other ones share, or they express individual personalities, but what about the Screed? Do they have like a hive mentality, sort of?
Yes, indeed. Screed are, no matter the level of their technology, they are still insectilians. In fact, they breed to order. That is, the enforcers, the workers, and the nursery guys, and all of this type of stuff, the pilots and all that. Each and every Screed does not do everything like the Biavians probably could do. They are bred to order, and they do have a system of communication that does not require electronics if they're in short proximity to each other. Therefore, if one gets jumped all the way across the ship, the rest will know it and all that. And this is a thing that happens in nature, such as with honeybees, ants, and things like that. You see what I mean?
Now, do they have a queen like bees?
Hey, what now?
Do they have a queen?
Oh, yes. Apparently, they are insects, and I suspect, though I've not hung out with them, I suspect that they do have a queen that breeds to order. And I found out also that they seem to have absolutely no fear of death. They are the only species aboard that great mothership who can actually mine the minerals and things on Saturn proper with all the terrible gases, the arsenic, the gases, and the carbon gases and things like this. They can get down there. And when they do this, it always kills many thousands of them, but they don't mind. They don't seem to mind. They have no fear, and they are able to get in there and get what they need. That whatever it might be, precious metals, gases, things of that nature.
Fascinating. Yeah. So have those Screed actually had a war of their own?
The Screed did back during the Targ Wars. The Screed, the Targs, more or less, as a side order, jumped the Screeds also and killed them by the tens of millions. And ultimately, the Screed did join in with the Biavians, the Dorians, and the Neptunians and all that to take the Targs down at that time. So they do have technology of the generation of electrical weapons and things of this nature. Mm-hmm.
All right, back to the calls. Here's Mark in Los Angeles.
Hello, Mark in Los Angeles.
Are you there, Mark? All right, let's go. Here's John in Arizona.
Hello, John in Arizona.
Hey, well, it's very good to talk to you, sir.
Oh, thank you, John. It's my pleasure.
Sir, I've got a question here in regard to the Anasazis of the past, the Anasazi Indians.
Yeah,
Southwest. They're very advanced people, and, there's all kinds of, I don't want to say myths, but there's all kinds of opinions of how they disappeared. Could alien abduction be one of them?
Possibly so. There have been, down through history, a number of indigenous groups of people in various different places who have literally disappeared from the face of the planet. Quite so. And so this is not far-fetched, because apparently in their history and in their tales and in their, in their writings and all of this, they do have a more or less an intimate contact, with people from the sky. Mm-hmm.
Okay, one last thing, being in Arizona, I know you've talked about it before, but what's your take on it's a big question here in Phoenix, the lights in the sky back in, 10 years ago.
That I had drawn 25 years ago. I drew a prototype of that ship. It's a big V-wing ship, looks like a boomerang. That is a Targisian, a reptilian ship. Now, the lights you saw leaving the wings and returning to the wings were smaller ships that socks in under the wings. I saw one take off from the mothership one time. And so, yes, that is the Targisian ship. And it's about, something like maybe a quarter to a half mile across. Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm going to have to get one of your books. It's real interesting. Thank you for your time, sir.
Sure. Take care. Go to RileyMartin.com and get the book. It will reveal a great deal of things to you.
Thanks for that call.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, with respect to those lights in that ship in Phoenix,
right.
I know it was not feasible. However, is it true that we have weaponry here that could knock that out?
It is possible we have weapons here to knock it out. However, I think the military has learned over the years to leave them reptiles alone in the sky and what have you, because that was one of the flagships, and had they started something with them, Phoenix and everything else might not be there now. So the military has gotten to the point where they've learned something about their lesson about messing with them, and so they let them go on about their business.
Yes. Call the Space Cowboy with questions tonight at 888-STERN-101. Okay, here is Mustard and Rye, Riley, in Washington State.
Hello, Mustard and Rye.
Hi, Riley. It's so
Hi.
nice to talk with you.
Oh, my pleasure, dear.
I got a couple questions, and I wanted to comment also. It was really lovely seeing your wife and yourself on the Howard TV. It was awesome.
Thanks.
And I live not too far from Trout Lake, Washington, and there's a place called Gillen's Ranch out there, and I don't know if you've ever heard of it, but it's famous for seeing, like, specific lights in the sky that nobody can figure out what they are.
Right. Yes, my dear. For one thing, up around that area, there is a quantum window where ships enter and come out of, and come out and go back into. Also, you will see ships in that area because that is one of the repositories of spent nuclear waste and things of this nature over close to Hanover, where they ultimately, built the bomb and all this type of stuff. And so they are keeping tabs on that also, taking samples of the water, the soil, and the animals and things of this nature to keep tabs on that. So you will see them more or less on a kind of a regular basis popping in and out up there. That's the reason for that. Mm-hmm.
Wow, and that's really weird that you say that, because for 6 years I was a state forester, and that was the whole area up there just below the Gifford Pinchot. I put up state timber sales, and there would be times in the woods where, we would think that one of our coworkers was coming up, or a bear or something like that,
right?
But we wouldn't see anything at all.
Right.
It's very creepy.
Right, they are scanning the area, my dear, and they're checking it for various different things and keeping tabs on, the ecology and all of that. Yes, indeed.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, my dear, and get my book, darling. Go to RileyMartin.com. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I just got an email from Chris from Arizona. He's trying to get in. He just says hello. He can't get on, but he's trying.
Okay, Chris. Shout out to you and your lovely family. We love you, Chris. We're with you.
Turtle in West Virginia, Riley.
Hello, Turtle in West Virginia.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm at a truck stop here in West Virginia.
Okay.
I was told if I call this number, some bitch named Joy will suck my dick.
No, but I tell you what. If you get out of the truck and walk over there, there's a dude over there named Bubba will kick your ass, and you can suck his dick. Okay?
Be honest, man. Don't you think some people should be beat to death? All right, here's Alan in Texas, Riley.
Hey, Alan in Texas.
Hey, Riley, good to talk to you. Happy belated MLK Day to you both.
Yeah,
thanks.
You're welcome. And I'm down here in Texas. The lights are crazy down here. Last week, I saw 3 points of light. They're about a mile long, in circumference, a triangle. Looks like a mouse is controlling them, and they're jumping all over the sky, and I couldn't believe it.
Right.
Is that back engineer craft? I mean, what is that?
Right. If it's the wedgie, the triangle, it's probably a Neptunian ship or probe that's in that area. Now, Neptunians are water people. I would warrant that where you saw it at was close to a large body of water and things of that nature. And so they are there. They even go so far as to take nutrients from the waters and things like this, such as fish and all that. But that's probably their handiwork. You know what I mean? They don't always have manned ships over the area, but they will have other ships that's flashing now. If they flash in different colors, they're burning the atmosphere. That, for instance, in the air, our atmosphere is dirty, and so they may be burning the lead particles, the gold particles, iron particles. You see what I'm talking about, like that, in the air.
I also saw one. I've been seeing the same ones. They look like penguins, like they're from a cartoon. And I'm serious. They look like penguins, and they're shifting. I don't know what the heck it is, but it's the same shapes I see every week or so.
Right.
After 2 a.m.
Now, what their reason is, good man, for being there, I cannot tell you. But if it's a wedgie, it's probably a Neptunian ship, water people.
And Riley, another question. What do you think the aliens think about 9/11?
9/11. Well, there's a lot of conjecture about that. In fact, a good friend of mine, Curtis Cooperman, was over today, and he has a great theory that has been proposed by various other people, that it has something to do with a Tesla technology that our government has perfected and all of this type of stuff. I don't necessarily believe that, because I don't think that we yet have that refined technology and all of this. But I'm still working on it, good man, and I don't want to conjecture just yet.
Yeah, I hear you.
About, the reason, but I'm working on that equation, okay?
Good to talk to you, Riley, and take it easy, guys.
Sure, take care, good man.
Thank you. Call us back. Okay, John O. from Westerville, Ohio.
Hello.
He simply wants to know, he's asking a question here. Email. He wants to know if and how a symbol protects a household.
Well, a symbol is made, a configuration that is geared into your and your loved ones, immediate loved ones, vibrations. I do not do negative, so it brings positive vibrations in the house and drives out any negative vibrations. I believe that it also keys into the beta waves of the mind to open the mind and bring out many attributes and greatness that people possess that they don't use, or maybe not even aware that they use, and I think it brings good fortune. And last but not least, it is also, should the time come when we have to get airlifted out of here, it is your ticket, and it is one of a kind. Nobody else on earth has your symbol. Mm-hmm.
All right, here's Joe in Dallas.
Hello, Joe in Dallas.
Hey, Riley, how's it going?
Okay, Joe.
Hey, man, I spoke with you a while, around 2 years ago. I have some questions for you.
Mm-hmm.
One of them is I was watching on the Discovery Channel the other day, and they were showing a plasma thing, and how they put this little tube, and how plasma can block radar waves.
Right.
And when they showed the tube, it glowed. Like the tube would glow, and they'd put a radar through, and radar didn't go through. Could that be a reason why people can see glowing lights over Area 51?
Well, possibly so. They do have blockers. The blockers that absorbs instead.
Exactly what they said, that it absorbed it, and they showed this glowing. They shot the radar waves. So I was thinking that maybe these things that people see are as flying discs, or
right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, certainly the ships have this type of ability. In actuality, the ship literally eats the radar waves and uses it more or less as a propulsion. I'm talking about to add with the rest of the stuff they're eating to agitate the hydrogen atoms in the fusion core and all that. So yeah, they absorb it. But
they weren't saying. They just said that it absorbed the energy wave, so it wouldn't be rebounded back. You have to watch the Discovery Channel.
Sometimes, yeah, sometimes.
It's on there. They have watched the shows. It was on the 12th or 13th of this month, I believe. They showed it.
Well, I didn't see it at the time, but I'm aware of the principle. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and they were showing that, and they were saying that could be a possible reason why people can see the stuff is that they somehow the people learn that. So, and the second thing is, I talked to you 2 years ago about a cookbook.
Right.
The recipes for, the food that you would eat when you're on these spaceships. And I said I would help you fund a restaurant for this stuff, and you never got back to me.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, we have some things in works now that does not necessarily involve a restaurant, but that is a good idea. Eron has been I've been teaching him a lot of my recipes too, and Eron has been telling me for years that, hey man, if you open a restaurant and serve this food, man, you get rich and what have you. So that is an idea. Ultimately, if Stern refuses to give me a little extra time, I hope he does. Like they ought to phase in, give me Mondays all the time. And then I could live, and I still will put my restaurant on hold. But that's a good idea, good man. Contact me at eron@RileyMartin.com, ERON, eron@RileyMartin.com, and we'll discuss it.
Yeah, for some reason I do not recall that. Okay, right. Next call. This is Toast in Chicago.
What's going on, Riley?
Hey, how are you, Toast?
Not too bad, brother. Hey, quick question for you. I was just kind of curious. What's the Biavians eating, habits? I mean, is it are they herbivores? Are they
right? Oh yeah, the Biavians are strict vegetarians. Now they do not eat solids. They render it down into a liquid, and they'll take a little sip of that liquid, and it's a nutrient for them. However, if you were on the ship, they would give you whatever you wanted. I had steak, I had bacon, I had eggs, I had hash browns, and things like that. And but it's made out of vegetable matter. But I could not tell that it was not meat. You understand? But yeah, they are vegetarian. Mm-hmm.
Well, then that throws out your wife's Billy pussy.
Yeah, yeah. Well, whatever. People, let me give a shout out to Mike and Diane Boyd. Jamal and Luda Lawson out in Salt Lake City, Utah. I love you, kids. The great Mike Blundick Sr. and Jr., and the lovely Jennifer Babcock up in Chicopee, Mass., and down in Florida. Dr. Robert Friedman, my orthosurgeon, Doctors April Smith, Ann Merkel, Avalone, Sarante, and Dr. Rebecca Ziegler. And the staff, Ellie, Amy, Joyce, Ann Yarberson, Vicky, Miss Ballish, Jenna in Phillipsburg, New Jersey, Rob Weldon Jr. and his lovely mom, Joy, down in Griffith, Indiana, Norman Yee, Hunan Ra in Honolulu, Hawaii, Ben and Sheila Planter down in Dawsonville, Georgia, mom and dad of my son, Matt. Stick and Jenny Carter down in Mississippi and on the road, Mary Cap and Joel Runyon out of Reseda, California, hitting the road. The soldiers, James Bucaleer, and he's in Hawaii, and Master Gunner Anthony Mariscal, he's over like in Afghanistan, out of El Paso. Christian Mortensen, the young man, brilliant questions, from Houston, Texas, and his lovely family. Vince Danielle Fornesi, and her mom, Sandra Lynn, down in South San Francisco, California. Cliff and Helene Green, and the family down in Macon, Georgia. Steve the Hitman and Serena Alterman down in Jersey City, New Jersey. Floyd Klachowski, Devonay, Zach and the great Zach in Kingsford, Michigan. Joe Costa and his daughter Bailey over in Iowa. Everett Ellicott and his mom Grace down in the Virginia area. Stay with us. We shall return.
From the world above, from the world beyond, The Riley Martin Show. Call 888-STERN-101 with your questions, your experiences, your beliefs, your prophecies. The Riley Martin Show on Howard 101.
People of Earth, attention.
Howard 101. The Riley Martin Show. On Howard 101. Call 888-STERN-101 and make contact from the world above, from the world beyond. The Riley Martin Show.
And we are back. Thanks for staying with us, people. Now, people, go to Amazon, get the Kindle book. It's cheap, or $9-something, I think. And you can Twitter me, too, at Riley L. Martin. I have some of the original Coming of 10 books. All will be autographed to you. Go to the Coming of 10, T-A-N, comingoften.com. Also, you can go to the main website at www.rileymartin.com. Get your books and get your symbols, people. Do so. Please get your symbols and all of this, because I don't know the answer yet about the end December 21 of this year. But I'm learning more about it, and I'll reveal what I know about the middle of the year. But get your symbols and be safe, okay? Iran.
People, don't forget you can listen anytime online at SiriusXM.com. Just click on the Listen Online tab. Okay, you have something, Matthew?
Yeah, I've got a tweet here from William Sokori.
William Sokora.
He wants to know, what do you know about the Moors and their contribution to history? Did the Biavians know about the sciences given to them?
Well, of course. You see, the Moors originally, theoretically, they originated out of Morocco, which is in Africa, of course. But the Moors branched out over the world with the with the religion of Islam and what have you into Europe and all of this, and brought much of the scientists, hygiene, mathematics, architecture, and things of this nature. But you can hearken on back to the ancient Egyptians, to the Thebans, to the Sumerians, and all of this. And so it's a long line of things that were gathered over the years, astronomy, the sciences, and all of this. So in essence, not only did they bring a heavy new bloodline into the European network, they also brought many of the sciences and things of that nature. So, yeah, they made a great contribution. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, legend has it they had an empire. Okay, here's an email from Carl Walker and Lori Marceau, San Diego.
Yes, indeed.
Big fans.
Mm-hmm.
And they say, first off, thanks for Lori's symbol. It's great, and she loves it.
Oh, thank you.
They have two separate questions. The first one is, they have been reading your book, and they know that the Elohim are human alien hybrids but they want to know if you can tell them what species the aliens were that mixed with the humans at that time.
Yes. They had a name for them. What were they? What was the name they had for
Elohim?
Otherwise they were known as the Elohim, which is a high order of royalty and things of this nature. The Anunnaki and what have you. Nonetheless, they were one and the same, my dear. They were Biavians. They came and took the women back to Atlantis, or what we call Atlantis, Mu, and impregnated the women. Their children they sent back into the land to form a more or less ruling class or caste and all of this. Thus, the bloodline ultimately got mixed with all of the indigenous tribes and people down through history. There is no tribe, race, creed, or color of person upon the earth that does not now have some of the alien gene. Now, when you check our DNA genome, we have deciphered some of it, and what have you, but about 90 or 95% of it, we don't know what it is. We have not yet deciphered it. So the genetics is within all people. But yes, they were originally BRBians. Okay?
Okay, and the second part of their question is, and once again, this is from Carl Walker and Lori Marceau.
Okay.
They want to know about Lori's symbol. It has 2 ankhs on it.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell what that means?
Apparently, anytime you see a person with 2 ankhs, that means there is someone else who vibrates with their vibration. With their vibration, we call it etheric interface, and you call it love. So apparently there's someone else. I didn't make it. I just did it. So that is very significant to you, and they vibrate an interface with you, much like the harmony of a song or something of that nature, my dear. Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you all for that question. Mm-hmm. Keep them coming. The next call, Riley. This is Josh in Kentucky.
Hello, Josh in Kentucky.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Okay.
I'm not actually in Kentucky. I'm next door, butt fucking your wife. And we got peanut butter.
Well, son, take care of yourself.
Coward.
Yeah, take care of yourself. Take care of yourself, right. Good man.
Here's Arthur in Cleveland.
Hello, Arthur in Cleveland.
Hey,
hi.
Riley, how you doing?
Okay.
2 quick questions. The short one would be: is there any plans for a second book? Do you have additional information since you wrote the last book that would be enough for a new book?
Yeah.
The second question: there was a gentleman that called in earlier asking about whether the Biavians had any effect on some of the Native American tribes out west.
Right.
And it got me thinking. The Navajo language, I think it's well known that it's not related to any other language on Earth.
Right.
Does it have any aspects of the Biavian language or any of the other alien languages that could have had an influence on it?
Possibly so. I have taken the liberty of studying the Navajo dialect to some extent, and I find that there is a relativity to the Biavians as well as the Dorians out there in space. And so they may have had definitely a connection. You understand? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And he wanted to know about a second book.
Oh, the second book. Yeah, I have the information for the second book. I do not think yet the world is ready for it. Let us see if we can get past December 21, 2012. And if so, I will immediately sit down and begin to transcribe this great work for the people of the earth. But I won't do it yet. Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's try Cliff in Florida.
Hello, Cliff in Florida.
Hey, Riley. How's everything going tonight?
Pretty good, Cliff.
Hey, I know in your youth you were enjoyed the fisticuff, one man against another. Did you, when you're on the alien ship, did the Biavians have any kind of contest amongst each other?
There was.
Like that?
Yeah. Now you got to get the book, good man. I fought a hybrid alien. He was part human, part alien. He had, about a 2-inch reach on me. and I couldn't hit him. I just could not hit him for about 3 rounds. He knocked me down, which few other men have ever done, several times. And on that, then question said, think about it. And then I said, oh, he's a telepath. He sees what I'm going to do before I do it. He's reading my mind. And then, in order to overcome him, I began singing an old song. Bam, 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 bam. Oh, she's hard like bread and pepper. Then I saw the look in his eye. What the hell is he doing? You know what I mean? That's when I started tapping on him. And I took him down. And because he could not read what I was going to do. I was fighting instinctively. And I took him down. And then he got up and put his arm across my shoulder and everything. And we took a hit, of Stygian Purple and a liquor that they had. So I consider him my buddy. But he could fight. You're right. Get that book, and it'll tell you all about it.
So what you discovered in that fight is the same principle that you discovered when you locked up with the reptile, right?
The targs. Yes, indeed.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, next call. This will be Pat in Rockland County.
Hello, Pat.
Yeah, hello, Robbie. How you doing?
Okay, Pat.
Yeah, I just wanted to know, did Sirius actually give in to you and, give you a few more shows?
Well, no, they gave me one last night, but they didn't promise me next week or the week after or nothing like that. I wish they would, good man.
So it was just a trial thing where you're on?
Well, no, I've done
1 week.
Well, I've done back-to-back shows in the past, and I've done even as much as 4 hours in one setting with Sirius. They know I can do it and all this, and I need to do it because I need the money because they're starving me over here. And so if the listeners would get together in mass and petition them, maybe they would do that. You know what I mean? But I hope they do, but they have not promised me anything. Mm-hmm.
Here's Chris in Doylestown, Pennsylvania.
Hello, Chris.
Hello, friend Martin.
Hello, friend Chris.
I had a question. I tend to see strange lights and everything down by the river. Are Biavians drawn toward the river?
Well, the Niptonians are river people. However, you're subject to see any kind of a ship near, the river and what have you from time to time. The Biavians met me by the river in 1953. Now, why they were there, I do not know, but it was a somewhat unique river called the St. Francis River. And but
I know this river.
Yeah, they are close to water now. You know, water is H2O, and they burn hydrogen, and so they are not adverse to taking fuel from the waters. Yes, indeed.
Thanks for the call.
Thanks for the call. Yeah, thank you, good man. Let me give a shout out here to David Caspino, the great, out in Tarzana, California, the great Jacobs Werstuck and his family and the crew up in Oakville, Ontario, Canada, the great Jim Borit, North Wales, Pennsylvania, thank you, Jim, Margaret Woodworth and her family, my darling, out in Ramona, California, Darrell Clark, down in Macon, Georgia, a friend of Helene Green, Vincent Driolo, and Mark Vitamiglia in Chicago, Illinois, their engineers. Lori Marceau and Carl Walker in San Diego, California. Albert Colbert, Vesterburg, Pennsylvania. Jeffrey and Stacy Poston in Henderson, New York. Henderson, Nevada. Paul and Eric Ferrer in Huntington Station, New York. Richard and her son, and Ryan Griffith. His son, Ryan Griffith, out in Austin, Texas. Thomas Breeze and Des Moines, Iowa. Henry Saito in Sun Valley, California. RowdyMartin.com. Get your books, get your symbols. Thank you, people. We love you. We are out of here.
space, minds immeasurably superior to ours.
From the world beyond.
Regarded this Earth with envious eyes.
Howard 101 brings you
envious eyes.
Riley Martin.
In 1953 in northeastern Arkansas, I had seen lights above the river for 3 nights running.
Call 888-STERN-101 with your questions. The Riley Martin Show on Howard 101.
Hello. Good evening, good listeners. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Riley Martin Show. We are glad you're here. Yes, indeed. On this momentous occasion, January 24, going into 25, 2012. Welcome to the Riley Martin Show. We're glad that you're here. As you can see, things are cooking up all over the place and all of this, and they're still trying to tear this president down when he is trying to work for all of us. Welcome to the Riley Martin Show. Back in the studio tonight, we are fortunate once again to have one of the world's greatest producers, technicians, actors, star of stage and screen. I speak of none other than the great Matt Little Nicky Scarfo Nicosia back in the studio. And shout out to the lovely Angela. Love you, darling. And, of course, here in the home studio, once again, tooting down the road, being easy but not greasy, the man with the plan. I speak of none other than the great Derbelo Al Regani. And shout out to the lovely Michelle. And, of course, up from out of the Atlanta area, down there, where the pickup trucks and everybody's taters, and they up in here. I speak of none other than my little white son, the great, the one and only, Matt Panther.
Ready to rock and roll, Riley.
Yes,
Southern
indeed.
style.
Yes, indeed. Southern style. And, of course, by my side, as usual, the one and only, the inimitable, and quite brilliant, if I must say, the man with the plan, the Iran of the cool one. I speak of none other than the great Eric Iran McCauley.
I'm happy just getting some answers.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And we need answers. This is a time in the history of the world, people, where we need answers. Now, I've told you people all the time, get your pencils and everything ready because, when I give you the coordinates, how to go and get the symbols and all of that, you want to, you can get my book now on Amazon Kindle, and it's cheap, $9 and something, I think. And also, go to Riley Martin, www.rileymartin.com, to get the Millennium Edition as well as the original, The Coming of 10. Or we have some of the books we've relocated after years, and all will have to be autographed by me. So go to The Coming of 10, T-A-N, like suntan.com. And you can Twitter me also at Riley L. Martin. Yes, indeed. Welcome to the Riley Martin Show. We're glad you're here. And, people, all is not lost. Hang in there. I got a feeling that things are going to get better in spite of them trying to drag this young man, this president down. The man has come out with purpose on behalf of us all, and let us work with him and get some of these monsters out of office and all of this, or else we are not going to accomplish anything when they are put up a great front against all decency in favor of none other than the 1%ers. And we've got to change this. Welcome to the Riley Martin Show. Talk to me, Ron.
I have some questions. I'm sure Matthew has some stuff over there. People call the Space Cowboy with questions tonight, 888-STERN-101. You can also email us with questions at RileyMartin@SiriusXM.com.
Yes.
You can also send them to Eron at RileyMartin.com. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I have an email right off the bat here.
Okay.
Todd Cooney.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to know simply, he says he was just wondering what we thought and what you thought of Obama's State of the Union speech, which was tonight, and he says he thought it was inspiring. What did you think?
Oh, yes, very inspiring. This gentleman, he is talking about trying to involve all Americans in the prosperity of this great country, and what have you, regardless of race, creed, color, and all that, for all of us to do something now. He committed the cardinal sin of asking the millionaires and the billionaires to pay as much as their secretaries pay in taxes. Oh, they can't stand for that, you know. And he is saying, let us make it so that we can bring the manufacturers back to this country, and so that all the money is not in the Caymans and things of this nature. Bring the jobs back to this country, and we can do this. Put more emphasis on alternate energy sources and things of this nature to create the tens of thousands and the millions of jobs that are needed here in America. You have led the world since your inception in everything from the principles of democracy, engineering, the building, creativity, intellect, and all of this. Now we're falling behind simply because a handful of people is stealing all the money and holding you down and trying to cast you back as a 14th century serf society. We don't have to go for this, people. Let's work with this president and bring America back to its greatness where it should be. It was very inspiring tonight. Thanks for the question, good man.
Thanks, Todd. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
If this airlift is supposed to take place, if it is going to take place in December of 2012,
yes,
and there's an election in November of 2012, will this election have anything to do with whether or not there's going to be an airlift?
Not really. What I'm saying is that for me to be able to elicit the assistance of people with greater technologies than ours in the sky, then it would no doubt be implementary for us to be on the right track, at least thinking in the right manner, so that they won't believe that we have given sway to our hatred and voted our own doom in. That's all I can say about that. Now, I did not come to make sure that the world died or that the airlift happens. I've been doing this stuff for some 32,000 years, and I've never completely failed before. But this is the big one, Iran. All in all together, we must live as if we have eternity. We must not give sway and say, oh, we're going to die anyway, so therefore, let's not do the right thing here. Let us do the right thing, and I believe that there's a brighter future ahead. I am not so down in the doldrums as I was yesterday, because I can tell you truly that this is going to be a momentous year, of which I'll tell you more about as we go along during this year. But yes, let's do the right thing. Let's vote the right way. Let's all get together, regardless of race, creed, and color, and all, lay our prejudices aside and make this a better country, because we are the light, that shining light in the distance that everyone else in the world turns their eyes towards for guidance upon the earth. If we fail, so does humanity. You know.
Yes.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm.
These callers are lined up. But one more thing.
Right.
Based on something what you just said, can you shed any light on your statement that you've been doing these types of jobs for 32,000 years?
Oh, my goodness. It's a dirty job. Somebody got to do it, Iran. You have been doing some job or the other. So has each and every listener out there easily for the last 32,000 years. In one capacity or another, you were here down through the walk in history. I just happen to have been shown many of my past lives on Blockbuster Video while aboard that great mothership. That's the only difference. We have all been here. You understand? And we are going to be here again or somewhere, even until the ends of all elemental time. Mm-hmm.
All right, let's take a call here then.
Okay.
Okay, this is John in Colorado.
Hello, John in Colorado.
Hey, Riley. Hey, did you get to catch Obama's speech earlier?
Yes, I did.
Oh, cool. Did you hear the part where he was talking about you fucking Iran in the ass?
Yeah, well, no, he's talking about you fucking them little boys in the park and all of that type of stuff, son. Don't make people hate you. You already have given sway to Ku Kluxism and trying to go up there and suck Hannity's butt. So take your time, son. Bless your heart.
Off with his head. Next call. This is Clarence in Cleveland.
Hello, Clarence in Cleveland.
Uncle Tension 1, Riley.
Oh, Attention 1, Clarence.
I want to know what you thought about the pyramids. I saw this documentary recently on Netflix called The Code, and they were talking about aquifers with rivers running underneath the pyramids, and somehow they aligned with lines of energy that ran longitudinally through the earth, and where these lines intersected, there'd be some sort of a energy field, and with an aquifer underneath such an energy field where the lines intersected, it would create some sort of like a battery-like.
It is. The pyramids, just by its shape alone and its alignment, north, south, east, and west, they are what we call benign batteries. Ultimately, from several light years out in space, they beam out of the top, and you can tell what is here, the nature of the intellect, who has been here before you, what aliens have been here to help you build them. But yes, they are batteries that are a beacon, like on the ocean, a beacon or something of that nature, to guide the coordinates of various different ships out in space. So yes, indeed, good man, you're right. They are benign batteries. Yes.
That's really interesting. I have one additional question. Did you ever take you on into that?
No, kid, you blew that one.
Sucker.
Yeah, you blew that.
You got something, Matthew?
Yeah, Raleigh, on Sunday, the biggest solar flare in 6 years erupted. They've been seeing auroras in northern Europe, England, and Scotland. Should we be worried about this surge in radiation, and is this a foreshadowing of what's to come when the sun comes into alignment with the center of the galaxy?
That is one of the great. That is one of the great factors that's coming into being. Even as we speak, the planets in this solar system are lining up, or getting more or less lining up towards the event horizon for December 21st of this year. A host of things, which would take too long to explain here, are coming into fore at the time. The beta waves, the X-rays, Z-rays, gammas, ultraviolets, sun flares and things of that nature is going to be a momentous time, because when these planets come into alignment, the gravitational forces of their combined the repertoire altogether is going to bring these things down on us at a given time. It's a crucial time, but there are those out there who have the technologies to defray this. Oh, we're not going to get away scot-free. But I'm counting on the possibility of getting some help. Yeah.
And what kind of precautions can we take for a solar flare?
Oh, well, quite literally, stay out of the sun when it's in its equinox. However, I'm not so worried about physiological damages to the life forms here, in as much as I am about sun flares. Interfering with the electronics in space, shutting down the satellites, things of that nature, ultimately, and shutting down the cities and things like that, which would put us in dire straits. But there are other factors also, Matt, that we'll get into as we go along in the future, that's also involved in this. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
You say humans operate on low-frequency beta wave. And will that change once humans are airlifted to another planet?
Well, no, you are a creature that runs on beta waves now. So does Biavians. And most sentient beings run on the low-frequency beta wave, so to speak. The intensity of which may be greater or lesser and what have you. However, you will change merely by the factor that you'll live several thousands of years.
Yes.
And what have you. So naturally you're going to progress in knowledge and hopefully in wisdom.
Here's Chris in Pittsburgh.
Hello, Chris in Pittsburgh.
Hey, what's up, Riley?
How are you, Chris?
Yeah, I wanted to know about the heads on Easter Island. I don't know if you've heard of these, the statues.
Right. Yeah, the statues.
Yeah, and actually, like the particular face that all of them are making. I wanted to know if you're making that face. The same face that you're making, son, when you back up to that boy. Okay.
All right. Here's Jim in Canada.
Hello, Jim in Canada.
Good morning, Mr. Martin. How are you this morning?
Good morning, Jim.
Thank you for taking my call. I recently started following you on Twitter, and I'm enjoying it. I just had a quick question for you on your symbols. How many were you, tickets, how many were you authorized to kind of give out and delegate for the Biavians?
144,000.
144,000. And do you have any idea, because I'm thinking about purchasing one, how many that you've currently done up to this date?
Oh, well, I've done many thousands. However, I think that I won't draw them all until such time as my time is done here. So you can get your symbol, good man. Just go to RileyMartin.com and follow instructions there. And I have a great storehouse that I have been doing for the last 25 years. And no two are ever the same, good man. And people, be sure and give me your full name and a phone number, contact number, in case I want to ask you something. Also, when it says down there, mother and father's family history, you might say, American or Canadian or what have you. I know that. But what you should, they started somewhere, Ireland, Scandinavia or wherever. So give me that too on mom and dad, and that's pretty much all I'll need, okay?
Thanks, Riley.
Thank you, good man.
Thanks, Jim. All right, next call. This is Joe in Charlotte.
Hello, Joe in Charlotte.
Hey, Riley, what's up, man? Cortez
Juan, Joe.
How have you been?
Okay.
Hey, man, I was wondering, I called, had a problem with my BlackBerry. I called the company, and they said that they were having intermittent troubles, and I thought for sure that had to do with the solar flares.
Could be possibly so.
I thought so, and I thought that, I was wondering, does Biave, is that affected by our solar flares? Are we close enough to them?
No. They are from a planet called Biave. It's located in what we call the Taurus constellation. That's about 450 light years from Earth. However, their proximity to their sun is a little further away than ours, but it's a larger sun, and they do have solar flares and things of that nature. However, they have the technology to defray it so that the force fields will not allow it to knock out their electronics and stuff. We don't have that yet. So we could be in a lot of trouble going along in this year.
Right on. Hey, also, man, I wanted to invite you cordially, of course. This summer, when they announced the fish tour this summer, I'd love to take you to one of those shows, possibly at what they call the Mothership in Hampton, Virginia. Take you down there and let you check out some of that music. I think you'd dig it.
Yeah, no doubt I would, And my album, people, you can get my album.
I would love it.
Yeah, Last Man Standing. It's on the website, RileyMartin.com. But I would love that. And if at all possible, email me at Iran@RileyMartin.com and let me know when it's shaking and all that. And who knows, maybe I could make it. Thanks for calling.
All right, here's Josh in Philadelphia. Right?
Hello, Josh in Philadelphia.
Hey, Riley. Hey, I have your album, man, too,
Cool.
It fucking sucks, though. You should stick to sucking.
Yeah. Well, son, you ought to listen to my album. When you're hiding in the park with a bag of candy, trying to get those little children to come over there.
Here's Dave in Arkansas.
Hello, Dave in Arkansas.
How you doing, Riley?
Okay, Dave.
I got to ask you, when you were, I heard you first on Art Bell. Right?
Yeah.
Your relationship with Art and Rory.
Well, I think my past sponsor, my webmaster, he called Art at home and peed him off or something like that. So
really?
Ultimately, he didn't want nobody to call him at home. I would not have. And he got a little angry about that, and so we kind of party company and what have you. But I've done his show about 4 times.
Awesome on the shows.
Yeah, definitely. I've done as much as 4 hours at one time on the, on Coast to Coast, and I really enjoyed it. Yeah.
And it's a shame he's not doing it anymore. I don't know why he's not doing it anymore. And don't be scared.
No way. No way. In fact, you see a lot of so-called UFO experts and all that type of stuff, PhDs and all that. And here I am, an uneducated black kid, and I know a great deal about this phenomena, and I don't think they like that either, because I'm not from a privileged family. I didn't go to MIT and all that type of stuff. And so they don't like the idea of me expressing more information than they are able to give or lie about. You see what I mean?
All right. Next call. This is Scott in New Jersey.
Hello, Scott in New Jersey.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey, Riley.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I wanted to ask you about the symbols, man.
Okay.
When you talk about symbols with the aliens, how are they supposed to protect you?
Well, okay. The symbols, go to Radamon.com and it'll tell you more about the symbols. But essentially, what the symbol is in the end, if necessary, is your ticket out of here. For you, your wife, your children, and even your mom and dad. The one symbol will take you. But I think there are many other benefits to the symbols, as many people have attested to over time. Having the symbol has, brought them good fortune and stuff like that. Let me give a shout out here to Anthony Wise and Mary Grace, the lovely Mary Grace in New Jersey, Bill and Carrie Coolish out in Arizona, the great Ham Shin in Santa Clara, California. Thank you for the gift, Ham Shin. Mike and Diane Avoid, Jamal and Luda Lawson out in Ogden and Salt Lake City. Love you. Brilliant musician, the guy, Mike. Mike Brudnick Sr., Jr., and the lovely Jennifer Babcock in Chicopee, Mass. And down in Florida. My doctor, orthosurgeon Robert Friedman, Doctors April Smith, Ann Merkel, Avalone and Sarante, and Dr. Rebecca Ziegler. The staff, Ellie, Amy, Joyce, Ann Yarvison, Vicky, Miss Ballis, Jenna, down in Phillipsburg, New Jersey. Rob Weldon Jr. and his lovely mom, Joy, down in Griffith, Indiana. The great Norman Yee, Hunan Ra in Honolulu, Hawaii. Matt, Ben, and Sheila Panther down in Dawsonville, Georgia. The mom and dad of Matt Panther, my son. Sticking Jenny Carter out there on the road. Mary Cap and Joel Runyon out of Reseda, California. The soldiers, James Bugalier in Hawaii. Master Gunner Andrew Mariscale out of El Paso. Christian Martinson and his lovely family in Houston, Texas. Stay with us. We shall return.
November 1953. An abduction. A little boy. An incredible universe. Call 888-STERN-101 with your questions, your experiences, your beliefs, your prophecies. Riley Martin. The Riley Martin Show on Howard 101.
You are on the verge of destroying the entire universe.
Call 888-STERN-101 and make contact. The Riley Martin Show. Howard 101.
And we are back. Thanks for staying with us, people. Lots of love and stuff. Do not give up the ship. I think this is going to be a better year for us, but we've got to work together on this thing. Now, you can go to www.rileymartin.com and get the Millennium Edition as well as the original The Coming of 10. You can also go to thecomingof10.com. and get that original book, and it's going to be signed now. Any original is going to be signed. Also, you can get my book on Amazon Kindle. Go there and punch in, Riley Martin. And check me out on YouTube. And you can Twitter me at Riley L. Martin. But go to RileyMartin.com and theCommentOf10.com. And it'll get you there. And welcome back to the Riley Martin Show. We're glad you're here. And Matt, talk to me, Matt.
Yeah, since you're already fired up on politics, I thought I'd add a little bit more fuel here. Okay, what is your stance on the SOPA internet censoring bill, and what's going to happen if it ever gets passed?
Well, my goodness, if you're going to mess with the internet to stifle free speech in America, that's not going to work simply because everyone should have an opportunity to express themselves, good or bad, on the internet, and what have you. Now, only those people who are trying to run a political scam over on you and get you to do nothing but listen to Fox or something of that nature are trying to do this travesty. It is not going to work. People will not stand for it. I will not stand for it. Nobody in their right minds would stand for it, because ultimately it will be where you're going to be another North Korea or something, where you can't say anything except what the Ku Kluxes want you to say and things of that nature. This cannot happen, should not happen, and will not happen. Good man.
Yeah, it's been delayed, but it's not dead yet.
Yeah. I know. They're always trying to figure out some other way, like they're trying to convince me, you, and everybody else that rich people should not pay anything, and that if you try to charge them, then they ain't gonna create no jobs, which they have not in the last 10 years anyhow, and making 300% more profit than they ever made, and putting all their money in Bimini or somewhere, and starving the American public, and we've been going for it, because they want to play upon our prejudices toward one another so that we're all end up sleeping in our cars, if we got a car, and things of that nature, and we don't want to go for that.
I thought they knew some kind of secrets that the rest of us just don't know.
How to steal. Yeah.
Here's
big time.
Here's Tony in Philadelphia, right?
Hello, Tony in Philadelphia.
What's up, Riley? How you doing, man?
Okay, Tony.
I'm doing good. Listen, I just heard what you guys said, about what everybody else said, about, putting the taxes, things like this.
Right.
There's a lot of things, you really need to take into consideration, and that is, a lot of the people don't pay the taxes, which is one. They don't pay into this economy, and everybody's looking at that 1%, that 1% of that.
Well, my goodness, anytime you own 65% of everything, you should pay something.
Well, they are paying something, Riley, and please don't hang up on me, because
No, I don't see where they're paying anything, son. Do you realize they've shipped? They have shipped more jobs out of this country since Bush.
We're not talking about jobs.
Yeah.
We're talking about something else. We're not.
You're not. Why are you not? Yeah. Why are you not talking about jobs? Why are you not talking about jobs for the people?
I called up talking about something else, not talking about jobs right now.
Well, that's son.
I'm talking about something else right now, and I wanted to debate with you about that and ask you a question about that. That's it.
Right.
What's your question?
Yeah. What's the question?
Well, the question basically is that I'm going to tell you is the way the economy is going right now, and you can see it's going. Apple, makes the iPods. They do this, they do that. Aftermarket trading, they rise 50% in one day. And people can be making the money on that, and it's not like it's the people that even work for Apple. Even the secretaries are going to be getting that money that goes down there that will come back down to us. And we will be the 1%.
Well, my goodness, a good man. Some 75% of your manufacturing jobs. 75% of your manufacturing jobs is now in China or Taiwan or some other place. India. You understand? And what have you?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, dig it.
Now, I appreciate your sentiments.
But then a lot of it is still in here.
And half of the money that's been made 300% profit is now over in Bimini or somewhere, and not in America, and they're not paying any taxes on it. Good man. So unless they start doing that, we're going under here. We're going under. We used to make stuff in this country. We don't anymore. Go into your great stores now and find me something that's made in America anymore. We're making China rich. And it should be America getting some of the money, or some of the manufacturing jobs and things of that nature. That's all I'm saying. I don't mind you being rich, but my goodness, be fair.
Okay. He had a point, but I thought he had a question. Okay, next call. This is Scott in California.
Hello, Scott in California.
Hey, Riley and the gang. I got a question for you. With all the people, cell phones and video cameras and everything, and I'm an old guy. I'm 58 years old, and I remember the blurry shots of flying saucers and stuff that was created back in the day to make you think there was aliens. Why isn't there photographs of all this bullshit that you talk about?
Kid, you must not be watching TV. You must not be listening to your ex-astronauts. You must not be listening to retired military people. You must not have walked out and looked up in the sky. They're all over the place. They are all over the place. What do you think? That their cameras are lying? Everybody is a Steven Spielberg or something to fake it? What about all the people in Phoenix? Did they fake it?
Phoenix. They don't. Yeah. I'm on the internet all the time. Why isn't this stuff all over the internet with photographs and stuff? I don't get it.
All you got to do is, if you got a TV, son, all you got to do is watch the Science Channel, Nature Channel, History Channel, and all these type of things. They are here, always have been, and they're big time. They're here big time, and it's not just some great movie producer doing this. It's people all over the world, just regular Miss John Skew citizen, and all of this. They're here. My goodness. What, you're saying that you're the only thing in the universe?
No, Riley. It's all on science channels and discovery channels. That's all produced propaganda. It's not actual photographs. And I'm a trucker. I'm out all the time with my cell phone, and I got a camera and a video camera. I don't see shit, man, and I'm out in the darkest part of the world.
Okay. I mean, man, good man, I'm so sorry that I'll tell you what. Email me and tell me where you're going to be at a given time, and we'll see that you see something, okay?
Uh-oh.
I want to see the screed. I like the screed. That's what I like to see. I want to see.
Yeah. You want to see the screed?
All right, thanks for that call.
I don't want to mess around with them big bugs, man.
Nah, he want to see the dead bodies. All right, here's Frank in Illinois.
Oh, Frank in Illinois. Lord have mercy.
Hey, are crop circles real? Because, I mean, I've been seeing a lot of these things on TV, but
right.
I also thought it could just be imprints of, like, from you and Iran.
Yeah, right. And, no, that was your sister sitting in the crop.
All right, check this out. Okay, man. There was a movie out. I think it came out like around 2001. Jean-Claude Van Damme was in this movie. But anyway, the premise of the movie that there were scientists that were genetically engineering a clone from the DNA of a bona fide serial killer. Okay?
Yeah, okay.
They did this in order to assist the law enforcement to capture this serial killer. So my question is, since you had experience with cloning and all of that, being cloned and whatnot, these reptilian tars, they took your finger and they ultimately made a clone of you. Can you please speculate on how much these reptiles could use this clone against you, or even how they might possibly use it to assist themselves?
Well, they were trying to learn more about me simply because I had the brain power to take down one of them. And they were wanting to know, what is it about this person, genetically or any other way, that enables him to withstand whatever we could throw at him and things of that nature. I think that's basically what they wanted him for, but they no longer have him now. And, for instance, if you took the genetics of Jack the Ripper and made an exact clone of him from a genetic level, doesn't mean that he is also going to be a murderer and what have you. Who knows the elementals that went into making him like he is? If he wasn't born on the same street with the same parents and suffered the same things, then chances are he would not be a killer. He would not be a nice fellow. You see what I mean? So there's no precise science in saying, I'm going to make this one evil or that one good.
Okay, here's Pat in Rhode Island.
Hello, Pat in Rhode Island.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Okay, Pat.
That's an interesting debate. But I mean, that's a slippery slope. The reptilians cloning people. I mean, don't you think like that? That if we did that, you could easily see it falling into the wrong hands, right?
Well, yes.
We do that.
Yeah, we do clone lower creatures, but if you can clone a sheep, you can also clone a human. And I'm not so sure they're not already doing it somewhere, if only to harvest the body part for an old rich guy or something like that. You see what I mean? So anything that has been done or can be done will be done, and ultimately it will be misused. You know, that's everything from the atomic bomb to the clone.
All right. Thanks for that call.
Yeah.
Here's Hamilton in Mississippi.
Hello, Hamilton, Mississippi.
Hey, Riley, Ron, what's going on, man?
Oh, nothing much, Hamilton.
Go, you got it.
All right, I'm a truck driver. I hope I don't lose my signal right in the woods.
Okay.
I want to say, Riley, you're doing a good show, man. I hate that you have to be worried with all them turds, but I got two quick questions.
Okay.
Do you have any of your books on audio tapes, Riley?
Yeah. You can get the audio book. Just go to RileyMartin.com and get it. You can get it in my own voice. Uh-huh.
All right. Well, good. That's what I wanted. Was it in your own voice? You're doing a wonderful job. If I buy the book, is there any way I can leave an address and all and get an autographed picture from you and Eron?
Yes, indeed. When you order the book, in fact, send me your information at Eron@RileyMartin.com, and I'll see you get the photo, man, and autograph the whole smo, okay?
All right, man. You just keep up doing the fine job you're doing, and you put me on that shout-out list now. I listen to you every Tuesday night.
Okay. Well, when I get your order, then I'll know how to put you on there.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right,
Take
Riley,
care.
appreciate it, man. Y'all have a good night.
Bless your heart, man. Take care and be careful out there.
Thank you, Hamilton in Mississippi.
Yes, indeed.
Next call is Mike in Brooklyn.
Hello, Mike in Brooklyn.
Hi, Riley. Attention one. How are you tonight?
Attention one, Mike. I'm okay.
I heard you mentioning the State of the Union address before. I was at work at the time. I missed it.
Oh wow!
I heard. I heard he said a lot of things. I heard he said that every American gets a crack at your wife.
But you see, everybody else is getting a crack at your wife while you out there working, and so share her with me.
All right, here's a tweet, Riley.
Mm-hmm.
This is from James Kenmore, and he asks, are there methods in which humans can communicate with the Biavians, and what about meditation like Merkaba?
Well, of course, meditation is good nonetheless. First of all, you need a symbol. Then that will draw their attention possibly to you. And by your wish, it could certainly happen. They are telepathic communicators, and you will know when they do contact you. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, 888-STERN-101. Call Riley with questions tonight. Next call, this is Carl in Wisconsin.
Hello, Carl in Wisconsin.
Hey, Riley, how are you?
Okay, Carl.
It's good to hear your voice tonight after such an inspirational speech by Barack Obama earlier.
Yeah, he did good.
I was very impressed. Do you get the kind of standing ovation whenever you swallow a load of coke?
Yeah, well, I'm sure you do, though, son, and continue to do so.
Don't these people make these
want
to not airlift us out of here?
Yeah, he's thinking about doing a blowjob on Hannity.
Right.
With that box head. Yeah.
All right, next call. This is Kirk in Delaware.
Hello, Kirk in Delaware.
Here I am. Otajian Juan.
Hello, Otajian Juan.
Hey, I want to just say what's up to Erod, and you, Riley Martin.
Okay.
Those underrated players on Sirius. I swear to God, you're there.
Thanks.
And you're making a company. But I do have a question about the Biavians. And the Biavians, and how they do inner city commerce or whatever.
Right.
Do they use coupons?
Well, no, I don't think so. But there has to be some type of commerce somewhere.
Any medium of exchange.
Yeah, right. Any medium of exchange. Let me give a shout out here to Vince and Danielle Fornace, the lovely mom, Sandra Lynn out in South San Francisco, California, Clifford and Helene Green, my loved ones, and the folks down in Macon, Georgia, Steve the Hitman, and Serena Alterman in Jersey City, New Jersey, Floyd Kachowski, the lovely Devonay, and Zach, the great Zach up in Kingsford, Michigan, Joe Costa and his lovely daughter Bailey over in Iowa, Everett Ellicott and his lovely mom Grace down the D.C. area, David Caspino out in Tarzana, California, Jacobs Werstock and their family up in Oakville, Ontario, Canada, the great Jim Bort, North Wales, Pennsylvania, Margaret Woodward and the lovely family in Ramona, California, Darrell Clark, Cliff, and Macon, Georgia, Darrell Clark, the great Vincent in Driolo, and Mark Ventimiglia in Chicago, Illinois, the engineers, Lori Masto, Carl Walk out in San Diego, California, Albert Colbert, Vesterburg, Pennsylvania, Jeffrey and Stacy Poston, Henderson, Nevada. Stay with us. We shall return.
From the world above, from the world beyond, The Riley Martin Show. Call 888-STERN-101 with your questions, your experiences, your beliefs, your prophecies. The Riley Martin Show on Howard 101.
People of Earth, attention.
Howard 101. The Riley Martin Show. Call 888-STERN-101 and make contact from the world above, from the world beyond. The Riley Martin Show.
And we are back. Thanks for staying with us, people, and everything. Forgive the buffoonery all over the place tonight.
Yeah.
And what have you. We're trying to disseminate some information to you. Take it for what it's worth. Those of you who wish to know will be in the know. Those who don't, no matter what you do, they're always going to hate your guts. Why? Because they are miserable little suckworms that fall through the crack of society trying to take up for the super rich people and all that, and they got plenty of money. If you get caught on their property, you will be forcefully ejected and things of that nature.
Big.
And so it's not going to win them any brownie points with these people who are robbing us all, black, white, red, and yellow. Welcome to the Riley Martin Show. We're glad you're here. What do we got, Iran?
Okay, people don't...
Oh, yes. Go to RileyMartin.com.
Okay.
RileyMartin.com and get your books, the Millennium Edition, as well as the original. You can say thecomingoftan.com. The books will be signed. The originals will be signed. You can also get the book on Amazon, Kindle, and read it, on your lunch break and all that type of stuff. As well as you can Twitter me at Riley L. Martin, people. And you can get the audio book, too, at RileyMartin.com. Yes.
And
yeah.
People, don't forget you can listen anytime online. Just go to SiriusXM.com and click on the Listen Online tab.
Right.
All right.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, Matthew may have something here, but let's take a call and then we'll get to him.
Okay.
Okay, this is Phil in St. Louis.
Hello, Phil in St. Louis.
Hey, Riley, I heard you talking earlier about all these, one percenters ripping everybody off and not giving anybody jobs. But
right.
Every time you plug your website about every 10 minutes, you're just ripping off all your fans.
Well, I mean, otherwise, if you get a product, son, I've always said, if you don't like the product, I will buy it back from you. You know what I mean?
Well, all you're selling is bullshit. Your
well,
well,
how do you know?
Yeah, how do you know?
Suck Iran's dick.
Yeah, how do you know? Yeah, how do you know?
Yeah,
you worm.
You suck Iran's dick
you little punky worm. How do you know? How do you know, son? It's those like you who will be sucking pig mud when it's all over, you know?
All right, moving it along. Here's Dave in Pennsylvania.
Hello, Dave in Pennsylvania.
Hey, Riley, Aaron, thanks for taking my call.
Got it.
My question is about the Neptunians. They kind of scare me a little bit. I mean, living underwater on Earth and everything, I just want you to elaborate more on the amount of colonies, the number of people there, and maybe the depths that they are below the sea.
They have installations that's all the way down in the Mariel Trench, out of the way places that ordinarily we do not go. We know more about the surface of the moon than we do about the oceans. But now the Neptunians plays host to various other alien species also that comes down there for R&R and all that, and to retool ships and everything else. I suspect that there are literally thousands of them here, as well as Biavians and others. But they are water people. They live on the oceans. Now, they do not necessarily swim with the fishes and breathe water, so to speak. But they come from a planet that has a high water level in the air, so much so until it's prohibitive for humans to breathe their atmosphere on the home planet. But they are water people. And, you know, before you were born or before I was born, you and I breathed water in our mother's womb for 9 months. You know?
All right. Thanks for that call. Okay, next call. This is Clifford in Vermont.
Hello, Cliff in Vermont.
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Okay.
I'm glad you guys are on the radio instead of fucking each other's asses.
Yeah. Well, you know. Well, son, I'll tell you what. Get you a radio show and show us how you do that.
All right, a quick question. We were talking about these Targs that had made a clone of you and all of this. And I wanted to know, because they took your finger because of some act that you committed, I wanted to know, did your encounter with them and this whole thing enhance at all your understanding or your sense of justice?
Well, certainly. I mean, otherwise, I learned that literally nothing, living or dead, can enter and take over your mind's properties if you are satisfied within yourself that you are a decent, fair, and loving human being. Unless you have got a great proportion of those things that makes you less than decent, then you cannot be taken over, not even by a Targ or a demon. See what I mean?
Yes. Okay, here's Dan in Kentucky.
Hello, Dan in Kentucky.
Hey, how you guys doing tonight?
Okay, Dan.
Good.
All right, I'd like to give a shout-out to my buddy Rob, Mike, and his girlfriend Janelle real quick.
Okay.
And, I was hoping you could do me a favor, Mr. Martin. My buddy Tim, he's going through a little bit of problem with his wife. She asked him for a divorce. I was just hoping you could give him a shout-out for me. His name's Tim. I appreciate it, buddy.
Yeah, Tim. Shout out, Tim. You'll make it, man. You know, let there be peace in the valley. Save it if you can. Yes, indeed. Shout out, Tim.
Okay, here's Ryan in Idaho.
Hello, Ryan in Idaho.
Hello, Riley. Big fan. Thank you for taking my call.
Okay, Ryan.
I'm wondering, there is a lot of speculation that when you run out of cocaine, you freebase.
Yeah. Well, I mean, otherwise, if that's what you're doing out there in the hills, son, then, that's illegal, and so don't be doing that, okay?
All right, here's Dead B in New Jersey.
Hello, Dead B in New Jersey. Dead B.
Hello?
You're on, go.
Thank you for taking my call. My name is Big Pete.
Okay, Big Pete.
Yeah, what I wanted to say is about, if you heard that Obama speech, he came out there and just told it like it is. Now let's do the math, okay? When he got into office, there was 4 million jobs that weren't there.
Right.
When he got into office, okay, another 4 million jobs disappeared. But that's negative 8 million. But over the past 22 months, that's almost 2 years, there's been created 3 million jobs. So he's still in the negative 5 million.
Well, right, and I think
you have a
he'd
question?
Be, I think he'd be a lot further.
You're
he'd
a
be
1%er on the radio.
Yeah, he would be.
What you got to do?
Yeah, he would be much further. No, I'm not a 1%er.
You're an entrepreneur. You're out there.
Yeah, well,
You're
I'm an
selling
yeah,
your books.
I am an entrepreneur, but I'm not a 1%er. There, good man. You understand? Not with what they're paying me, but still, he'd be a lot further ahead if he had got any kind of cooperation from the people who are robbing us all. Simple as that.
That guy sounded just like Johnny Fratto.
This is supposed to be a union. Next call. This is Rich in Alabama.
Hello, Rich in Alabama.
Hey, Riley. How are you doing this evening?
Okay, Rich.
I got a couple questions. They're kind of unrelated. You said before that you had, you had several different lifetimes. I was wondering, my first question is, were you anybody of historical note in any of your past lives?
Yeah, well, no, I've never, you're right. I've never been, say, for instance, I've never been the king or anything of that nature, but I played a great part in sustaining a king or running his armies and things of that nature. Mostly, my many past lives have been embroiled in some type of controversy, even as it is now. But what have you, I've always tried and fight for the little guy, regardless of where it was. You know what I mean, in past lives.
Right. Okay, my second question was, when the mothership comes, is there going to be like a central gathering point for, everybody that's leaving? Or
right. Some
different stops?
Yeah, well, some people have gathered in different places over the earth for some reason or the other. They may not even know what it is, but I've learned, and they have proven it to me, that you don't have to be in a certain place for them to get you. They can dematerialize you and bring you aboard regardless of where you are, but you have to have a symbol. If you don't got a symbol, then, of course, then they won't know where you are. But I believe whether I dispense all these symbols or not, they will get the number that they need from all races, creeds, colors, religions, and all that type of stuff, so that they'll have a genetic diversity at the time. But it's better to have a symbol, good man. Yeah.
All right, thanks for that call. Next call, this is Paul in Minnesota.
Hello, Paul in Minnesota.
Hi, Riley. Oakwood Attention 1.
Oakwood Attention 1, Paul.
Listen, I was on the air earlier. I think I got disconnected or something, but I was wondering if everyone in America is going to get to fuck your wife, because that's what Barack Obama said.
No, son, but everyone in America, won't you put yours up for sale? I got $5. Okay.
All right, let's try one more here. This is Haney in Kentucky.
Hello, Haney in Kentucky.
Hello, Riley. It's Mr. Haney in Hooterville, Kentucky. How are you, sir?
Okay, Mr. Haney.
I got a question for you. Well, two questions. The first one is, if you get the symbol, where do they take you? Are they taking everybody to the same spot, or are you taking different places in the universe is the first question.
Well, no, everyone will go to BRV, their home planet. But now, after then, you may be able to catch out and spread out to various other spots in the galaxy. There are numerous planets out there upon which humans could live. Yeah.
Okay. Then would you get to go to leave this planet and go there whenever you want to, or do you have to wait for them to come get you?
Well, no, I have to wait. In fact, I can't go anywhere until everybody goes. If I go again, that's the last dealy deal. But then again, this earth won't be a good place to stay anymore if it happens. I did not come to make it happen. Let me give a shout out here to Albert Colbert, Vesterburg, Pennsylvania, Jeff Green, Stacy Posen, Henderson, Nevada, Paul and Eric Farad in Huntington Station, New York, Richard and Ryan Griffith out in Austin, Texas, Thomas Breeze in Des Moines, Iowa, Henry Saito, Sun Valley, California, Chris Bramall, Jonathan Calderon in Severna Park, Maryland, Andrew Jones, Claudia Morgan out in Woodland, Washington. They work with horses. Dan Weinstein and Karen Rogers, Holtville, New York, James, Bill, Amanda Taj in Nantucket, Mass, and also Ryan. Daniel and Gerald Conrad in Ellsbury, Mass. Cheryl and Patty, Cheryl, Patty, and Cheryl Petrie and Cheryl Talbot out in Los Angeles, California. Mercy Solis and her husband, Michael, in West Covina, California. Michael and Judah Cornair, Chesterton, Maryland. Marva McKenzie in South Miami, Florida. Matthew and Will Warburton in Greenwich, Connecticut. Joseph, Caroline, Carol, Pisanello, Largo, Florida. Michael, Owen, and Kate and Sam out in Uniontown, Ohio. Jeff and Patty Knudsen, Reno, Nevada. UF Otis and Tammy Best out there in Richville, Utah. Rich and Karen Horowitz, Matawan, New Jersey. Go to RileyMartin.com. Get your books. Punch in the coming of 10 and get your books. Get me on Amazon Kindle. Twitter me at Riley L. Martin. Check out YouTube. And thanks for being with us, people. Yeah, we love you. Take care. Yes, indeed. Have a marvelous time. RileyMartin.com. And email me at RileyMartin.com. And take care now. We love you. And I hope that the show hadn't bored you silly. You know, I think it's rather exciting, even with all the foolishness involved. So take care now. We are out of here.
Show on Howard 101. From the world above, across the gulf of space, minds immeasurably superior to ours. From the world beyond, regarded this earth with envious eyes. Howard 101 brings you envious eyes. Riley Martin.
In 1953 in northeastern Arkansas, I had seen lights above the river for 3 nights run.
Call 888-STERN-101 with your questions. The Riley Martin Show on Howard 101.
Hello, good evening. Good people, welcome to the Riley Martin Show. We're glad you're here. Today is January 31, going into February 1, 2012. Welcome to the Riley Martin Show. Back in the studio tonight, the one and only, the little man with the big plan. I speak of none other than the great producer, actor, composer, writer, sky jumper. I speak of none other than the great Matt, little Nicky Scarpo, Nicosia. Shout out to the lovely Angela. And of course, tooling down the road, easy, and not really greasy, but really pleasy to the girly Yeezys. I speak of none other than the great man, the big man with the plan. The big man that's cruising and grooving. I speak of none other than the great W. Al Aragon. And a shout out to the lovely Michelle. Yes, and I asked Iran, I said, Iran, get me. I need a man that's pretty much as good as me with the big 50 Henry Buffalo rifle. A man who is willing, if he have to fight back down a grizzly bar with a Bowie knife that comes up out of the swamp area. And if his girl is around and he hasn't got much time, be able to flip over and get her done. And I speak of none other. He said, ain't but one man fits that bill. I speak of none other than the great Matt
Panther.
Shoot 'em up, spaceman.
Dig from about Dawsonville, Georgia. And a great shout out to Ben and Sheila, his mom and dad down that way. He's also my white son, too, you know. And, of course, by my side, as usual, the one and only, the great, the inimitable, and quite brilliant, if I must say. I speak of none other than Eric Eron Macaulay.
My honor, spaceman.
Yes, indeedy. And welcome to the Riley Martin Show, people. And everything. I guess you are keeping an eye on all of the political situations and things like that. It is no longer a race for the White House. You've got a toss-up between a robber baron or a sellout, addle-brained abomination, something of that nature, a freak, sex freak, maniacal abomination. That's what you got a choice between in this race here. Now, what the world is going on? But anyway, welcome to the Riley Martin Show. We're glad you're here. Talk to me, Ron.
Okay, don't you think that if these extraterrestrials that you know, that if they come up with a well-thought-out plan to get the attention of the entire Earth at one time, and like gave us a pep talk and even some mechanical or logistical help, and that don't you think that that would be advisable, and it wouldn't like overstep the celestial boundaries and all of the restrictions that are supposed to be in there? It seems like they should be able to do this.
Any type of outright sociological expression on their part would ultimately change absolutely everything we have come to accept and know, both sociologically, religiously, and scientifically, and everything else. So they cannot do that to upset the equilibrium of whatever the hell we're doing down here. Nonetheless, they are not so hidden to the extent as to where we're not filming them somewhere every day on the earth and things of that nature. So it stands to reason that they would think that you would be observant enough to by now have figured out that they're here. You see what I mean?
Yes. And when you were in the presence of these ETs, did they ever tell you anything that you came to doubt or that you don't believe?
I question everything, always, and but Tan was able to explain it to me to the extent as to where, if I had questions, I did ultimately come to accept it, bearing in mind the observation of what they could do if they wanted to do, if it was of a detrimental nature. I know they have the power, so therefore, if they have not done it since the time of Abraham, then I figure they probably don't mean us any harm. You understand? Which is more than I can say for any group of humankind towards each other.
Okay, people, call us with questions tonight, 888-101. Also, you can email us at RileyMartin@SiriusXM.com. We have a call. Let's go ahead and take this.
Okay.
It's Tal in Hawaii.
Hello, Tal in Hawaii.
Hey, what's up, Riley? Calling from Honolulu, man. Lisa Marie and I on vacation.
Oh, beautiful. I wish I were with you, man.
We had to get away from the cold, Riley.
I know.
You know, we're out here. We're having a little toast to you right now. We're at the Barefoot Bar, and we're having copious amounts of brilliant food and alcohol and stuff like that.
Oh, beautiful, man. In fact, if I had gotten a raise from stirring the cheap bastards, then I was going to call and ask Lisa Marie, to go over there, and then we were going to send for you.
That's right. Hey, she wants to give you a little aloha right now, Riley.
Okay. Hello, darling.
Hi, Riley.
Hi, Lisa Marie. My goodness. It's good to hear your lovely voice, my dear. Have fun over there without me.
We are thinking of you while we are having fun, Riley, and lots of adult beverages.
Well, bless your heart, and do one for me there, darling. And everything.
We certainly will.
Yes,
all right,
indeed.
Ciao.
Yeah, take care.
Hey. All right, Riley, you and Eron, take care, brother.
Okay, and you too, Tal.
Thanks, Tal.
Have fun, man. God bless.
All right, guys. All right, aloha.
Aloha.
Nice to hear from y'all.
Yeah.
Have one for me, too.
Well, I wish I was over there.
All
I can't go any further than Ohio.
All right, let's take another call then. This will be Jimmy in Pittsburgh.
Hello, Jimmy in Pittsburgh.
Hey, what's going on, Riley?
Well, nothing much, Jimmy.
Yeah, I was listening to this scientist the other day. His name's Neil Tyson deGrasse or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He was talking about the Drake equations, but something about the number of planets in our galaxy that can harbor life.
Right.
And I was just wondering, are you gay on those planets too? You gay?
Yeah, well, I mean, otherwise, son, you just remain gay on this one. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm.
Here's Bill in Pennsylvania.
Hello, Bill in Pennsylvania.
Hey, Riley. Hey, I heard Fran Drescher got abducted by aliens this past week.
Yeah, she was saying that at some point in her life that she had an alien experience. And I found out that her boyfriend on the Fran Drescher show is named Riley Martin, which is...
Oh, really? Does he suck a bunch of black cocks?
Well, no, it just seemed to be something like a coincidence, but I like her. So, she can go ahead and use my name if she wishes.
All right. You have something, Matthew?
Yeah, this is an interesting story that's been in the news lately, Riley. I want to get your take on it.
All right.
A shipwreck hunter named Peter Lindbergh recently took a sonar scan of what he believes to be a UFO on the bottom of the Baltic Sea. It's a disc-shaped object at 80 meters down, and it's as big as a 747. Do you think he's found anything here?
Possibly so. We have found down ships starting at Roswell and other places, Russia and other places, Israel. And it is possible. But from what you're showing me, the sonar reading and all of this, and the caricatures that they drew of it, it is more or less the shape of existing ships, or it may be a rock formation that was at one time a landing pad for a ship. Unless I could dive on it or something of that nature, I could not give a complete assessment of it, Matt.
Yeah.
But it's something that's not natural.
Yeah, he's actually going ahead and letting people buy tickets to go on the first submarine tour of the place right when he sees it.
Right.
Wish I was on there.
Yeah.
Well, since this is the bottom of the ocean, and you say that the Neptunians are underneath the oceans of the Earth, do you know anything about the inside of their facilities? Do you know anything about the dimensions of how much space they take up down there?
Well, some of the installations are quite large. There is one installation out in the Mariel Trench that is probably as big as, say, Chicago. However, it is covered with glass, literally glass domes. And I understand that after a period of time, the pressure of the water on the symmetrical glass domes causes them to even get stronger in the passing time instead of deteriorating and what have you. But yes, they are beneath the waters of our planet.
Yes, and you confirm that these Neptunians were the ones that came and helped civilize humans, correct?
Well, yeah, they played a part in it. They played a part. The Dogon called them Namans or Nomans or something of that nature, water people that came up out of the ocean several thousands of years ago, and more or less started to teach them about various things having to do with astronomy and things of that nature.
Yes.
As well as other things, medicine, animal husbandry, and things of that nature. So yeah, they have also played an integral part in the history of mankind.
Yeah, that was fascinating. And one more thing about the Neptunians, how do you think that they transferred this information to humans? Did they do it telepathically? Did they talk to them? Or how do you think they communicated?
I would imagine, for instance, Biavians, if they were talking to you, you would hear it in English. Or if if a guy from Mexico, he would hear it in Spanish. A guy from Iraq would hear it in Urdu, and what have you. So I imagine they easily overcame that problem.
Okay. All right, let's see if we can get an intelligent human question here.
Okay.
This is Omar in Baltimore.
Hello, Omar, Baltimore.
Hey, what's up, guys? Happy Black History Month to both of you.
Hey, thanks.
It should be cool. Are you and Iran going to make Matt Panther your white sex slave?
Well, No, kid. We were planning on making your sister that.
Here's Steve in Pennsylvania, Riley.
Hello, Steve in Pennsylvania.
Hey, Riley, how are you doing? It's the mothership.
Yeah.
How are you tonight?
Okay, Steve.
Well, the reason I'm calling you is because your black ass is due back any minute.
Yeah, well, yeah, and so has your uncle's. You know, he was black and inbred. That's how they got you.
Here's an email question. This is from Carl Walker and Lori in San Diego again. Okay. They usually send good questions.
Mm-hmm.
They have two of them tonight. I'm going to give you one of them here. They're saying or asking, with so many thousands of people being airlifted, it occurs that several will probably be sick or have some type of illness. They want to know if the Biavians have a plan for treating sick people once you airlift all these people.
I am told, given to understand, that any form of human illness, be it all the way down to amputeeism or anything of that nature, will be immediately taken care of. They have what we would consider hospital units or something of that nature, that they would take a person in and within a matter of hours would clear up all deficiencies, genetic or otherwise, blood pressure, etc., etc. They would do that. The only thing they will not do is purify the immune system. That is, take away your ability to catch a cold or something like that. They must leave that intact.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, at one point you described some type of a wand, for lack of a better description of it, and you said that they touched you with this and it had an effect to alleviate some pain. Could you describe that and give a little bit more detail on that?
Yeah, I had before. Hours before the ship, I had the misfortune of having to fight about 3 guys, and they did crack a few ribs and what have you, and Nella did take a little blue wand type thing and touch my big toe, and it cleared that pain up and what have you. But I don't think that's the way it's done for more serious diseases, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here's Drew in Chicago.
Hello, Drew in Chicago. Drew.
He's gone.
Yeah.
Here's Brad in North Carolina.
Hello, Brad in North Carolina. Brad? Fred. Okay, Fred.
Go.
Oh, okay. Am I on?
Yeah.
Hey, happy Black History Month, guys.
Hey, well, thanks.
Are you guys doing anything special to celebrate, like doing a special show or anything like that?
Well, no, they haven't informed me of any extra shows or anything like that or what have you, and it's kind of news to me. I wasn't keeping up with what history it was on what month, but now that you mention it, maybe after the show or something, we'll have a brewski or whatever.
Thanks, Brad.
Thanks, Brad.
Next call, this is Anthony in Wisconsin.
Hello, Anthony in Wisconsin.
Hey, Kwam Salaji Wan, Riley and E-Ray.
Kwam Salaji Wan.
Kwam Salaji Wan.
Hey, I got 2 questions for you, Riley. Do aliens like coldness, like the snow and stuff?
Well, no, they maintain an equilibrium of all weather conditions aboard the Great Mothership. For instance, I was going through the Hall of Suspension, and it's cold in there. And the clothing that I was wearing automatically adjusted to the temperature and warmed me up and what have you. But I don't think they really, and I know that the reptilians don't like the cold.
Yeah. Riley, when I was 14, I was walking home from seeing a girlfriend, and I looked up in the sky by the Wisconsin River, and there was like a UFO or something like the shape of a football field hovering above me, and I could, you couldn't hear no engines, but you could sense there was like a power or some kind of energy coming from it. What race of aliens was that?
I would suspect that if they were near or over water, probably was the Neptunians.
Really?
Yeah, I'm just guessing. But
I swear it was like maybe 60 feet up, and it was like darker than the sky. Like there was no stars, and it was flying over with no sound. It was really crazy.
Right. Chances are it was possibly the Neptunians. You'll find them near water a great deal because they do take the water and use it for fuel, really, by extracting the hydrogen atoms from it and using it in their hydrogen-fed fusion reactors and all that. And they were using, anti-gravity propulsion.
plasmic anti-gravity propulsion, no doubt. Mm-hmm.
All right. Thanks for that call.
You should get your symbol, man. In fact, people, go to RileyMartin.com, RileyMartin.com, get the books and get the symbols. It is implementary that you do so in this year, which is either going to be fortuitous or calamitous. And there's something that's going to happen this year. So you should go there and get them. Also, if you want to get the original book, which they're asking like $200 for on Amazon and all that, I don't sell them for that. You get it for the regular price. Go to The Coming of Tan, T-A-N like suntan, thecomingoftan.com, and get them there. You can also tweet me at Riley L. Martin, and check me out on YouTube also. Mm-hmm.
All right, this is Jim in Ohio.
Hello, Jim in Ohio.
Hi, Riley. How are you?
Okay, Jim.
Good. By the sound of things, you might not have time to do this, but I've heard rumors that you might be writing a second book, or you might have thought about it at one point.
Right.
I know in your last book you spoke of many things that have since come to pass, like the mothership and other things. There's a variety of references in there. I'm just wondering, will the next book be named Welcome to the Riley Martin Show, and will it be about Tom Cruise?
Yeah. Well, who knows? Yeah, well, you know, we might include Tom Cruise in it, you know, but yeah, I have another book to write. In fact, Matt and Eron has been on me, and my wife has been on me about getting started on the next book. But I haven't yet done so. But you're right. I'm late, and I should start on that project, really and truly.
All right, here's Joe in Texas, Riley.
Hello, Joe in Texas.
Hey, Riley, how you doing? Good evening.
Good evening.
Hey, what are your thoughts about the Earth coming to an end this year in December?
I know that there are a great deal of cosmic things happening. The sun will line up on what they call the event horizon, and then there are going to be a number of planets that comes into jagged alignment this year. I'm thinking that the gravitational pull combined from those, coupled with the sunspots and flares and things of that nature, is going to make for a very, very eventful year. Now, I've got to talk to these people in the sky to see about getting some help. Now, they won't keep us from blowing each other up. However, I believe they have the technology to let us get through this rough time, but I do not yet know. I'll know more about it about the middle of this year, good man. But yes, this will be an eventful year all over. Mm-hmm.
All right, thanks for that call. Okay, say for instance that this airlift actually occurs and they take humans off the planet.
Mm-hmm.
You say that after 1,000 years they would give humans a choice to come back to this planet. And I want to know, do you think that there will be any surviving humans over that 1,000-year period? And if not, how long will it be before they become completely extinct?
Well, okay. Now, I'm just guessing at least 1,000 years before the Earth would regain its equilibrium and things of that nature. I suspect that there will be a number of survivors in various different places. But then they would be starting over, more or less, since all of the accoutrements that we have here are gone. And then they would have to also deal with the elementals of nature and all of its, all of its production and output and things of this nature, as well as the elements, the atmosphere, the earthquakes and various different things like this. So it's a good bet that quite possibly the human race could cease to be over the next 1,000 years, the ones that are left here, quite possibly, because your little dog and his buddies will kill you if it comes down to it in order to live and what have you. And so that would be an atrocious thing for humans to suffer if that happened. But I did not come here to automatically try and put fear into your heart to say you're automatically going to suffer and die. I came to try and help prevent it if at all possible. Nonetheless, it's a toss-up to whether humans will live. And yes, you would be allowed an opportunity to return. Many will, some won't.
All right. Next call. This is Dan in Georgia.
Hello, Dan in Georgia.
Hey, Riley. So if you ran out of food, would you just like eat Huron semen all day?
Yeah. Well, no, I mean otherwise, but I would eat your lady all day.
Here's Charlie. We'll get that on the other side of the break. Right.
Let me give a shout out to my orthosurgeon, Dr. Robert Friedman. Doctors April Smith, Ann Merkel, Rebecca Ziegler, Dr. Avalone and Sarante. The staff, Ellie, Amy, Joyce, Ann Yavison, Vicky, Miss Baldish, and Jenna, down in Pittsburgh, New Jersey. Mike and Diane Voigt, the great composer, Mike Voigt. Jamal and Luda Lawson out in Ogden and Salt Lake City, Utah. The great Mike Bundick Sr. and Jr. and the lovely Jennifer Babcock, Chicopee, Massachusetts, and down in Florida. Rob Weldon Jr. and his lovely mom, Joy. Griffith, Indiana. Stick and Jenny Carter down in Mississippi and on the road. Pee Wee Jenkins out on the road.
Pee Wee!
Christian Mortensen, the brilliant young man. His family out in Houston, Texas. The great soldiers James Bucalia, the master gunner Anthony Mariscal. They are all over the place. Cliff and Helene Green and the crew down in Macon, Georgia, loved ones. The great Floyd Kachowski, Devonay, Zach, and great Zach up in Kingsford, Michigan. Everett Ellicott and his lovely mom Grace, D.C., Virginia area. Jason Jacobs Worstock and the crew, Oakville, Ontario, Canada. The great Jim Borrett, North Wales, Pennsylvania. Margaret Whitworth and family out in Ramona, California, and the great Peter Tachi up in Framingham, Massachusetts. Stay with us. We shall return.
Riley Martin.
In 1953 in northeastern Arkansas, I had seen lights above the river for 3 nights running.
Call 888-STERN-101 with your questions. The Riley Martin Show on Howard 101.
You are on the verge of destroying the entire universe.
Call 888-STERN-101 and make contact. The Riley Martin Show. Howard 101.
And welcome back to the show, people. Forgive the stupid interruptions. You know, that's going to happen because I do not control the screening of the calls here. And what have you. They do that back in New York and what have you. Bless their hearts. Anyway, welcome to the Riley Martin Show. Welcome back. People, go to RileyMartin.com. RileyMartin. Get your symbols. Get the books. There's a lot of information in there that was written some 27 years ago that applies to you now and has come to pass. So get the book and get your symbols there. You can also get a copy, a signed autograph copy of the original The Coming of Tan by going to The Coming of Tan, T-A-N, thecomingoftan.com. Also, you can tweet me at, you can get the book also, at Amazon Kindle. You know, you can get the book at Amazon Kindle. Also, tweet me at Riley L. Martin, and check me out also on YouTube. Welcome back to the Riley Martin Show. And Matt, you got something over there?
Yeah,
man?
Riley, I got a question from your boy here, Anthony Weiss in New Jersey.
Oh, okay.
And he writes, Stephen Hawking had said that aliens probably exist and that we wouldn't want to meet the majority of them because some will be violent. Is there any truth in that theory, and should we have any, should we worry about that possibility?
Well, I don't think we have that possibility to worry about. Nonetheless, I've never said that all aliens are cutesy-poo, angelic, little wonderful guys. There are any number of aliens, and exactly all of them are quite capable of laying waste to whole planets if they should so desire. There are cosmic rules against jumping on another sentient species, no matter how weak or stupid they are, because this would open the floodgates for anybody to go around knocking off anybody that's like we do, that's weaker than we are, and things like that. So I have absolutely no fear of any alien in the sky wishing to do us harm, mainly because there are numerous thousands and thousands of planets that are capable of sustaining life M-class planets. It is not necessary to have to go and kill off an entire species to just get one little dinky planet on the outside of the Milky Way galaxy. You see what I mean? If the room was such until they didn't have anywhere to go or something of that nature, then I'd probably be afraid. But I know that there are more planets than we can count out there that are capable of sustaining life. Mm-hmm.
Okay, don't forget, people, you can listen anytime online. Just go to SiriusXM.com and click on the Listen Online tab. Of course, you can email us with questions, Riley Martin at SiriusXM.com, and call us tonight with questions, 888-STERN-101.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, speaking of Stephen Hawking. Okay, he was interviewed recently. We try to keep up somewhat with what he does and says. But anyway, they were interviewing him, and someone asked him, what does he sit there, what does he think about all day? And he gave the answer that he thinks about women and that he is mystified by women. Okay, you've mentioned and talked about this neurotronic computer that these extraterrestrials have and that they can't figure out the motivations of women. And I'm saying at this point now, come on, can't we figure out women? I mean, do they have to be that big of a mystery? And the reason I'm saying that is because can't we tie their behavior to like physiological things and whatnot? Can't they be understood?
Absolutely not. That's your answer, son. I've never been able to figure them out. And I once deciphered the elementals of what kind of scientific procedures would be necessary to traverse a black hole and come out alive. Yet, I've not yet been able to figure out even so much as my 16-year-old daughter, let alone the rest of the women that I've known all my life. My goodness. So he's right about that.
Okay, we got a guest caller on the line. Matt, you got to bring this guy?
Yeah, this is Keith Buckley, lead singer of Every Time I Die.
Yeah.
I love his music, man.
Love it, man. He be kicking, be jamming, man. Bam!
How are you?
Hey, how are you, Keith?
I'm very good. I'm very good.
Thanks for calling, man.
Hey,
That's
no
an
problem.
honor.
You guys are in good voice tonight. You sound great.
Hey, thanks.
Thanks, man.
Absolutely. So I was listening to you before, and you guys were talking about the colonization of the Earth and everything. And I'm wondering if, Riley, you've ever read anything by Zachariah Sitchin, like the 12th Planet or the Earth Chronicles, anything like that?
Yeah, I'm familiar with his works. Now, I haven't read all of his works, but I'm familiar with his works, and many of his theorems and things of this nature is dead on, I think.
Yeah, I do too. I think that the people that have traveled from the stars that came eons ago and planted the genetic seed that would ultimately blossom into the remarkable species called man is pretty profound. Right. And I wondered if you had any take on that.
Well, certainly. As the book will explain, some 35,000 years ago, there was a war between the reptilians and the sapien bipeds, the Biavians. And they came into this part of space and got into a skirmish. Some of them fell on an island. I place about 100 nautical miles north of Tripoli in what we now call Libya, out in the Mediterranean. And that was the original Atlantis. Now, over time, as they got older and did not have the cloning technology here with them, they ultimately came down, took the daughters of men, and impregnated them, and their sons became of old great men of renown.
Right.
Now, if you'll read, say, the biblical scriptures, the house of Adam, some people live 6, 7, 8, 900 years and things of that nature. That were direct offspring of these extraterrestrials and humankind, and from there it blossomed on out and filtered down through all of mankind, all races, creeds, colors, and all that. You see?
So where do you think that began, and what part of the Earth do you think that began?
It began, I believe, in North Africa. The first blossoming of their culture and that they put forth toward man originated, as we can gather, in the ancient Sumerian kingdom, and from there filtered on out into the Fertile Crescent, over into Asia, then into Europe, and so forth and so on. You see what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I like your take there. You got a really good take. Hey, I just heard you talking about the Stephen Hawking thing, and actually he set a bet that if he could discover black holes before anybody else, that he would get a lifetime subscription to Playboy, which he has still. That was actually the original bet. And also, here's the question based on that. Do you feel that black holes might be the umbilical cord between two galaxies?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Black holes, now, I've explained the scientific principles of faster than light speed, time-dimensional travel, in which you can literally, upon reaching the seventh level or the interface with dark matter, open up a miniature black hole in space and time. But there are numerous black holes. Now, there's a...
Well, I'm just bringing up black holes because I was just speaking about Playboy magazine. So.
Yeah, right. But that's what I'm saying. And I like Playboy, and also I like black holes.
Yeah,
but still... Right. But yes, they do exist. Well, great ones and smaller ones, some that float around, say in the Bermuda Triangle and other places. Yeah. Corridors, string corridors. All
right, very cool. Good to talk to you tonight, man.
Hey, good to talk to you, man. Hey, man, send me some more music, man.
I will. I'm gonna call in next week. You can consider me a frequent guest on the show now.
Hey, get the book. Get the book.
Yeah, get the book and all that. Call me, man, personally. Email me at eron@radamon.com, and we'll talk personally, man, and we'll trade, okay?
Cool, man. No content you want, bro.
Thanks for calling, Keith.
Thanks for calling, Keith.
That was Keith Buckley. Next call, this is Charlie in Ohio, Riley.
Hello, Charlie in Ohio.
Hello, Riley.
How are you, Charlie?
Just fine, thank you. I was calling, I hope you've seen this footage, some of the best footage I've seen on the Internet. This spiral of light or vortex of light, I believe it was spotted over Norway or somewhere around there.
Right.
What might that be? What are we looking at there, do you think?
Well, now it is possible that may have been something like a star that reached critical mass in blue or something of that nature. Now, I wish I could get more information on that because the flares from these defunct stars that have imploded and what have you may ultimately filter out through the galaxy, and it may have done so thousands of years ago, and we're just now seeing it. You see what I mean? But I'm just guessing about the phenomena. I really don't know unless, I had more information or was there to witness it myself. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, well that's interesting. I was thinking it looked like it was maybe closer, like something right outside the atmosphere.
Right. Well, that is possible. Back in 1907, I believe it was, over Siberia, there was an explosion in the sky that was engineered by the extraterrestrials, or that is, they destroyed a meteorite above there, and it ended up laying down about 700 miles of forest and things of that nature. It could be the same type of a phenomena of something, a meteor burning out and exploding above our stratosphere. So it could be a number of things, good man, but I cannot attest to exactly what it is. You see what I mean?
All right.
So take care. Good question. Thank you for calling.
Thanks for that question. Yeah. Here's Jeremy in Sacramento.
Hello, Jeremy, Sacramento.
Riley, your show is good as ever.
Thanks.
It really is. Hey, you were talking about the underwater alien ship earlier in this show.
Mm-hmm.
There's a great author out there, the name of Paul Amarak, who wrote a great book about that, saying that the Germans learned about that from the reptilians, or a lizard type of alien, and that the reptilians actually gave them the chemistry to create the drug Adderall to make them concentrate and build stuff like that. And I have, my first floor NACs are not syncing right now, and I don't know if it's my sync module or if it's the sensor on the booster panel. Do you have any suggestions?
Once again, repeat that. Your what now is syncing?
My NAC circuit on the upper level there is not syncing when I have a 270B fire alarm. And the problem is, it's all the other floors are somewhat working okay, but the other the other ones just aren't sinking in. I have a huge fire alarm final on Friday, and I'm nervous I'm not going to pass.
Right. Well, good man. You're speaking of technology that I'm not familiar with to the extent of its, its electronic workings and things of that nature. But I believe you'll pass because, you're a smart guy. Okay? Good luck.
Here's Eric in New Jersey.
Hello, Eric in New Jersey.
Hey, Riley. What's up, man?
Not much, Eric.
Hey, listen, one, I got a few questions, so please don't hang up on me. And you know what? I just want to say, these other idiots that call, they need to get a life, man.
Okay, come on.
Get a job, brother. Do something with yourself,
Yeah, come on.
The other ones, give the guy a break. But the other one, and that guy over there, maybe he needs to study his, about the fire thing. Maybe he needs to call his fire marshal.
Well, cool. You got a question for me?
Yes, I do, Riley. Actually, I tweeted you before, and hey, Matt, hey, Iran, I tweeted you before, been tweeting you. I have a few questions, particularly towards, I live in the Pine Barrens, and near, I live, near the Bay, Jersey Shore, all those things of that nature. And, there are talks of different animals around here that I have never seen, and I don't know if it's just around, basically. The Pine Barrens is pretty big. I know you live down there,
right.
too. Mm-hmm. Oh, and I also have to tell you one thing, too. There was a guy, it's on the news, I don't know, but an escaped prisoner in Mays Landing. He's on Fox News right now, escaped. So I don't know if you guys knew about that, but they're looking for him right now.
Okay.
But I was just seeing, what is, basically the deal around the Pine Barrens and everything else around here. It's just, a big mass area.
Right. Well, otherwise, this is more in keeping with the studies of, say, cryptozoologists. Every year, we discover some, several hundreds of new lower species of various different creatures that we never knew existed before, and things of this nature. And this would be a good place for defunct or retiring creatures to hang out that ordinarily is not mixing with man. Ultimately, though, because man is spreading out upon the land and growing in numbers, ultimately we will run into these various things. And also, there's also genetic manipulation going on in certain hidden installations and what have you, and quite possibly some of these creatures, such as the chupacabra and others, might have escaped at one time or the other. I remember in Arkansas, we had nothing but the razorback, but around the turn of the century, they brought the German black boar over, and they mixed with the indigenous hogs here, and the razorback and all that, and we've got monsters out in those boggy creeks and things like that. So it is quite possible there are unknown creatures out there, good man. Mm-hmm.
Okay, here's Josh in Philly.
Hello, Josh in Philly.
Hey, you guys suck a lot of cock.
Yeah, what do you do in Philly, son? You understand? You ought to be down there, hanging out in the park like you usually do, till those other boys come along and get you and bust you wide open. Let me give a shout out here to Henry Sato. Thanks for the gift, Henry, out in Sun Valley, California. Andrew Jones, Claudia Morgan, out in Woodland, Washington, they work with horses. Cheryl Patry and Cheryl Talbot, the lovely ladies in Los Angeles, California. Works for Scripps, I believe. Jeff and Patty Knudsen out in Reno, Nevada. Rich and the lovely Karen Horowitz of the Avatar, great teacher in Mattawan, New Jersey. Bill and Carrie Coolish out in Arizona. The great cartoonist Ham Shin out in Santa Clara, California. Norman Yee, Hunan Ra in Honolulu, Hawaii. Grant and Chase Russell, Tallahassee, Florida. The Cambodians, the lovely Cambodians, Sonny and Dennis Vatiria Lee out in Orlando, Florida. Jim Marzano, Mark Rabinowitz, Air Studios in Kingston, New York. Chris Dominic and Chris Keichel from Ohio. Stay with us. We shall return.
November 1953. An abduction. A little boy. An incredible universe. Call Stern 101 with your questions, your experiences, your beliefs, your prophecies. Riley Martin. The Riley Martin Show on Howard 101.
People of Earth, attention.
Howard 101. The Riley Martin Show. On Howard 101. Call 888 Stern 101 and make contact from the world above, from the world beyond. The Riley Martin Show.
And welcome back to the Riley Martin Show, people. We're glad that you're here. Look, you got to go to RileyMartin.com and get the book if you want some information that's unhindered by this stupidity, bigoted madness that crops up on the air from time to time. I have no control over that. Go to RileyMartin.com, get the book, and the symbols. Get your symbol now. You understand? Be on the safe side. Also, to get the original copy of the Riley Martin book, The Coming of 10, go to thecomingoften.com. You can also get the book on Amazon Kindle. Sure can. Also, you can tweet me at Riley L. Martin. I'll put the L in there. And also check out YouTube and what have you. But get Amazon Kindle. It's really cheap. And you can read it all over. You can put it on your computers, your iPods, your iPad, all that, as well as your Kindle and all that.
Speaking of Amazon Kindle, you have an email here. This is from Artist Steele, Flying Saucer Balloon Boy.
Oh, okay.
He says, greetings. He says he wants to thank you for the Kindle book.
Cool.
Coming of 10. He's read some of the Kindle book. It's obvious that you have an extraordinary amount of information. But his question is, why is Riley not invited as his featured speaker at some of these UFO events, like the Conscious Life Expo, etc.?
Well, I was once invited out to the World UFO Expose out in Nevada, Laughlin, Nevada, out there, and I spoke out there, and literally carried the show and all this, even though they had a lot of other so-called famous UFO guys and PhDs and stuff like that. And I don't think they took too kindly to an 8th grade graduate knowing more about various things than they did. So they kind of keep me on the outside. You understand?
You really think that's the reason they're uptight about that?
Well, I think they're uptight about that. And secondly, as it has been for the last 400 years, people, you would think that no people of color has ever had any UFO experiences, because all you see on TV is white folks talking about their experiences and things of this nature. But you fail to stop and realize that Lot, Ezekiel, Noah, Daniel, various people like that back in history, the ancient Egyptians and all that, they were not Europeans, people, from which you first start getting this information and all that. The Europeans did not build the pyramids and things like that. So obviously we play an integral part in this thing, though you would not know it from what you see on TV. What you get is a bunch of half-truths, and for those who know it won't tell you, and others will lead you astray and things of this nature. But if you want to, go to RileyMartin.com, get the book, and you'll get some real information for a change. You see what I mean?
Thanks for that email, Flying Saucer Balloon Boy. You have something, Matthew?
Yeah, speaking of the pyramids, I got a tweet here from Bob Frazier, Jesse James 375. He says, Riley, I believe that the Great Pyramid of Giza was built by the Watchers, supervised by Enoch. Do you have any info about this?
Yeah. Well, actually, they were, they serve a purpose as, say, a buoy in an ocean or something of that nature. They are benign batteries that actually gives off pulses out into space, wherein you can hone in on this planet from light years out and things like that. And yes, they use the technology that we have not rediscovered in order to build them, and what have you. And other installations around the equatorial area of the world has also Tiwanaku and places like that were also built by technologies that came from out of space and all that, just like the face on Mars and things like this. So yes, they are different, and they tie into that. Enoch was taken up and taught and got a line of thought
as well as certain laws by which ultimately resulted in our religions and things of that nature. Yes.
Did they ever show you any footage of Enoch when you were up there?
No, they did not. They showed me footage of various different times in history. Back during the time I saw Alexander, and when he met Darius on the plains of Atasha and all that, and I saw him face up, I mean, as far as seeing his visage, and things like this, as well as we popped into a city called Jerusalem about 2,000 years ago and saw some goings on there and various other things down through history. But I was not so well versed as to ask for specific characters from history and all that. I was young.
Yeah. I'm presuming you saw all of this stuff in high definition.
Yo, definitely.
Or was it
definitely.
hologram?
Yeah, hologram, but you could smell the blood and the sweat, hear the screams. Yeah.
All right. Back to the calls then. Here's Mr. Henry in Kentucky.
Hello, Mr. Henry in Kentucky.
That's Mr. Haney in Hooterville.
Mr. Haney. Okay. All right. Mr. Haney.
Hey, last week I called in and you explained that you couldn't just arbitrarily go back into space, so you have to wait for them to come and get everybody. And that would explain why that you kowtow and step and fetch it and bojangle for Master Stern.
For who?
For Howard Stern.
Oh, now, I don't bite my tongue with Stern or any other living human being and what have you. You understand? I have no fear of the fame of anyone else whatsoever. Never have, never will, good man. Nonetheless, that he should be at least given credit for having given me an opportunity to do a show on his air, even though he doesn't pay me worth a damn. But still, I do not shirk from any person, living man. For if he eat, does he not poop? You understand?
That was Mr. Haney from Kentucky. Okay, here's Tony in Baltimore.
Hello, Tony in Baltimore.
Hey, Riley, how you doing?
Okay.
I wanted to ask you, I know that a couple of weeks ago you spoke about the threat of cyber attacks, and in Israel they had some major issues where it was compromised, the stock exchange and their major airline, El Al. Would the Biavians intercede if they felt that on Earth it was something that would be catastrophic, as far as what the repercussions?
Well, no, the only way I think that they would intercede from a physiological level, if there would be a cosmic threat, and there will be sometime this year from outer space or something like that. But they have even though they know it's going on, they have they cannot step in and literally alter the course of man's endeavors toward himself. They won't even stop us from killing each other off, or what have you, if that we have chosen that destiny. Why? Because we have the intellect, the creativity, and the ability, and the common sense to not do that to one another. But if we choose to do it, then we will go the way of the dinosaur and others that have gone that way back down through history. But no, they won't intercede on that level. But
I have one other quick question.
Okay.
In Middleburg, Florida, it was January 16th. I'm looking on the internet. It's a little bit south of Jacksonville.
Right.
A lot of sightings were found with a triangle-shaped form, and I just wanted to know what the significance of that would be.
Right. The sea people, the Niptonians, come out of the ocean. The Niptonians, they have the wedgie, the three-corner, the triangular-shaped ships, which is more or less a standard among them. They do have other configurations, but that is the one that is most commonly seen. And so that's probably what they're seeing, good man. There is no doubt an installation somewhere off of the coast down there. Mm-hmm.
All right, here's Jeff.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks for that call. Mm-hmm. This is Jeff in Texas.
Hello, Jeff in Texas.
Riley, how you doing this evening?
Okay, Jeff.
I'll be quick. I've talked to you before on the phone, and I work around geologists a lot.
Right.
I did a job where we pull up a sample from about 15,000 foot, and in the sample we saw what basically was a tiny human hand.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't an infant because the growth plates were completely grown. There was no break in that growth plate, so we know it wasn't a baby. And I wondered if you had any input on this.
Right. Now, that's why you got to get the book. In the book, it speaks of several groups of outer world beings that were here from millions of years back. One is called the Nilits, and they were little bitty people, perhaps 12, 14, 16 inches tall, period. And they were here for a time, highly tech, but they did not make it. Ultimately, they left what was left, but they were here. Now, from the geostrata, you pulled up, it was probably from several millions of years back.
So were those Nilits mammals?
No, they were human biped erectors like us.
Wow.
Except itty-bitty people, leprechauns, so to speak. Let me give a shout-out to Carl Anthony Venable, Sir Venable in North Brunswick, New Jersey. Beth Bloink in a bus. Dan Solomon in Warren, New Jersey. Jeffrey Ben of Marthasville, Maryland. He's Fish Farms. Abel Vega in Palestine, Texas. Luis Salvatore Panoni in Stanford, Connecticut. Retired police officer, and they tell me he has marvelous restaurants. Yes. Gary, Jessica, sister, Rydell, in Rydell, Pennsylvania. Gister. Anthony Weiss, Mary Grace Dumont in South Plains, New Jersey. Michael Michaud, Michael Bond in Rockville, Connecticut. Terry Nguyen in Santa Ana, California. John McCreary, Seabrook, New Hampshire. John Matish and Scott Martin in Carlsbad, California. Ryan T. Berg, Joseph Thomas, and Allison Jane Osborne in Sparks, Nevada. Peter Tachi, the great Peter Tachi, in Framingham, Massachusetts. Go to RileyMartin.com. Get your books and symbols. TheComingOf10.com. Yes, Amazon Kindle. Tweet me at Riley L. Martin. Check me out on YouTube. We're out of here. We love you. Take care. Bam.
Show on Howard 101. Another day ends. Another day begins. On Earth. But what of other worlds?
At the age of 7, in 1953 in northeastern Arkansas, I had seen lights above the river for 3 nights running. This alien friend of mine.
Other times.
His head was shaped like a brain.
Other beings.
This is a picture of my extraterrestrial husband.
Welcome to another mind-altering broadcast.
They drilled in.
With Riley Martin. Call 888-STERN-101 with your questions. The Riley Martin Show.
Hello, good listeners. Today is February 7, 2012, going into 8. We're glad you're here. Welcome to the Riley Martin Show. Coming out of New York City on Afterburner, smoothing down the road and all of this, knowing that if the police stop him, they might let him go like they did before because he produces for the great Riley Martin. I speak of none other than Matt, Little Nicky, the brilliant Matt, Little Nicky Scarfo, Nicosia, and a shout out to the lovely Angela. Angela, I love you, dear. Okay, and back in the studio, we have none other than the big man with the plan, the man who is easy, though not greasy, smoothie and groovy. I speak of none other than the great, the one and only Double O. Al Regone, and shout out to the lovely Michelle. People, it has been fabled that the legendary young man coming up out of the Georgia swamps, having came our way, bouged in, sat down and stayed, and will not leave But we love him. I speak of none other than my little white son from out of the Atlanta area, Matt Panther.
Ready to soak up the knowledge tonight.
Yes, indeed. And shout out to Ben and Sheila, the lovely Sheila Panther down in Dawsonville, Georgia. His mom and dad, though I took him. You see what I mean. And, of course, by my side, as usual, the one and only, the inimitable and quite thorniest in my sidious at times, though nonetheless a great man indeed. I speak of none other than the great Eric Eron Macaulay.
Citizen of the universe,
yes,
man.
Indeed, and welcome to the Riley Martin Show. We're glad you're here. You can see the state of affairs that we have in the political situations in our country now. One way or the other, the big money people are seeming to just take over the whole show and run it and things of that nature. They expect you all to just dumb down to the extent as to where you buy this crapola. We have only one chance to make this a better country, a better world. We got to get Obama back in there, because I think of any misfortune he has done or anything of that nature, he will clean it up once they are back into office and things of that nature. So, under the circumstances, I have to forgive him for whatever right now, this time. You understand? And so we got to stick together on this thing. It is all of our country. Red, white, red, black, yellow. We're all together in this thing. And so let's get together on it. How you doing, Eron? Talk to me.
I'm doing fine. People call the Space Cowboy with questions tonight, 888-STERN-101. You can also email us with questions at RileyMartin@SiriusXM.com. Okay, we have a lot of emails, questions for you, and all of that stuff. But I have a question here off the top of the bat here. This question is in general about suicide.
Okay.
Specifically, Don Cornelius, creator of Soul Train, ended up killing himself, evidently. And, for my money, Soul Train was one of the most creative things I could think of for people like me. So it had a profound impact on me. But anyway, he ends up at 75 years old, evidently killing himself. And I wanted to know, what do you think of that with respect to him personally? And then in general, what do you think of suicide? Is it immoral? And what do these extraterrestrials think about it?
The extraterrestrials.
For humans.
The extraterrestrials choose to die themselves from time to time once they have stayed here long enough. Among human beings, there comes a time when the pain and the suffering in their life is far greater than the thought of mortality, the coming of death, and what have you. I believe it is more the intent of the going instead of some type of nefarious or sinful thing, though I do not recommend it. Don Cornelius, I'll always love him, and I forgive him, and I will speak to the Heavenly Father on his behalf so that he make it in, because sometimes the pain in the body, the mind, the sickness, perhaps terminal sickness and things of this nature may drive one to say, hey, let me go. I've had enough of this world. Let me go. But either way, Joe, I said, I do not condone such a thing. However, I forgive him and will pray for him.
Yes, because I was figuring that it was more than just physical pain, because it could be alleviated, the physical pain of it. But do you think that euthanasia for humans is practical or plausible?
Any country that resorts to euthanasia, say Nazi Germany or something of that nature, ultimately deteriorates down into a lack of social decency and what have you. And ultimately, we have gone too far if we ever institute such a thing on a massive basis. So, no, don't do that.
All right, we have a lot of people want to talk to you here on the phone. So let's take this first call from Lewis in Boston.
Hello, Lewis in Boston.
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing, Eron? This is one of the twins.
Oh, hey, twin. How are you?
Good.
I'm doing fine. How you doing, Eron? What's up, Matt?
You got it.
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, no. Me and Riley tweet back and forth. Hey, Riley, I just want to ask you about the aircraft that the Avians fly. Is it similar to the F-6, or are they in a higher class than when they crashed a couple of years ago?
Well, one did crash at Roswell, but it was an X-4, and it's of a lesser scientific, capabilities. It's not hyperspace capable, but the X6 is hyperspace capable, meaning that you can jump the time factor, the light factor, and all of this. And I would say that the X4 is the lowest among them, their conveyances. The X6 is optimum as far as time travel and things of this nature is concerned, but the greatest of them all would be the Skyraker. Now, they range in size from a quarter mile to 3.5 miles across, and they are capable of multi-dimensional jumps, such as in the Bermuda Triangle and things of this nature. You see what I mean?
All right, thanks for that.
Thanks, Twin. And shout out to you and your lovely family.
Is all of their vehicles run by the same propulsion principle?
Essentially, it's the same propulsion principle. Nonetheless, there are lesser vehicles that run on a kind of a cold fusion basis. Most of their ships, though, if they are intergalactic or interstellar, then they will run on the hot fusion principle. However, it's applied in various different ways and what have you. For instance, the Screed, they do have a fusion principle, but it's based upon the helium and argon that burns off from a hot fusion center, whereas the Biavians go from the hydrogen atom itself and the byproducts, helium and argon and what have you. You see what I mean?
Yes. All right, here's Ron in Florida.
Hello, Ron in Florida.
Hey, what's up, Riley?
Not much, Ron.
Yeah, I was wondering if you seen this Rick Santorum win in Minnesota tonight.
Rick Santorum? Oh.
Yeah, did you?
Oh, yeah, well, he won.
I don't like.
Yeah,
I don't like that guy's. I don't like that guy's policy about how he won't let you fags get married. You know?
Well, I mean, otherwise, but I'm in your corner. If that is your persuasion, young man, then he probably ultimately, maybe he won't. But I believe that ultimately all of society will let you guys get married, okay?
Here's Jimmy in Ohio, Riley.
Hello, Jimmy in Ohio.
Hey, Mr. Martin. How are you doing tonight?
Okay, Jimmy.
My question is, do you know anything about the Men in Black? Have they ever visited you? And can you give a shout out to my friends Mike and Ashley? They just had their second child yesterday. And they're big fans of yours.
Congratulations. What is it, Matt and Ashley? Congratulations on the new baby. I hope he will have to make a better world. And what was his question?
He wanted to know about Men in Black.
Oh, yeah. Well, now, okay. And when I was a child, and I had been gone for 3 days, when I did come back, there were Army personnel trucks and people in beekeeper suits and all of this, taking samples down on the river and all that. And they were questioning the people around, but my father did not tell them that I had been gone. And, of course, I had forgotten where I had been. However, sometime later, a couple of men, yes, dressed in black suits, did come out there to query him. And my father went out and met them and talked to him a little bit, came back, and he shook his head, no, nothing happening here. We don't know what's going on. They came back a second time. And the old man stepped out on the porch with his 30 high-power Winchester and shot 2 bottles sitting way over yonder somewhere. They stopped, turned around, went back and got in the car and left, and I haven't seen them anymore. So there are people who do follow-ups on these things to find out who knows what.
Okay, you recount an incident in your book where you were with Tan, evidently, and you actually saw some men in black there on the mothership.
Yeah.
And I believe you said that you asked him about him, and he actually evaded the question.
Right.
So, what can you say about that experience?
Well, these men were walking in the company of the Tarxicians. These are reptilian. They were very white of skin, and jet black hair, and they wore shades. And one of them stopped and turned and looked at me, and when he took the shades down, the eyes were those of a reptile, and what have you, and it shook me up a little bit. But I did not pursue the question I wish I had with Tan, because he kind of shucked it off, or what have you, when I asked about, who are they, or what have you.
You speculate on the purpose of such a creature?
Well, I would suspect that they are more or less of a hybrid nature, and may be walking among us even as I speak somewhere, and what have you. But I do understand that our atmosphere does not generally agree with them, and there are certain things that you can check on them, such as their actions and their food consumption and things of this nature that would give you an idea of who they are.
Yeah, Riley, I want to ask you about this. This is a story just came out. The temperature of a reactor at Japan's Fukushima nuclear plant soared to 164 degrees Fahrenheit yesterday. This happened even though they've been pumping 10% more water through it. And on January 27th, the temperature was only 113 degrees, so it's a pretty big jump. Riley, this plant is a ticking time bomb that's been going on for 9 months. What can we do to solve this crisis before it's too late?
Well, no. Okay. When you release U-235 or U-239 into the atmosphere per se, all people in the surrounding area need to move. However, if it is being flushed out into the oceans, the U-235 and the U-239 ultimately breaks down after a while. This does not mean that it won't cause some damage there and what have you. And I believe that if they keep pumping water on it, then ultimately, if they can get their hands on enough boron, concrete and boron to encase it, that should keep it there for several lifetimes and what have you. But they need to do that.
Yeah, they got about 83 Olympic-sized swimming pools worth of contaminated water now. So, I mean, that's one thing.
Yeah. But the contamination of the ocean and the saline, the solution in the ocean would ultimately break it down. That doesn't mean I wouldn't eat the fish around it or what have you. But I don't anticipate that it would last long enough to ultimately traverse the entire oceans and kill off people in various other countries and things of that nature, nor even in Japan itself. But, it's not a good situation.
Okay, here's Mike in Brooklyn, Riley.
Hello, Mike in Brooklyn.
Hi, Riley. Oak Attention 1. How you doing?
Oak Attention 1, Mike.
Listen, I had an experience recently. I was wondering if you'd make sense of it. I was driving through New Jersey, and I made my way across most of the state. I did see a number of lights in the sky with 4 bright lights.
Right.
And I wasn't sure what was happening. I stopped at a diner. It was called the Royal Diner, and I saw these 2 guys fucking in the bathroom, and
yeah.
It was.
Well, I tell you what. No, it wasn't no guy, man. That was me and your old lady.
Your mama.
Yeah.
Here's an email question, Riley. This is from John Williams. We usually get good questions from him out of Ohio.
Okay.
He says, "What do you think, Riley, about ethanol fuel, and why do you think corn is used for making ethanol instead of other vegetables and plants, which can give more ethanol per bushel?"
Well, okay. I believe that's more or less based upon the price of corn. When the market is flooded with corn, because they can grow lots of corn, They spread it with corn. Then when they start offering money to make ethanol instead of using it for cattle food, a meal, a bread, or something of that nature, and it is a good fuel, then ultimately they will use it for that, but they overuse it for that because they get greedy and things of that nature. You are right. You can use other things. Absolutely any organic thing, pretty much, from grass to tree leaves. Organic thing, yeast and sugar will make alcohol, and what have you, so they can do it with other things. And, however, it doesn't have dual purposes for them. You see, like corn has. They can always switch up back and forth and all that. But you are right. They should be developing other fuel sources and growing things like rabbit grass and things of that nature to make that ethanol instead of the corn and what have you. And they could do that quite easily. Mm-hmm.
All right, thanks, John. He has some more questions. We'll get to them at some point. Mm-hmm. This is Michael in Los Angeles.
Hello, Michael in Los Angeles.
Hey, Riley. How you doing?
Okay.
I had a question. I was reading recently about faster than light speed travel, which I figure would be necessary for intergalactic transfers. But I also read that time stops when you hit the speed of light.
Yes.
So what I was wondering is, if you're traveling at the speed of light, are Elon's balls still salty?
Yeah. No, but if you're traveling at the speed of light, son, then you ought to slow it down and then sniff your own balls. Let's give a shout out here. I want to give a shout out to Major Jamie Federico, the Marine pilot out in California, and the lovely Alexis Pasidag in Yuma, Arizona. My Dr. Robert Friedman, orthosurgeon, Doctors April Smith, Ann Merkel, Avalone, Sarante, and Miss Dr. Rebecca Ziegler. The staff, Ellie, Amy, Joyce, Ann Yarvison, Vicky, Miss Baldish, and Jenna. Mike, the two Mikes. Mike Voigt, the brilliant composer, the lovely Diane, Jamal and Lula Lawson out in Ogden, Salt Lake City, Utah. Mike Blundick Sr. and Jr. and the lovely Jennifer Babcock up in Chicopee, Mass. Down in Florida. Rob Weldon Jr. and his mom Joy in Griffith, Indiana. Stickins in a car out on the road. Todd Pee Wee Jenkins on the road. Christian Mortensen, the brilliant young man out in Houston, Texas, and his family. The soldier James Bucolier, and the master gunner Anthony Mariscal over there. Cliff and Helene Green down in Macon, Georgia. Ford Kaczarski in Devonay, and Zach up in Kingsford, Michigan. Everett Ellicott and his lovely mom Grace down in D.C., Virginia area. Stay with us now. We shall return.
From the world above, from the world beyond, The Riley Martin Show. Call 888-STERN-101 with your questions, your experiences, your beliefs, your prophecies. The Riley Martin Show on Howard 101.
You are on the verge of destroying the entire universe.
Call 888-STERN-101 and make contact. The Riley Martin Show. Howard 101.
And we are back. Thank you for staying with the Riley Martin Show. Forgive the buffoonery, dear listeners. Now, in order to get the book, the Millennium Edition, as well as the original Coming of 10, go to RileyMartin.com, 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 and also go to The Coming of 10. We have a supply of the original book. All will be autographed.
Go to the Coming of Tan, like suntan.com, and get it. You can also get my book at Amazon Kindle. Download it. It's cheap. You can download it onto your computer, your iPod, your iPad, your Kindle, and all that. And check us out on, you can tweet me at Riley L. Martin, okay? And also check me out on YouTube. There's a lot of footage there you should see. So that's RileyMartin.com. Get your books, get your symbols. You need to get your symbols, people. I'm telling you that we are living in a precarious world now and everything. And they're shooting their biggest shot. The big money people are shooting their biggest shot. What you have to look forward to if this GOP gets back in there is at the best a minimum wage job, if you can find one in this country anymore. And you become simply a consumer society, and it goes down the drain and all of this. So welcome back to the Riley Martin Show.
All right, here's an email from Eric Thompson from West Virginia. Haven't heard from him in a while.
Okay.
He's the creator of ISupportRileyMartin.com.
Oh, okay.
Eric Thompson, West
the great
Virginia.
Eric Thompson. Shout out, Eric.
There you go. He says, what's the difference between having your own personal symbol versus having a Ohmsa Tri-Nexus symbol, will it cause weird things to happen like when he first got his original symbol?
Yeah, the Ohmsa Tri-Nexus, you have to go look at the symbol and read some of its meaning. If I sit here and try to tell you all of what it means, but I can tell you this, I do not do negative. It's all good stuff and what have you. There are a small number of people who will gain access to these things at this time and space in the world, and that's for a reason. And that is to be revealed to you at some time in the near future. Nonetheless, it is a magnificent thing to have, and it enhances all of your knowledge and all of your abilities and things of that nature, good man.
All right. You got something, Matt?
Yeah, I got something here that's kind of relevant to what you were saying, Riley. Here's a tweet from Conan O'Brien Rules. He wants to know, do the Biavians have any stake in the 2012 U.S. presidential election?
Well, no, they allow humans to do their own thing. Of course, they are observing and knows exactly what's going on and the ulterior motives behind it and all that type of stuff, but they are not permitted to alter your destiny or the course of your chosen destiny, because you are sentient beings and therefore must be left on your own, no matter how stupid it might be. You understand? So they will not intervene on that level.
So Tan's not a Democrat or Republican?
No, he's neither one. Nonetheless, for any person out there who wishes to do the right thing for the people and all of this, then the right thing is the right thing. The right thing is the right thing here. The right thing is the right thing out there, and what have you. So this, it's not a hard thing for a person to realize and not be blinded by the gaga bull crap. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay, you talked about the biblical passage about the sons of God taking the daughters of men, finding them fair, etc. And you corroborated this with extraterrestrials in their encounters with us here on this planet.
Right.
Okay, since they took women from Earth and mated with them, in effect, did they go beyond any of the directives in that activity?
Yes, they are actually. That was more or less against the rules. However, they had been stranded on that fabled Atlantis for thousands of years, and they did not have all of the technologies there they needed to enhance and continue their lifespans. Ultimately, they needed to keep some of the knowledge alive, and because we are sapien biped erectors similar to them, they were able to cross-reference the DNA, and I suspect that these sons of gods that took the daughters of men were half human and not altogether aliens, because when they took the women's back to that garden or what have you,
yes,
they probably impregnated them, and the birth's children ultimately came back and kick-started the technologies and the knowledge of man.
Got it. Let's see if we can get a decent question here. This is Matt in Florida.
Hello, Matt in Florida.
Hey, Riley, Iran, what's going on, guys? Shout out to you.
Shout out to you, man.
Hey, my question, I'm going to Peru in a couple months on vacation, and I'm going to go to the Machu Picchu ruins, and I just want to know if there's any significance to those, anything you could make me aware of when I'm there.
Well, I'd suggest, good man, that you go there. First of all, stand and consume the vibration of the place, because it is a place wherein extraterrestrials or people from the sky came and imparted a great deal of knowledge. Who knows? It has happened that people have gone to these places and were able to pick up on the right vibration and see visions and things of that nature. But I wish I could go with you. Take care.
All right. Here is Scott in Washington.
Hello, Scott in Washington.
Hello, Riley. Okwa Tanzanwan.
Okwa Tanzanwan, Scott.
I'm actually a politician over at a small town over here. My question is referring to Biavian politics. I'm the mayor of Washington, New Jersey, and I just wanted to inform you that for you guys can't get
back.
Yeah. And I'm telling you guys, I realize
we're gonna become extinct.
Yeah, I know. I realize that most of you, your big sister was probably your mother's, and they didn't want to have anything to do with you. I know what you've been through, so for the time being, I'll forgive you your transgressions, okay? But not very much longer.
John Williams has a good question here. He wants to know what you think about this recently passed National Defense Authorization Act, which was signed into law over the New Year's holiday. And he says that it authorizes the military, this act, to detain U.S. citizens indefinitely for exercising their free speech. Moreover, he says it just seems like under President Obama, we're still getting things that are taking away our rights. So he wants to know what you think about this National Defense Authorization Act.
When you have the GOP that controls the House and the Senate and what have you, they are able to, in closed session at times, get through archaic and Jim Crowish type laws and things of that nature. However, these things can be rescinded by your vote. When Obama gets back into office for a second time, he can start to rescind these things, and the people, your vote can make sure that it happens. If you can be bought with the big money and things of this nature, that's the least of what's going to happen to us. So bear that in mind, and let us take the best of what we got here, which is Obama, I think.
All right, here's Jimmy in Pennsylvania.
Hello, Jimmy in Pennsylvania.
Hello, Riley. Otai Clemson.
Attention one.
I'm just wondering how Iran's dick tastes, you fucking faggot.
Yeah. Kid.
Why are they so angry?
It's a full moon tonight.
I don't know. No.
It is.
Yeah, it probably is, but still, you understand. I realize that they've had such misery in their life. Their woman left them. They have sucked Carl Rowe's toes if they could get to him, and things of this nature, or cleaned his toilet, or smelled his dirty drawers, and therefore they are mad at the world. It's not just me, kid.
Yeah.
Bless their hearts. Yeah. People. Let me give the people my information again.
All right.
People, go to Riley Martin, RILEYMARTIN.com, and get the book as well as your symbols. It is a time when they are gravely needed upon the earth. Also, go to The Coming of Tan, TAN.com. You can get the original book there, autographed from me, while they last. And also, you can get the book on Amazon Kindle. I think it's $9 and something like that. Go there and get it. And also, you can tweet me at Riley L. Martin and check out YouTube and some of the footage there. RileyMartin.com now.
You got something, Matthew?
Yeah, here's another tweet for you. How do the Biavians relax? Are they as susceptible to goofing off as humans? And he says, stay well, my friend. This is from Spikester.
Okay, Spike. Shout out, Spike. Biavians, I have seen them have a little mirth in their hearts, but they are easygoing. They are not nearly so expressive as human beings. But as I stayed with Tan and started to got to know him and Nella over the years, I found out that yes, they do have humor and things of this nature, but they don't waste the time to sit around shooting the bull just like we do. You know what I mean?
So there aren't lazy Biavians then?
Well, they're about their business and what have you, but apparently there's love. They love what they're doing when they're doing it, or whatever it is. They just seem to be even keeled, so to speak, and not sad or what have you.
That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, these extraterrestrials that you visited, you were amongst them.
Mm-hmm.
I want to know what, if anything, did they find out specifically about you that may be rare amongst humans? Had to be something.
Oh, well, that I have not yet ascertained. You know, I though I've not been scrutinized closely by geneticists or anything of that nature, for some reason, they chose me at that time. But I'm not the only human that has ever been visited. Tens of thousands of humans have been visited and are being visited from time to time. Trouble is, most of them don't remember it in its entirety like I was allowed to do after 35 years. But I cannot truly tell you what it is about me that makes me special, except that I came up rough, that I am not easily intimidated or anything of that nature, and that I have been in, you might say, mortal or near mortal situations in life, and still I have emerged with love in my heart from my fellow human beings. And now I don't know if that gives me any leeway to claim any type of special dispensation. I don't think it does. But there is, you know, they chose me for some reason.
Yes.
But I have noticed that for some reason, ladies that I've known for a long time and perchance to have had an intimate relationship with don't seem to have aged very much over the years. Mm-hmm.
Same miraculous. Okay, here's an email question. This is from Carl Walker and Lori.
Oh, okay.
They always send good questions. They want to know if Tan or Nella ever showed you or otherwise made known to you that the mothership or one of them was in fact constructed on the island of Nippon, Japan, many, many years ago. They say they just want to know if there's any truth to what the Honorable Louis Farrakhan says during some of his sermons with respect to this.
Well, now, since I have not, and forgive me, I have not read all of the great Louis Farrakhan's works. Nonetheless, I do know that mankind has been attempting to back engineer some of the alien technology from as far back as Roswell and beyond, and things of that nature. And I do know that the Japanese seem to have went from clickers and whistles and things, the little eye things that you put the BBs in the eyes, to microelectronics and things like that overnight, almost, and all this. So it's not so far-fetched as it might seem. You see what I mean?
Do you think that the Japanese are anywhere near Americans in terms of space development?
Well, the Japanese, they could be, if they wish to be. For some reason, that's not their chosen forte, but there are a great deal of physicists, Oriental physicists, in the business of helping the space program in this country and others, and things of that nature, and even participating. But their concepts and all of this have been adopted by many people, countries, including America, and things of this nature. So they're no joke.
Here is Mike in Canada.
Hello, Mike in Canada.
Oh, hi, guys.
Hi.
Love your show.
Thanks.
I have a question that goes earlier with what you guys said about nuclear stuff. Mm-hmm. Are nuclear submarines powered by nuclear energy?
Yes, they are.
They are. Why can't we have a little tiny carburetor in our car that we can recycle, or is that we can be powered by less, less energy? I think you know what I'm.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
No, the reason, for one thing, you've got to, okay, if mechanics are handling it, it could be detrimental. If you haul off and a train hits your car, the nuclear power source can get loose out there somewhere, can be picked up by somebody, don't know what it is, and kill them, and things of this nature, because you have to generate a great deal of power to keep the nuclear core cooled enough as to where it won't flare out, reach critical mass and burn up and things of this nature. So it's not practical to have in a car. Nonetheless, they can be put to more various different uses like that. But I can't foresee that it would be good for the personal car and things of this nature. You see what I mean? Because there's no guarantee that it can be contained, and that some idiot won't have enough brains to start to scrap the cars and get enough of it to create a dirty bomb and things of this nature. So you can see where nuclear fissional material cannot be allowed loose on the earth in all of its forms. You see what I mean?
All right. Thanks for that question.
Yeah, that was a good question, too.
Here is Hamilton in Mississippi.
Hello, Hamilton in Mississippi.
Riley, Ron, what's going on, man?
Oh, not much.
Hey, I called in about 2 weeks ago. I just want to call in and ask you about that audio book. And it's Saturday, 2 weeks ago, I went on your website and tried to do everything I could to get it. And I left some info for Iran to hit me back, And but anyway, I just want to let you know that I enjoyed the show, Riley. I just recently found you on the satellite, and I drive just like Pee Wee. Now, Iran always shouting out to Pee Wee. He's going to remember me.
Yeah.
But also, I just want to say you have to have a very interesting show. I know you have a bunch of turds calling in with Frank's call, but Riley, what kind of person with good sense gonna stay up this time of night just to aggravate you? So they enjoy it. Right. Do some crap that Howard gonna play it on his show, But Howard see and realize that they just
well, you see,
as we see,
Right. Howard can screen his calls. I cannot screen mine. Or what have you. I have to take them as they come. But I believe that the American public, the listeners, are smart enough as to where they are not detracted by such buffoonery and things of this nature. They are cut of the same mold of the people who already outsourced all the jobs and things of this nature, and who are looking to deep six all of society. They'd rather for you to go down and lose your job so that they could take this man out of office and things of this nature. And this is the type of world that we are living in now, where the demon seed is making his push to take over, even as we approach perhaps the end of the world as we know it. Thanks for calling in, good man.
Yeah, thanks, Hamilton. Okay, here's another email. This is from James, also known as the Crop Duster.
Mm-hmm.
He says, thanks, you have a great show. He says he was wondering if there's ever been any form of rebellion, most likely from the Targs, aboard the motherships.
To my knowledge, by the time the coalition of these aliens got together on this mothership, now, yes, they've had wars in the past. In fact, there was a skirmish above North Africa back during the time when they fell on Atlantis. But I have not detected any dissension aboard that great mothership, simply because the Biavians are the chief honchos there. They run it, so to speak. And then you got Tards on there. I don't know. I don't think they're nice, but I don't think they want to blow it and destroy that mothership when they are 450 light years from home and what have you. And so they get along on there. And it, in a sense, much of the world, when it's not in a flux like it is now, people tend to try to deal with each other and get along, and all of this, which is what we've got to try to do upon this earth before it all folds in on all of us. You see what I mean?
Yes, he says in reading your book, he says it seems like all is peaceful amongst these different species aboard the mothership.
I have not seen any dissension or anything of that nature, nor any hateful acts or anything, so they are peaceful as far as I can see.
Thanks, Crop Duster. Next
thanks, Crop Duster.
call. This is Jack in New Jersey.
Hello, Jack in New Jersey.
Hey, Riley, I own this glass shop there off Route 31. I keep seeing these three faggots coming across the street on my plate. And
Well, son, it's like send your old lady on across that street, same street. Okay. Let me give a shout out here to Jacobs, the great Jacobs Woodstock and the crew up in Oakville, Ontario, Canada. The great Jim Boards down in North Wales, Pennsylvania. The lovely Margaret Woodward and the family out in Ramona, California. Henry Sato in Sun Valley, California, a great man. Andrew Jones and Claudia Morgan out in Woodland, Washington. Cheryl Petrie and Cheryl Talbot, lovely ladies in Los Angeles. Jeff and Patty Knudsen out in Reno, Nevada. Rich and Karen Horowitz, Matawan, New Jersey. Was a great teacher. Bill and Carrie Coolish out in Arizona. Han Shin, the great cartoonist out in Santa Clara, California. Norman Yee, Hunan Ra in Honolulu, Hawaii. Grant and Chase Bessel in Tallahassee, Florida. Sonny and his dad Dennis Vita Lai in Orlando, Florida. Jim Marzano and his family. Mark Rabinowitz at the Air Studio Gallery in Kingston, New York. Chris Dominic and Chris Keikold in Palmer, Ohio. Carl Anthony Venable in North Brunswick, New Jersey. Beth Blanc and our boss Diane Solomon in Warren, New Jersey. Stay with us. We shall return.
November 1953. An abduction. A little boy. An incredible universe. Call 888-STERN-101 with your questions, your experiences, your beliefs, your prophecies. Riley Martin. The Riley Martin Show on Howard 101.
People of Earth, attention.
Howard 101. The Riley Martin Show on Howard 101. Call 888-STERN-101 and make contact from the world above, from the world beyond. The Riley Martin Show.
And we are back. Thanks for staying with us, people. Once again, let me remind the listeners now to go to RileyMartin.com and get the book and get your symbols there. They are sorely needed now. Also, go to The Coming of Tan, T-A-N, thecomingoftan.com, and you can get the original book. They are all be autographed directly to you and all this. And check out YouTube. Also, you can tweet me at Riley L. Martin. And don't forget now, you can get the book at Amazon Kindle. It's because tap in Riley Martin and you can get the book there and what have you, if you can read it on the run and all that. Welcome back to the Riley Martin Show. And we're glad you're here.
People, don't forget you can listen anytime online. Just go to SiriusXM.com and click on the Listen Online tab. Okay, real brief question here. Real quick here.
Okay.
This is with respect to Nikola Tesla. We've talked about him and all of this. And I want to know, do you think that Tesla himself is a hybrid? And would he have had, or do you think he has any hybrid children with these extraterrestrials?
Well, now.
Like you.
Right. Well, Tesla never married on Earth.
Right.
However, he is, I believe, of hybrid blood, and what have you. That was, they brought about his birth, so to speak, because the world was in a great need of his expertise in the various electromagnetic field and things of this nature, and what have you. Always, when the world is on the brink of a total or near total destruction and things of this nature, they will send you. They will help to bring about your doctors, your physicists, your lawyers, your astronomers, and things of this nature, your scientists, your agriculturists, and et cetera, and what have you. So yes, he was of hybrid blood. Now, if he has any children up there, I do not know.
All right, you have something, Matthew?
Yeah, here's a tweet from Pinstriper13, Adam on
Okay.
the road.
Mhm.
He asks, can you comment on anything you may know about Area 51 and alien spacecrafts there? And can I get a shout out?
Hey, shout out. What's his name?
Adam.
Adam. Shout out, Adam. Yes, Area 51. Yes, that is a place where they work on cutting edge technologies and black ops and things of that nature. And I truly believe that they do have several of the prototypes of the ships out there. However, they have not yet been able to start and sustain the hot fusion reaction that powers these ships. But they can use elementals like kerosene, oxygen, hydrogen, thermite, and fire them up for short spans of time, 10 minutes maybe, and fly them around over the base and all of that. So they are on the way to back engineering it, and they have taken from those ships some of the technologies, such as what do you call it? The fiber optics and things of that nature, as well as the stealth technologies and things of that nature, by back engineering some of the elementals of these great ships and things of that nature. But they do have several out there, or they have managed to fashion reasonable proximiles of that ship that failed at Roswell back in 47.
Yeah, I've always wondered about LED technology. Is that something we got from back engineering?
Well, possibly so. We can have a concept and not be able to put it together, just like the resistor, the transistor. We could conceive it, but we couldn't put it together until we got perhaps examples of it and things of that nature from alien technology. Mm-hmm.
Okay, here's another interesting question from John Williams.
Okay.
He says, if humans as a whole are able to avert whatever crisis which would make the airlift no longer necessary, will the Biavians still hang around to keep watch on us? Also, will we as a race be ready to have open knowledge and exchange of culture and ideas with these ETs?
They believe that when we could actually see the face on Mars up close, that we would possibly be ready to have sociological intercourse with them. They were wrong. But I believe that the Biavians providing, that's why they sent me and perhaps others here to try and see that the airlift does not become necessary, or that the earth goes down in flames and what have you. I believe, since they think in terms of centuries instead of years like we do, because of their longevity, I think they'll still be here until such time as men are able to, through their own volition, ultimately come up and start a sociological intercourse with other living planets in the Milky Way galaxy. And so, yes, I'm sure they will remain and keep observing, because we are very interesting.
Finally, he wants to know, if the airlift is canceled, will any of us who still want to go be allowed to go?
Not en masse. Now, they have been taking people from here, a few here and a few there, ever since biblical times. I can tell you this, that should they desire to do so, and you have your symbols, then they will take you. I cannot promise you that they will take you anyway, because you have to fulfill your destiny in the situation of your own making and things of that nature. Nonetheless, the factor still stays open. I realize that if this does not transpire, then I'm going to be here with you and all this. And it does not break my heart, because I have managed to amass a number of good friends, and I have met a number of beautiful people of all races, creeds, colors, and sexual persuasions upon the earth. And therefore, my life to a great extent has been fulfilled, and I have not lived in vain, though I would like to jump to light speed again.
I'd like to try that too. All right, here is let's see. This is what we got here. Yeah, this is Ohio, Mervyn.
Mervyn in Ohio.
Hello?
Hello, Mervyn.
Oh, I guess I think I got my name wrong. My name's actually Newbold.
Get him out of here. Bye.
Yeah.
Here's Gary in California, Riley.
Yeah, hello, Gary in California. Gary?
You there? He's not there.
Okay.
Here's a off the path question here. Okay, football season just ended. We just watched the Super Bowl and all of this. And this Super Bowl shows the competitive nature of humans on a grand type of a scale. And I wanted to know, is this competitiveness, is there any negative drawback from this once we go interplanetary or intergalactic as a species, as a race?
Well, you will be among other human beings, and human beings will be human beings. They like games. They like challenges. They like entertainment. They like challenges. They like adventure, and they want you to stay that way. However, they are not worried about you, getting swinging out and starting a bunch of trouble because they can handle that.
All right, let's try John in New Jersey, Riley.
Hello, John in New Jersey.
Hey guys, how you doing? Hey,
okay, John.
Riley, hey, Aaron, what's going on? My name is Dr. Jungle Bunny.
Come on, bye. Get out of here. Get him out of here. Let's try Lynn in Texas.
No, he's a vanilla bunny. Okay.
These idiots. Go, Lynn in Texas.
Lynn in Texas.
Yes, sir, Riley. I was calling to see why is all of your comebacks your mother and your sister? Do you not?
Oh well, yeah. Well, son. If you think that now I could come back to a greater extent. However, I am the consummate gentleman, and so why would you ask such a stupid question in the first place and put yourself out there to get my retort? And so if you don't do that, then we can disseminate some information to people out there who actually want to know some information. That's all.
Yes. All right. Here's a question. John Williams, he wants to know, do the Niptonians feel any responsibility towards the dolphins since they brought them to the Earth, and will they take the dolphins along with them during the airlift?
Oh, well, now, they brought several species of dolphins here, but there was a dolphin in that same family here. Let me give a shout out here. Yeah. Let me give a shout out here to Jeffrey Ben in Marthasville, Missouri, Abel Vega in Palestine, Texas, Louis Salvatore Panoni, the ex-policeman up in Stamford, Connecticut, Gary and Jessica Jester in Rydal, Pennsylvania, Anthony Weiss and Mary Grace Dumall in South Plains, New Jersey, lovely people, Michael Michaud and Michael Bond in Rockville, Connecticut, Terry Nguyen in Santa Ana, California, John McCreary, Seabrook, New Hampshire, James Webb Finster in Escondido, California, John Matisse and Scott Martin in Carlsbad, California, Ryan T. Berger, Joseph Thomas, Allison Jade Osborne in Sparks, Nevada, Peter Toschi in Farmington, Massachusetts, Rich Roll, Scott Meyer in Madison, Ohio, Philip and Elizabeth Hope Sanchez out in Napa, Idaho, the lovely Tanya Barrett and Mike West, as well as Tyshawn. Tanya Barrett, go to iTunes and get her. Tanya Barrett, Barrett. She's beautiful. She's got a lovely voice. And they are in New Jersey. James Frederick and Alexis Pachidag and Yuma and out in California, Major Jamie Federico. Stay with us. I mean, we're out of here, but look, Rodamon.com. Get your books, get your symbols. Take care. We love you.
Martin Show on Howard 101. From the world above.
Across the gulf of space, minds immeasurably superior to ours.
From the world beyond.
Regarded this earth with envious eyes.
Howard 101 brings you
envious eyes.
Riley Martin.
In 1953 in northeastern Arkansas, I had seen lights above the river for 3 nights running.
Call 888-STERN-101 with your questions. The Riley Martin Show on Howard 101.
Hello, good people. We want to wish all of the ladies happy Valentine's Day. Yes, indeed, you can be our Valentine. Welcome to the Riley Martin Show. We're glad you're here. Today is February 14, going into 15, really. Welcome to the Riley Martin Show. Here in the home studio tonight, of course, is the one and only, the short man with the big plan, the egregious genius of the techno. I speak of none other than Matt Little Nicky Scarfo, Nicosia. And, of course, back in the studio. And a shout-out to the lovely Angela. Angela, be my Valentine, too. And back in the studio, of course, is the one and only, the big man with the big plan. Speak of none other than the great one and only, Double O, Al Regone. And shout-out to the lovely Michelle. Then people all the way up from out of the Southland, like Georgia, around Atlanta. I speak of none other than my white son, Matthew Panther.
I'm hanging on your every word, Professor Martin.
Yes, indeed. And shout out to Ben and the lovely Sheila Panther, his birth parents. Well, now he's up in here, though. And, of course, by my side, as usual, the one and only, the inimitable and quite brilliant, if I must say, the great Eric Eron Macaulay.
Mothership Connection right here.
Yes, indeed you do. And, of course, I am Riley Martin. Welcome to the Riley Martin Show. We're glad you all are here. And leave us hope that things will be looking up this year on the job side for all the people and things of this nature. If they don't sabotage it, definitely sabotage it, then things will improve as time goes by. I really do believe. Welcome to the Riley Martin Show. Talk to me, Ron.
Okay, speaking of, I have a quick email here from Williams, John.
Okay.
He just wants to know if you think that the powers that be who control who people vote for on by deciding which candidates they will talk about on TV. Let me replay that. He says he want to know if you think the powers that be control who people vote for by deciding which candidates on TV that they're going to talk about, etc.
Well, it depends upon, people that's got a lot of money can be on TV a lot and things of this nature. Nonetheless, unless society voluntarily dumbs down, then they are not deceived by the falsehood of so many of these people and things of this nature. And bear in mind that the big timers are not going to give you no jobs or nothing and things of that nature, and that we should stick with this man, the president, and we might come out of this hole. And the rich will not go broke, I can assure you. You understand?
Yes.
And so we've got to get together and think realistically here. Don't settle for the TV movie crap. Use your brains. Mm-hmm.
Okay, he actually has some more questions, some good ones, including one about Obama we'll get to before it's over, perhaps. People call the Space Cowboy with questions tonight, 888-STERN-101. Okay, before we get to the callers. I know Matthew has some stuff over there too, but I was watching the History Channel here recently, and there was a television show on there, and they made some type of a connection between the Bermuda Triangle and the fabled continent of Atlantis. And I wanted to know, do you know of any type of connection there?
Well, we do know this, that I tell you the original Atlantis was about 100 nautical miles north of Tripoli in what we now call Libya, out in the Mediterranean. However, they went all over the world, preferably around the equatorial area. And so there could have been an installation there. I know there's a quantum window there, Central America and South America and things of this nature. You see the great edifices built all around the Pacific Rim and all of this type of stuff. So it doesn't mean that the Atlanteans, these aliens, stayed where they were in the first place, that they sent out emissaries to go around the earth and teach the people and build these great edifices. You see what I mean?
Yes, and for those who may not know, what is your take on the Bermuda Triangle itself? What actually is it?
Well, I have written in my book, incidentally, get it, people, the book, the Millennium Edition of The Coming of Tan at RileyMartin.com. I have told people that there are quantum windows in various different places. One near Philadelphia, one in Northern California, one in Northern Canada, one in the Bermuda Triangle, but they move around and they float around. Everybody doesn't disappear in the triangle because they did not get into the cusp of that quantum window. But yes, there are a number of them. One in northern Russia and various other places. One near over Israel and the Valley of Megiddo. Yes, and things like that. You see what I mean?
Yes, okay. Do you have any info you want to give, Matthew, before we get to these calls?
Yeah, we got some Twitter questions here, Raleigh.
Okay.
This one's from Dizzo's World. He says, do the Biavians have an economy, and if not, can they be corrupted?
Oh, well, I think they've probably come through their corruption phase in history, but they made some of the same mistakes that we are making here now, but it was thousands of years ago. They have reached a point now where it is takes too much energy to try and be corrupt, and then what is it that you want? Do you want gold? You want diamonds and all that? These things can be found in abundance out in the cosmos, on dead bodies and things like this, space bodies and all that, cosmic bodies. And so I did not detect any, untoward dissension among them or anything like that. So, but, and it's not too far-fetched. There are so-called primitive tribes of people upon the earth who have more or less lived in peace for 100 generations without there being terrible dissensions in the ranks. But there always must be rules. You see what I mean?
So money is the root of all evil.
Well, the love of money is the root of all evil. The love of mammon, not the money itself. It is possible to be rich and decent. Job was the richest man that ever lived in the land of Nod, but he was fair, and he fed the hungry, and things of that nature. Therefore, he is revered. Doesn't mean just because you're rich, you got to be bad. Do the right thing, and it will out. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, let's take some calls then.
Okay.
This would be Bert in North Carolina.
Hello, Bert in North Carolina. Bert? Are you there, Bert?
Okay, he's gone.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I have another question here.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello, Bert.
Yeah.
Go.
Hello, you there?
Yeah, we're there.
Oh, okay. I thought, I don't know, Iran was talking or something. I don't know what was going on. Did you guys do anything special today? Or did you just sit around the house butt fucking each other like usually?
Yeah, well, no, but you keep right on doing that, son.
What is wrong with you?
All right,
Yeah, keep right on.
You guys are butt fucking all day long.
Don't worry about it.
You guys never
You
stop
just
butt
go
fucking.
right ahead. Go right ahead.
What's with you guys and all
Yeah.
that butt fucking?
Go right ahead, kid.
Yeah.
All right.
What the fuck?
You
What the
were
fuck is
talking
going
about.
on? Hang up, you idiots.
You were talking about before these little people that we call the nillets.
Don't talk over me. Come on, man.
Yeah.
What is going on?
Hang up. Hang up.
What? Hey.
All right. Moving along here. All right. You had been talking about these little people that you described in your book. You call them the nillets.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And I want to know, in terms of their physiology, their bodies and whatnot, are their bodies as complex as ours in terms of their brains, their internal organs, etc.?
Well, I suppose, I just saw them in the historical records, but they had high technology. That means they had little ships, spaceships, and everything else, small ones, and what have you. So I believe that they were put together just like a large sapien biped erectus, like we are. But of course, I never have had the opportunity to check their physiology up close.
Yes, I thought you may have seen them in the Hall of Suspension or something.
No. There are no cognizant life in the Hall of Suspension, frozen.
Yes. No. And then also, can you project into the future on what the human body is going to look like perhaps in the next 3 or 4 centuries?
Well, we're looking farther down the road than that, but ultimately, humans have went through a spurt. They started small, short, and through nutrition and all that type of stuff, they've gotten really bigger. They got some monsters these days. You should see the football field and what have you.
Yeah.
However, ultimately, humans more or less will diminish to the extent, in height, I mean, over many, many generations. And
yes,
I am told that ultimately the little finger on your hand, the fifth finger, will eventually diminish and no longer be necessary. I don't know why.
Yes. Mm-hmm. And do you have any idea why the height will diminish?
Now, I cannot tell you, but I do know that creatures go through phases and things of this nature. For that from the wolf came the Great Dane as well as the Chihuahua,
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Raleigh, I got another one here.
Okay.
All right, this is from Mehmet Walker.
Mm-hmm.
When we go with the aliens, will we be expected to work, or can we just chillax in space?
Oh, no, you won't need to. You won't really need to work in space. Nonetheless, just sitting around for 4.5 years without doing anything, I would imagine that you would find something to amuse yourself, whether it be, playing games, basketball or whatever, or swimming or what have you. There'll be something to do. Or concerts. We're going to have musicians and everything like that there too.
Yeah, I seen one of your drawings where one of the Biavians was suspended in like a dream state,
right,
and he was contemplating high concepts and trying to figure out some profound things.
Mm-hmm.
Will we be able to do that as humans?
Well, eventually you will. There are people upon the earth, shamans and monks and things like that, who have achieved a kind of inner nirvana over time, though I do not suspect that human beings will be able to do that in mass for a long, long time to come.
Well, they should make an exception for me because I love that movie Inception. I just, yeah.
Well, maybe they will. Maybe they will, Matt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and speaking of, while you were on the mothership, I know that you were with Tan most of the time and perhaps Nella, and then some of the other times you described you spent a lot of time with this creature, Question.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, but did you ever have your own time to your own self while you were aboard this mothership where you could just wander to your heart's
certainly.
content?
Question was not around me all the time.
Mm.
He was off somewhere, no doubt, getting in trouble or something like that. And, of course, at nights when you sleep, you know what I mean? Whenever your sleep period comes and all that. So there were times when I was alone just wandering around the place, looking at stuff,
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
yes. And since you know all of this stuff, how would you say that this has affected your imagination? Because you've seen stuff that the average human couldn't even conceive of. And I wanted to know,
Well, it's either it either is or it is not. Now, all of my life, as a kid, I had the ability to see, say, disembodied spirits and things like that. But these aliens were flesh and blood, skin and bone. After a while, it doesn't take you long to get used to it. For instance, if you left here and went to a foreign country, China or somewhere like that, you would orientate yourself to the flow of the country pretty quickly. And so it happens on that great mothership. You're fascinated, but you get used to the ebb and flow of the sociology there.
Yes. Okay, here's John Williams with another email question.
Okay.
He says he wants to get Riley's opinion and evaluation of some of the different technologies supposedly in development as of today. And he's got a list of them. I'm going to give you one here.
Mm-hmm.
He says one is called an energy catalyzer that uses a mix of nickel powder, pressurized hydrogen, and some undisclosed catalyst. Supposedly it produces sustained heat energy output where 400 times the energy is outputted than is inputted. Do you know anything about this?
No, but it seems to me it's like they're well on the way to ultimately starting and sustaining the fusion reaction. For instance, there are materials such like thermite or something of that nature, and there are other materials that, if it can be heated by an array of, say, lasers, will ultimately hold a great deal of power if it's dense enough to do so for a period of time. But that technology I'm not truly familiar with, good man.
Yes, and these types of technologies are the types of things that would, if you saw some of this stuff being developed, would possibly stave off the necessity of airlift, correct?
Oh, well, certainly. We already are pretty sharp. We know how to light your towns. We know how to run your cars without using fossil fuel and things of this nature. They could, in fact, they could do that back in the 60s. A man in Canada had created an electric car that performed as good as any other combustible engine and things of that nature. So it's not that we don't have the power to do that. It is that we are being monopolized by the great, oil consortiums and things like that.
Yeah, Riley, I want to ask you something. This is a heated scientific debate among the super geeks. Pluto, what kind of resources are on Pluto, and what could we get out of going there if we ever make it? And the other thing, too, do you agree with them taking Pluto off the list as one of the planets?
No, I do not. Even though it is smaller than the other heavenly bodies, it is a high carbon planet. That is, Pluto, its mantle, is to a great extent made out of crystals and diamonds and things of that nature. So in that sense, it would be very valuable if you could mine it. The Biavians can mine it, and so can the Screed and the Dorians. They can mine it. And to take those crystals and what have you, and emeralds, and use in their lasers and things of this nature. But it is a high crystal planet, very dense.
Okay, people, you can send us emails. Send them to Eron@RileyMartin.com. You can also send emails to RileyMartin@SiriusXM.com.
Yes, indeed.
Okay.
And people, go to RileyMartin.com and get the book. You can also get the book at Amazon Kindle. We also have a supply now of the original books. Go to the Coming of Tan, TAN.com, comingoftan.com. So get the Kindle book, go to RileyMartin.com, get the Millennium, and go to the Coming of Tan, TAN, to get the original book, and they will be autographed if you get one of those. Definitely.
Okay. Okay, since you actually boxed one of these hybrid Biavians and stuff on the subject of sports, which I love, is it possible that some of us humans could play a football or basketball, baseball, etc., wrestling or hockey game against a team of hybrid aliens akin to the conditions that you had when you had this boxing match with these hybrids?
Oh, yeah, but that was at my request that I met him in a joust.
Yeah.
Observing the Queen's rules, of course.
Exactly.
But
yeah, can we
I don't
request?
Well, I know possibly you could. I know that they want humans to be humans, so you would have, if you want to box, there'll be other humans who know how to box. But I don't think that there will be a mass of hybrids fighting humans or anything of that nature.
Yes.
Well, it might get out of hand.
Yes. Okay, here's another email. This question says, what do you think of President Obama getting millions in campaign donations from Goldman Sachs, J.P. Morgan, Chase, Citigroup, Lehman Brothers, General Electric, etc., as well as some of the other powerful banks and financial corporations?
Well, everybody else is getting a lot of money from various different people. But as I understand it, Obama is getting his money in small doses from the citizens at large. No one's told me that he's, it's the big consortiums of banks that's actually giving him money and things of this nature. However, they are giving Newt, Mitt, and this other kid, what's his name? Santorum money and things of that nature in big lumps. Obama's money, I believe, is coming in small doses from the various citizens. I would give him money myself if I had some.
All right, related question. Also, what do you think of the fact that these corporations that were named here, that they donate to both parties and that they do this to buy the cooperation of the entire
Well, of course, the politicians are bought on both sides, though to a lesser degree on the apparently on the Democratic side. In order to stay in the game these days, you're going to have to do that until you put forth a law that ultimately cuts it all out from the major corporations. But he's got to hang in there for the time being. Otherwise, they would buy him out, would they not, and what have you.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, here's a tweet from Tank VI.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of weapons do the Biavians have? Are they swords, spears, or ray guns, or do they not arm themselves at all?
Well, the Biavians do have weapons. However, when I was aboard that great mothership, I did not see anybody carrying weapons, with the exception of the Tarxicians, and they had a little thing about as big as your finger and about as long as up to your wrist that I perceive possibly to be weapons. But yes, they can take down things. Otherwise, the light spears that circles the great mothership will not allow anything to approach it if it's a danger. They can take it down with beams. And I'm sure that they have other stuff that they could use if they wanted to use it and what have you, but I did not get the chance to observe and check out their armory. You see what I mean?
Do they have any kind of use for projectile weapons like guns at all? Or
Not to my knowledge. Not to my knowledge. Most of them was going to be something in the vicinity of lasers, particle beams, things like that, sound transference, and what have you. Yeah.
And it's also safe to say they wouldn't use any kind of biological weapons on each other, right?
No, not that I know of. Let me give a shout out here to Rick and Brandon of the Rick and Brandon Show. They do a podcast, and they're out of Sherrytown, Hanover, Pennsylvania. Dr. Robert Friedman, my orthosurgeon, Dr. April Smith, Drs. Ann Merkel, Avalone, Sorante, and Dr. Rebecca Ziegler. The staff, Ellie, Amy, Joyce, Ann Yarbison, Vicky, Miss Ballish, and Jenna down in Peaburg, New Jersey. Mike and Diane Avoid out in Ogden, Utah, Salt Lake City. Jamal and Lula Lawson also out there. Mike Blunick Sr., and Junior, and Jennifer Babcock, the lovely. Be my Valentine, Jennifer. And Sugar P. Madison down in Florida. Rob Weldon Jr. and his mother Joy in Griffith, Indiana. Stick and Jenny Carter down in the Mississippi.
Pee Wee Jenkins on the road.
Pee Wee.
Christian Martinson, a brilliant young man out in Houston, Texas, and his family. The soldiers, James Bucaleer, Master Gunner Anthony Mariscal. Yes, indeed. Cliff and Helene Green, my loved ones, and the crew down in Macon, Georgia. Floyd Kachowski, Devonay, and Zach up in Kingsford, Michigan. Everett Ellicott and his lovely mom, Grace, down in the D.C. area. Jacobs Worthstuck and the crew in Oakville, Ontario, Canada. Jim Board in North Wales, Pennsylvania. Margaret Woodward and Dick out in Ramona, California. Henry Saito in Sun Valley, California. Stay with us now. We shall return.
Riley Martin.
In 1953 in northeastern Arkansas, I had seen lights above the river for 3 nights running.
Call 888-STERN-101 with your questions. The Riley Martin Show on Howard 101.
People of Earth, attention.
Howard 101. The Riley Martin Show. On Howard 101. Call 888-STERN-101 and make contact from the world above, from the world beyond. The Riley Martin Show.
And welcome back to the show, people. We're glad you're here. Happy Valentine's Day to all of the lovely ladies out there in the land.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. People, go to RileyMartin.com. That's RILEYMART, like Thomas IN.com, and get the Millennium edition of the book. Or you can go to The Coming of Tan, like suntan, thecomingoftan.com, and get the original book, and it will be autographed. You can also get the book at Amazon Kindle. And you can also tweet me at Riley L. Martin. And check out YouTube. There are a lot of footage on there of me, from years back. Yes, indeed. And talk to me, Ron.
Okay, people, you can call us with questions tonight. We're going to try to get you in there, 888-STERN-101. I have an email question here, though.
Okay.
It's from Mike V, Mike Boyd.
Okay.
One of the great Mikes.
The great composer?
Yes, that's him.
Okay.
He's asking simply, when the ships show themselves in mass, will there be malevolent aliens amongst them? And if so, what would be their purpose?
No, the Biavians.
Mike V.
No, the Biavians claim more or less stewardship over this planet. There are other aliens out there. You can believe that. However, I know of none that has an agenda to intercollude with humans. Perhaps this is because their physiological genomes is not as close to humans as are the Biavians. These are your biblical characters and that came down from the sky and things of this nature. So they are the ones who will deal with human beings. And to my knowledge, Mike, of all of these years, they have not snookered me into believing that they are good when they're bad. I believe they're good. All indications is that that is so. And what have you. They would not need me nor any other human being, high or low, in order to get their hands on, a bunch of humans.
Yes. Thanks for that email, Mike.
Yeah.
Okay, if there is an airlift and a bunch of humans go up on the mothership, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And there are these 7 different species of extraterrestrials. Will we see these different species of extraterrestrials with our own eyes aboard that mothership?
Well, first of all, you need to be oriented in your chambers, and all of this. They'll walk you through all of the species aboard that great mothership. And as time goes by, you'll catch a glimpse of them, a glimpse at them, and what have you. But to keep down any possible disease or germ vectors, you will not associate closely, sociologically, with anybody but the hybrids and a few of the Biavians. You see what I mean?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's try a call here.
Okay.
Okay, this would be Peter in Canada.
Hello, Peter in Canada.
Hi, Riley.
Hi, Peter.
I was wondering, in your opinion, which aliens are in the movie The Fourth Kind, and why would they kidnap the little girl?
Well, now, I don't. Well, I may have seen that movie.
Yeah, you've seen that movie, and you hated it.
Yeah, yeah.
Refresh his memory about that movie.
Yeah,
It's
right.
the one with the girl up in Alaska, and they're trying to come off as it's a true story, but if you check the background,
Yeah, that was a crappy movie, man. That was a crappy movie. Oh, these extraterrestrials, even the ones that are not really, really nice, are not here to do harm because they could do it if they wanted to. So that movie was crap. You understand? Oh, they've been interconnecting with people since biblical times, and they brought them back. As far as that is concerned.
Okay. All right, here's Joe in North Carolina.
Hello, Joe in North Carolina.
Hey, Riley, how's it going, man? I'm Quan Tanzwan.
Oh, God, thanks one, Joe.
How are you?
Okay.
Good, man. I was wondering, when we're aboard the mothership, will there be, do the Ave have deities and things like that?
No, they do not, my good man. They don't have corporal punishment, so to speak. However, I suppose they could restrain a person. They don't have to lay a hand on them to do it if somebody's freaked out or something of that nature. But anyone who chooses to go, you see, anybody who don't want to go don't have to go. All they have to do is say no, and they will not take them. Those who are there will probably be of the mind to get to know the place and live in peace, you know.
Okay, 888-STERN-101.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, Riley, I got another tweet here. This is from Jesse James 375, our friend Bob Frazier.
Okay.
He asked, Riley, what sites on Earth were made by aliens? How about the Bermuda Road in the sea? And what about the Nazca lines?
Right, all of the above.
Yeah.
Yeah, including the Great Pyramids and the various other edifices around the world. They either played a part in it or built it outright themselves, and what have you.
Okay, speaking of the Great Pyramids, okay, you have said that Tan told you that not only are humans worthy, but some of them perhaps are so great, or that we have the potential that we could even raise the dead. Some of us have done it. It has been done by humans on Earth, I believe you said.
Right, he said, and they say.
Yes.
That even raise the dead. They say, but he knew that humans have given sight to the blind.
Yes.
Caused the lame to walk, levitated, walked on water, and they say, even raised the dead. He did not confirm that.
Yes, and I was digging about that, and I found that some legends have it that the ancient Egyptians themselves were actually working on procedures and techniques to actually reconstitute a human from dry bones. And they were describing it as though it was through some type of a process of deoxidation. But anyway, I wanted to know, do you think that this is plausible? And can these ETs do such a thing, or have they even tried to do such a thing?
Well, I mean, otherwise, they can take your DNA from a thigh bone or something of that nature and regrow another you, though not your spirit and soul and your true personality and all that.
That's different, yes.
Yeah, that's different. And, okay, now the Egyptians, over time, there was a time when there were some among them, mostly hybrids, who were powerful enough to raise stones and things of this nature up to do the pyramids.
Yes.
Now, and these hybrids lived for centuries and centuries, coming all the way back from the house of Adam. However, I suspect that the mummification and all of that was lost science. That they had not totally forgotten to try and reconstitute the bodies, or at least keep the bodies in good enough shape to reconstitute later and all of that type of stuff.
Yes.
But I believe it was just a deterioration of the original science.
Got it. Okay, here's Jimmy in Kansas.
Hello, Jimmy in Kansas. Jimmy.
Go, you're on. He's done. Get him out of there. All right, here's Jonathan in L.A.
Hello, Jonathan, L.A.
Hi, Riley. I'm a big fan of yours and
Hey,
Iran.
thanks. Thanks, man.
Thanks.
I had a question about abduction, and I was wondering if the ETs could walk through walls, or if they could teleport. And like when they abduct somebody, do they walk through walls, pass through walls, or do they teleport out of the house? Or
Yeah, they can do that. Yeah, they can dematerialize you. It's called biomolecular dematerialization. And otherwise, if you're sitting here on your couch, they can break you down into nanoparticles and bring you right through the wall and things like that. If they, that's how they pick up a lot of people. They can do that. And they can project themselves into your space using the same thing reverse-wise. You see what I mean?
Okay. Here's a question from Helene Green.
Oh, what's Helene?
And
Green.
the crew.
Okay.
Okay. She says,
be my Valentine, Miss Helene.
Kwame Salajuan, is there a parallel universe or Earth? If so, is it in the same time zone, or is it in the past or the future?
I believe, Miss Helene, there are dimensions. I know that the past is written in stone. They've been able to even take me back in time, and it was real when we got there. So in this sense, there has to be parallel universes. Alexander is still fighting. The men, the guys at Thermopylae are still fighting, and things of this nature back in time. Soldiers are still fighting on the plains and what have you. So, yes, in that sense, there's got to be other dimensions. Though I don't know if there's a parallel, Miss Helene parallel, another Helene's pretty as you somewhere. That's, in a different living simultaneously or what have you.
Yes. So can you break that down a little bit more? Like, for instance, whatever happened today to each of us where we are now here, you're saying that is still exists somewhere in time, and it could actually be plotted and visited.
Yeah, definitely. However, if, for instance, they could take you back to even talk to yourself as a 5-year-old kid, but you cannot approach that child close enough to touch him, because then you would create a paradox, and both of you would literally burst open and disappear, and nobody would remember you, not even your own mother. You wouldn't appear in any books, in school pictures, or nothing else, and what have you. So, but you can go back.
And I could toss him a cell phone?
Possibly, but they would not allow you to take your cell phone back if they took you back, because you're going to mess up something.
Yeah. Okay, and she has another question here, Miss Helene Green. She says, what does Biave mean?
Biave. Now that, I believe Elysian fields or paradise or something of that nature. The shining light or what have you. But of course, though I can speak some Biavian, I'm not so well versed in it until I took the time to study it, over the years continually and what have you. I have other things to do too.
Yes. All right. Thanks for that.
Yes, indeed. That was lovely.
Miss Helene Green. She has a few more we'll get to perhaps later. Okay, another call here, Riley. This will be Jason in Pennsylvania.
Hello, Jason in Pennsylvania.
Hey, Riley, how you doing? Big fan.
Thanks, Jason.
Hey, quick comment followed by a question. I'm a little skeptical, but tonight as I was driving, I saw bright lights, and it just drove for miles and miles and miles, and I was getting closer and closer to the bright lights, and lo and behold, the bright lights turned into a McDonald's billboard, and followed by my question is, why was it so bright, and seeming how it's Valentine's Day, between you and Iran.
Yeah, get the heck out of here, man.
All right. The other part of the question here, the email question is, do the hybrids see Biavians as their leaders or gods?
No, they do not. Since they are part alien themselves, they are entities unto themselves, highly scientific and what have you. And but they are more expressive than Biavians in the sense that they joke and laugh and stuff like that. Yeah.
Okay. Raleigh, I just got an email here from Brandon Barnes.
Okay.
And he wants to know about December 21st, and it's quickly approaching, but what do you really think will happen, or can this be just another Y2K?
Well, I will reveal what I know about it. I'm still gathering the information, the data. I'll reveal what I know about it about mid-year, sometime in May. I don't want to speak too soon.
Yeah, it's something major, though.
Right. Well, this is a major year altogether, definitely.
All right, let's try another call here. This is Matt in Detroit.
Hello, Matt in Detroit.
Hey, how you doing? I love your show.
Thanks, man.
My question is regarding the Bible, and it mentions the Nephilim a lot, and I was wondering if it is true that what they are discussing, the giants in the book, are actually some kind of alien life. And my second question is regarding your experiences with alien life forms. What are your spiritual beliefs, and how does that affect that?
Right. Well, my book explains it. However, yes, I believe in God. Oh, geez. See if you can remember those questions. We'll come back to them.
Okay, hold on.
Right. Hold on, Jack. Give a shout out here to Andrew Jones, Claudia Morgan. They do horses out in Woodland, Washington. Cheryl Patry, and Cheryl Talbot, lovely ladies in Los Angeles. Jeff and Patty Knudsen, Reno, Nevada. Rich and Karen Horowitz, Matawan, New Jersey, the great teacher. Bill and Carrie Coolish out in Arizona. Ham Shin, the cartoonist, Santa Clara, California. Norman Yee, Hunan Ra in Honolulu, Hawaii. Grant and Chase Bressel, Tallahassee, Florida. The great Cambodian Sonny and Dennis and Vita and Lee in Orlando, Florida. Dad Dennis is Dad Dennis. Jim Marzano and the family, and Mark Rabinowitz, Air Studio Galleries in Kingston, New York. Chris Dominic and Chris Keichel in Parma, Ohio. Carl Anthony Venable in North Brunswick, New Jersey. Beth Blank and the boss Don Solomon in Warren, New Jersey. Jeffrey Bain in Marthasville, Missouri. Abel Vega in Palestine, Texas. Stay with us now. We shall return.
From the world above, from the world beyond, The Riley Martin Show. Call 888-STERN-101 with your questions, your experiences, your beliefs, your prophecies. The Riley Martin Show on Howard 101.
You are on the verge of destroying the entire universe.
Call 888-STERN-101 and make contact. The Riley Martin Show. Howard 101.
And we are back, people. Once again, happy after Valentine's Day to you lovely ladies. Yes, and a good man was asking me, what are my beliefs?
Yes.
And good man, yes. I believe in God. I believe that there is a master of the universe. However, I have learned that we are not the only children that God has made. We are not the masters of all of God's universe. I have learned that out there in the heavens, there's a mighty number that no man could number of various different complexities and things of this nature, from the lowest to the highest, and all of this.
all the more reason that I believe in the magnanimity of God. You know, the Nazarene said, in my Father's house are many mansions. If it were not so, I would not have told you. When they speak, those people who came, the Nephilim, in essence, those who came down from the sky and what have you, they were probably speaking of extraterrestrial visitors. And yet, I believe that God made them too, and what have you, to be the overseers of some portions of his galaxy. And if you look out there, there are a billion more galaxies even greater than this one. Therefore, the probabilities of life is dead on. It cannot be otherwise under certain circumstances out there. But yes, I believe my faith in God is greater now than it was before I met these beings, because I have always suspected that God would not have been so short-sighted as to place us in charge of all of his universe, when many of the time we cannot even get along with our neighbor across the street and things of this nature, and that they are trying to set us against each other now, the politicians and things of this nature. And we have to realize that in order to do the right thing, the way is so plain. Until a child cannot err and a blind man cannot miss the way, we know how to do right. We don't even need a book. If we were in the jungle, we would still know how to live with our fellow man in peace. That is what God loves. And it's not all written in the book, you know.
Yes. Mm-hmm. And on the Nephilim.
Yes. Nephilim.
This was Matt from Detroit.
Yeah, Matt. Yeah, Matt. Literally speaking, they were speaking of people who came down as if from the sky or something of that nature. And because they could do things like levitate and fly in ships and all of that, they thought they were angels most high. But they were flesh and blood, skin and bone, and because they were choosing the daughters of men and getting babies and things of this nature. So we can probably assume that it was not etheric angels. This does not rule out God. Mm-hmm.
All right, thanks for that call. Call us back.
Yeah.
And people, don't forget you can listen anytime online. Just go to SiriusXM.com and click on the Listen Online tab. Okay, the last part of Helene Green's query says, other than the two moons, what does the constellation of Biave look like?
Well, it is located in what we call the Taurus constellation. And there are 7 living planets in that constellation of high-tech planets and things of this nature. Now, my dear, they did not necessarily, all of them did not necessarily evolve there. Some migrated there over time and what have you. So it's about 450 light years from Earth, and it is around a red giant sun, but it's further away from the sun, you know, so you don't burn up or anything of that nature, and 2 moons. When those 2 moons align, some people can even get off the ground and levitate and things of this nature. But it's a high oxygenated planet, and you can easily motivate there. Gravitational pull is a little less, though. Mm-hmm.
Riley, years ago, I had what I call a close encounter with Whitney Houston. I want to know if you were a fan of hers, and would you give like a prayer or some words of remembrance?
Yes. There comes a time God needs songbirds up in heaven. My darling, I want you to know, go and sing to the angels, because we do not deserve you. My darling, I want you to know that I will always love you. I will always love you. Take care, my love. Au revoir, my dear. For none was greater than thee. Take care. Mm-hmm.
Beautiful.
Okay. Before we get back to the calls here, Okay, if we go aboard this mothership on this airlift, you've already made it relatively clear that these Targzicians are you have somewhat of an issue with them, and that they don't necessarily like humans, etc. And I'm wondering, like, are we going to have to need protection from them? Will they have any predisposition to, like, not necessarily harm us, but make it uncomfortable for us, etc.?
Well, no, you won't. You can stay on that ship for years and never physically run into a Targzician. They have their own part of the ship, and it's behind, plexiglass, I guess, or something of that nature. You can see them off distance and what have you. But the Biavians have already taken them down in the Targ Wars some 35,000 years ago. So you ain't got to worry about them, even though they are not really nice, and I don't like them. But no, I had no problem with them when I was aboard that ship, mothership.
Okay. All right, here's, let's try Money in Boston.
Hello, Money in Boston.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey, Ronnie?
Yeah, I'm here. Talk to me. Talk to me, Money. Did we lose you?
We lost him. Okay, call us back. Here's Josh in Wisconsin then.
Hello, Josh in Wisconsin.
Hey, Riley.
Hi.
I have a question. I know that a lot of magic is sleight of hand. When you've got somebody like David Blaine who is levitating and making things appear on other sides of the window and stuff like that, do you think that has anything to do with extraterrestrial activity, or is it more like satanic?
Yeah, he may have a large quotient of the gene left over. It happens sometime in families that one kid will have it and what have you. Yes, there is something extra other than trickeration going on there, as it is with Chris Angel and what have you. Yes, there are people. Back in history, we have had people whom they thought were saints are called saints, who could actually levitate, get off the ground, and things of this nature. So, yes, that is possible. The man who built the coral castle could obviously levitate the stones, some weighing up to 20 and 30 tons and all this type of stuff, by himself, and he was only 5 foot tall, and things like that. So, yes, there are some people who have not totally lost the symbolism of extra-dimensional activity and what have you. You see what I mean?
Yes. He mentioned, he was asking you, do you think there's anything satanic in that type of stuff?
Well, I would not think so, that it would have to be satanic. Was the Nazarene who walked on the water, was that satanic? I think not. It doesn't, it doesn't have to be any satanic thing. However, evil does exist. I don't think David Blaine or any of them is under that auspices or anything of that nature. But there have been people, saintly people, as well as others, who down through history have exhibited these type of qualities and what have you. You see what I mean?
Yes. All right, let's take one more quick call. This will be, Sean in Texas.
Sean in Texas.
Hey, Raleigh, thank you for taking my call. I love your show. And
Thanks.
More of a comment. I'm driving down the road, stroking my cock, and I'm
get out of here.
Let me give a shout out here to Louis Salvatore Panoni up in Stanford, Connecticut, ex-police officer. They tell me he makes marvelous food in his restaurant. Yeah, Gary and Jessica Jester in Rydal, Pennsylvania. Anthony Wise and Mary Grace Dumal in South Plains, New Jersey. Michael Michaud, Michael Bond in Rockville, Connecticut. Terry Nguyen in Santa Ana, California. John McCreary in Seabrook, New Hampshire. James Webb Finster in Escondido, California. John Matish, Scott Martin in Carlsbad, California.
Ryan T. Berger, Joseph Thomas, and Allison Jade Osmond, Sparks, Nevada. Peter Toshi in Framingham, Massachusetts. Rich Roll and Scott Meyer in Madison, Ohio. Philip and Elizabeth Hope Sanchez out in Nampa, Idaho. Tanya Barrett and Mike West. She go to iTunes, Tanya Barrett, beautiful singer. James Federico and Alexis Pasadog in Yuma, Arizona. Todd and Tim Murphy in Danvers, Massachusetts. Check out the Rick and Brandon Show on podcast. And also go to RileyMartin.com. RileyMartin.com. Amazon Kindle, thecomingoftan.com. We out of here.
Martin Show on Howard 101. From the world above.
Across the gulf of space, minds immeasurably superior to ours.
From the world beyond.
Regard this earth with envious eyes.
Howard 101 brings you
envious eyes.
Martin.
In 1953 in northeastern Arkansas, I had seen lights above the river for 3 nights running.
Call 888-STERN-101 with your questions. The Riley Martin Show on Howard 101.
Hello, people. Welcome to the Riley Martin Show. We are glad that you are here. People. Back in the studio tonight, once again, we have the great, the one and only, the super duper guy, the highlight technician. I speak of none other than the great Matt Little Nicky Scarfo, Nicosia, and a shout out to the lovely Angela. Yes, and here in the studio with us tonight, who has cruised down the road, big man with the plan. I speak of none other than the great, the inimitable, the one and only, Double O. Al Aragon. And shout out to the lovely Michelle. And of course, as usual, up from Georgia, here with us, hopefully for the duration, my white son. The kid is extremely genius-like in the computer thingamabobs, as various other things, and knows a great deal about the beyond and various other things like this. I speak of none other than my white son, Matt Panther.
Keeping it digital, Riley.
Yes, indeed. Shout out also to Mr. Ben and Miss Sheila Panther, his birth parents down in Dawsonville, Georgia. Love you. Yes, we do. And, of course, by my side, as usual, is the one and only, the inimitable and quite brilliant, if I dare say. I speak of none other than the great Igric Eron Macaulay.
Pulling up the rear tonight, Spaceman.
Yes, indeed. And my goodness, people, thanks for coming to the bottom of the show. You know, right now, they have started something like a de facto war on women. Now, I mean, what's with that? My goodness, according to the ones who are running for something here, these maniacs, they would rather that you be back in pre-1950s in the kitchen, barefooted, belly full of babies, with very little or no medical care. Well, you see, I got news for them. Women comprise about 51% of the population or better. They also comprise 51% of the voting populace. You have a vote. Not only should you deep six these idiots, these maniacs, these archaic, pre-Civil War thieving baboonies, you should also utilize your vote all across the country to deep six all of these types of people who are an affront against all decency, rationality, and your rights. So women, remember that. Get in motion and vote and all of this. My goodness, I've never seen such in all of my life. Welcome to the Radamon Show. What's up, Iran?
People call the spaceman. He's on the blade tonight, 888-STERN-101. You can also email us with questions at RileyMartin@SiriusXM.com. Okay, I have emails, questions, Twitter. Yeah. We got everything.
Yes, indeed.
Whatever have you.
People, let me remind you that you can get the Millennium Edition and other things. Go to RileyMartin.com. And also, we have inventory now of the first edition of the book, very rare. You can go to thecomingofTan.com. Also, you can get the book at Amazon Kindle. It's cheap. Get it. And, of course, get your symbols. That is a must. Time is of the essence here, people. And, you can go to YouTube and check me out there, too. So welcome back to the Radamon Show. Iran.
Okay, I got a couple of emails here to start this off.
Okay.
Two completely different types of questions. But the first one is, this is from John Williams.
Mm-hmm.
He always sends us good questions.
A brilliant guy.
He says, since the Supreme Court ruled that money equals free speech, or that money equals speech, does that mean those of us without money have no speech?
No. However, you see, money does equal speech, but all of the 99 cent combined adds up to more than the single money. So therefore, your vote still counts in this country. Utilize it and stop these maniacs from doing what they are trying to do. Not only are they waging a war on women, it is also on first responders, police, teachers, you name it, schools, and the whole smoke. I've never seen such madness in one package before in this country. And I'm 65 years old here. Jesus Christ. So utilize your vote, people. Together, you are stronger.
Okay, you know about the sociology of these Biavians in particular.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I want to know, is their leadership structure anywhere near similar to ours? For instance, do they have one person you can identify as a leader, a president, influential person in terms of making decisions for the direction of the society?
Well, they are outstanding. They choose the person who is outstanding in that he has substance in the job he is doing. That is, if you are an agriculturist that have come up with a revolutionary thing, you're the top of that. If you are a scientist that has come up with a new power source, then you would be the top of that, even though you may have advisors and things of that nature, and so forth and so on. And it doesn't matter from which family you come, or from what legacy you come, if you have the ability to carry through on what it is and do it well, then, of course, you are recognized as an entity. That's the way that goes.
Yes, and I know that you say you met Nikola Tesla aboard this ship, and you also say that you spoke in a circular chamber before a number of Biavians.
Yes.
I suppose that you would have met some individual Biavian luminaries, correct?
Well, they were sitting in something like, you know how you see the doctor doing an operation below you, and above you and around you, all of the observers, the students and all of that are sitting there, and all that. So you would not actually get to touch them closely and what have you. However, you would get some of their questions and things like that. But you're standing in more or less the spotlight, talking in general to them like that. But you didn't get a chance, to like go to cocktails and all that.
Yes, and you actually spoke. It wasn't telepathic.
No, I was speaking verbally.
Right.
But naturally, they can hear verbally. That's no problemo. However, if Tan wanted to pass a question to me, he did so telepathically, and I could hear it.
Okay, and then another question here from Mr. Williams. Different subject matter. He says, does Riley think that the Great Pyramids were built in a similar way to coral castle.
Yes. Without getting into too much explanation, yes, there have been certain people who are able to manipulate the elements through mere thought. There were also machines that was granted by the extraterrestrials that could hook into the neuropower of the bearer and lift heavy weights and things of that nature. Otherwise, they could not have done it by building ramps and all of this, or we would see evidence of the ramps. You see what I mean?
Yes. Okay, once again, people, 888-STERN-100. Is the number to call us tonight with questions. Okay, let's take a call here, Riley.
Okay.
George in Colorado.
Hello, George in Colorado.
Hey, what's up, man? How you guys doing?
Okay, George.
It's Fat Tuesday, man. I'm down here partying. We are just celebrating Mardi Gras, you know what I mean? Throwing beads around, showing the titties and stuff. You down with that, man?
Yeah. I've been there before.
Yeah, man. Are you down with butt fucking guys?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what. You go ahead and keep doing that down there, kid, and we will just continue here to try to give some information. Stupid asshole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's Walter in Indiana.
Hello, Walter in Indiana.
Hey, Riley. Hey, Ron. It's great talking to you guys.
Mm-hmm.
I was honestly curious, do you ever think that the Biavians would introduce some sort of like mind control substance, like a drug, either to themselves or to us, to change like opinions or change thoughts or feelings?
Oh, well, no, I wouldn't think so, because each and every human being, for instance, if you should give me a certain mind-altering drug, it may to some extent be able to control me. But as a rule, each and every human being reacts differently, even to the same substance, so there's no such substance here or there who can control everybody at a given time. You see what I mean?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. All right, that was my only question. Thank you very much, guys.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, good question. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Okay, you have written a chapter in your book called Mind Control, Truth or Fiction.
Truth or Fiction. Yeah, you got to get the book. Now, go to RileyMartin.com. Get the book. We cover many of these subjects in there.
And I believe that you concluded from that, reading that chapter, that you can't really control the minds of humans in mass.
No, not
per se.
Not in mass. You can poison them. You can disease them. But you cannot control the actions simply because the minds are so inherently, and the motivations are so inherently different from one another.
Okay, however, it has been said that in the earlier part of the last century that Adolf Hitler, what he brought forth, he actually did have a measure of control of the minds of the population, to the extent that they went along with the brutality and all of this.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, can you say that there is a way to control the minds of masses of people?
Well, there is a way.
Trance or
there
whatever.
is a way. No, he didn't put them in a trance. There is a way to reach the baser instincts of persons. Hard times breeds desperation. Nero blamed all of his troubles on the Christians. You understand?
Yes.
Hitler blamed all of his on the Jews and were able to get his program across. Now, that went along with him having put in something like a continuum program or rebuilding program and all of that. All that mixed in together, so he had a good combination there. As these politicians are trying to control us now by bringing out the baser hatred of, say, black people in the minds of the Caucasian race in this country and things like that.
Yes.
But they are not nearly so good at it as was some of the dictators down through history. You understand?
Got it.
Riley, we've got some alien news tonight. This month, China released the highest resolution map of the moon the world has ever seen. These images cover the entire lunar surface, even the dark side, and were taken by the Chang'e 2 orbiter.
Right.
There's one photo circulating the internet that was supposedly leaked by China and clearly shows buildings and structures on the dark side of the moon. What did you think of this photo, and what are these installations used for?
Matt, I've seen those structures up front, and I write about them in my book. I clearly stated there are structures on the moon. There are structures on Mars. There are structures built on Venus and on the ground on Venus, and as far out as Pluto. There are elementals. There are even structures on Saturn, which is is something else to do, which were built on Saturn by the Screed, and they were able to build dome-like structures with subterranean caverns and all of this because they could get through, and at times using power, get through that terrible atmosphere there and things like that. But yes, I knew of those structures and all, and I wrote it in my book 27 years ago. But it's only coming to light now. You see what I mean?
Yeah, my favorite picture is the one the Russians took of that one called the Tower of Babel, 80 to 100 miles high tower on the moon.
Yes,
it's amazing.
Yes, they would use that as if one here would use like a cell phone tower or something of that nature. However, they would use it to transmit and guide ships across hundreds of light years of space and things of that nature.
Mm-hmm. All right. Legend has it that in history there were 2 moons for this planet, and legend also has it that one of these moons, perhaps the one that exists now, is actually not natural. That it was constructed and that it is hollow inside, and it's a technological edifice. Can you speak on that, please?
Oh, well, no. For one thing, the moon is not hollow, and that concept.
He said it was a machine.
That concept is wrong. The moon is not hollow. It is not a machine. It is a natural edifice. However, there are installations there, and it may be utilized in various different ways. However, in order to maintain the gravitational equilibrium, it would have to be pretty solid and around its size in order to make our seas and all of that ebb and flow and what have you.
Yes.
Okay? Mm-hmm.
All right. Another call here. Jeremy in North Carolina.
Hello, Jeremy. Jeremy
hey,
in
North. How you doing, man?
Okay, Jeremy.
All right, man. Hey, how salty is Richard Christie's balls?
Yeah. Well, hey, Jeremy. Take care of yourself, kid, because you're wear and tear on the intellect of all other, inbred kids.
Okay, here's Mike in Roswell.
Mike,
hey, Randy, how's it going?
Oh, okay, Mike.
Hey, love your show. Hey, I got a question.
Mm-hmm.
You say that Biavians believe in a higher power?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, now, do they believe like we believe, or do they know more than we know?
Well, they don't know it all. However, their belief, which is explained in the book, is that it's based upon more or less the color codes of light. They say Kwa Amsalajiwan, which means roughly all praises unto the light.
Yeah.
They believe that by deciphering all of the 10 spectrums, black, brown, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, violet, gray, and white, and all the spectrums in between, that ultimately it will lead them back to the Godhead. Now, in deciphering these spectrums thus far, they have been able to exceed the speed of light and go back and forth through space and time. So therefore, they think they're on the right track. However, they do believe that there is a universal creator that created them, us, and other beings out in this galaxy. The Nazarene said, in my Father's house are many mansions. There are more things in the heavens and the earth than has ever been known. They do not nullify God. They only increases my belief in God. You see what I mean?
Yeah, I got you.
Cool.
Right, that's answered my question. Thanks a lot, man.
Okay, take care, big guy, and give my love to the folks.
All right, thanks for that question. Okay. It would seem to follow, then, that the other 6 species of extraterrestrials who are with the Biavians have pretty much the same concept of God.
Not necessarily. Each and every other species have, I'm sure, some type of a concept, but it may not coincide, just like my Judeo-Christian belief may not necessarily coincide, with the Quran.
Yes.
Or with the Mormons, or with the Seventh-day Adventists, or with the Catholicism. However, we are all more or less picking on the same banjo, using different keys. Okay?
Got it. Next call. This is Alan in Idaho.
Hello, Alan in Idaho.
Hey, Riley, how you doing?
Okay, Alan.
Hey, my question is kind of about the Mayans.
Mm-hmm.
And is it Kublai Khan, or is that who came down to them?
Kublai Khan. Kublai Khan, I believe, was one of their ancient, revered leaders and what have you. And I am not well versed into the Mayan dialect and what have you. I do know that they did speak of their leaders that came from the sky and taught them the ways and the laws and the architecture and things of this nature. So, around the equatorial area of the world, we find great edifices built all around the world, including southern England, as well as northern China, Russia, various other places like this, Egypt, and so forth. And so there's a relativity there, and they did all see people who came down. But, of course, they spoke different dialects, and so, I'm not up on that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was watching that special about ancient aliens, and they were talking about December 12th or December 21st, 2012.
Right.
Calendar and all that stuff.
Yeah, that seems to coincide with a number of other projections, including the Anasazi Indians, the Central American Indians, back during the old English and Druids and on back and all of this. So there's something there. I'll know more about that around my birthday, around the 9th of May of this year, and I will reveal what I know about December 21st, 2012, Good Man. So be sure to tune in around that time. And also get the book and what have you. Go to RileyMartin.com and get the book.
Okay, another call. Steve in Arizona.
Hello, Steve in Arizona.
Hey, Riley, how are you today?
Okay, Steve.
I have a coworker of mine who believes that there's significance, and kind of ties into the previous call. He claims there's significance of the year 2012 and the end of the world on the reptilian calendar. I figured you'd be the person to ask if there's any credence to that or not.
Yeah, well, I didn't hear all of what he said.
Repeat, please.
He claims that the end of times is predicted in the reptilian calendar and also coincides with the year 2012.
Well, reptilian. What do you mean by reptilian? Do you mean the Mayans?
No. He means the reptilian people, and I know you spoke of them before.
Oh, yeah. There is a reptilian race aboard that great mothership. Now, from what I gather up until this point, is that this is a very, very significant time in the continuum of man, and there will be changes. Now, does it mean total destruction and all that? I cannot say yet. You understand? I'll talk about that in May, what I've learned. Okay?
Okay, you said that these extraterrestrials have known of this planet for a long time.
Oh, yes.
Like, how long have they known of it?
Well, they've known through backward time travel, going back something like 400 million years.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, were there any humans existing anywhere in this universe 400 million years ago?
No, there was not. Let me give a shout out here to the great Scott Willoughby. Scott, that's a good idea you got. Out in Phoenix, Arizona, Gary and Lisa Parsiak, beautiful people, the coach in Des Plaines, Illinois. Let me give a special shout out here to Lieutenant Tom Hickey. He's retiring from the Washington Police Department. Good job, good man. Now, go ahead now and take that, that trip, the sail around the world, sail somewhere with the lovely Mrs. Hickey, and enjoy yourself now. You've done a good job. Well done, good man. Give me a shout out to my Dr. Robert Friedman, orthosurgeon, Doctors Ann Merkel, April Smith, Avalone Cervanti, and Dr. Rebecca Ziegler. The staff, Ellie, Amy, Joyce, Ann Yarbison, Vicky, Miss Ballish, Jenna, out in Peaburg, Mike Boyd, Mike and Diane, Jamal Lulu Walson out in Ogden, Salt Lake City, Utah, the great Mike Bundy Sr., the Junior, the lovely Jennifer Babcock, Chicopee, Mass, and down in Florida, Robert Weldon Jr., Call Me Boy, and his mom, Joy, in Griffith, Indiana, Stick and Jenny Carter, Down in Mississippi, Todd Pee Wee Jenkins out on the road.
Pee Wee!
The young, brilliant Christian Martinson out in Houston, Texas. The soldiers, James Bigelia, Master Gunner Anthony Mariscal. They're in Hawaii and over across the ocean. Cliff and Eileen Green and the crew down in Macon, Georgia. The great Floyd Kuchowski, Dave Ornay, Zach, the great Zach up in Kingswood, Michigan. I'm proud of you, Zach. Everett Ellicott and his lovely mom Grace down in the D.C. area. Jacobs Worthstuck and the crew up in Oakville, Ontario. Gunner, the great Jim Boyd, North Wales, Pennsylvania. Stay with us, we'll be back now. Yo!
Riley Martin.
In 1953 in northeastern Arkansas, I had seen lights above the river for 3 nights running.
Call 888-STERN-101 with your questions. The Riley Martin Show on Howard 101.
People of Earth, attention.
Howard 101. The Riley Martin Show. On Howard 101. Call 888-STERN-101 and make contact from the world above, from the world beyond. The Riley Martin Show.
And we are back, people. People, I told you now, always have a pencil around and a little pad when you listen to the Riley Martin Show. Because I want you to go to RileyMartin.com. RileyMart, like Thomas, IN.com. And get the books, get your symbols and all that. It is implementary at this time. Also, if you want a copy, signed copy, autographed copy of the original The Coming of Tan, go to The Coming of Tan, like suntan, thecomingoftan.com. You can also get the book at Amazon Kindle. And also, people, check me out on YouTube. There's a lot of footage there that goes back a long way. That's RileyMartin.com, thecomingoftan.com, Amazon Kindle, and YouTube. Yeah. Thank you for coming and staying with us. I love it when I finally do get a good question here, people.
Me too.
So keep them coming. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, Riley, here's a tweet from Inside of You, Drew H.
Okay.
He asks, at what point did your fear of Tan diminish? I imagine you were scared to death when he plucked you from the earth.
Yes, indeed. Initially, they started to actually waylay my fears. You see, I was a country kid. I could fight real good. Secondly, I hunted for a living, so I had taken down very dangerous animals and things of that nature. They did not appear to me to be so dangerous as, say, great three-toed, the wild hog that could have killed us, the bobcat that was dangerous, that killed my dog, things like that. And so as he was walking me back towards the ship, he said, "Don't worry, we won't harm you. Come and go with us." And I said, "Well, you have to ask my mom. She'll be worried about me." He said, "Don't worry, we'll soon bring you home again." He said, "Don't you remember us?" And I was looking at him, them big heads, with them bubble helmets. I said, "No, what are you and who are you?" He said, "Friend Martin, don't you remember us from there near the Tigris and Euphrates, when your ancestors did build at the Pyram and the Valley of Giza? Don't you remember us?" And it was coming back. Maybe he was feeding my brain, but it was coming back to me, past lives and stuff like that. And I went aboard and walked into the light with them and went aboard. And but still, they've subdued me without, using any chemicals or anything, where I could not move freely and all of that, because they thought I could hurt them, because you can hurt them, And eventually, though, by the time we were passing the moon, I had to settle down and became fascinated with my surroundings. And I remained that way for the duration over the years. Every time they'd show, then I would automatically remember that, hey, I know you, and let's go, like that.
Yeah, your interactions with them are very genuine and telling in the book, I think.
Yeah, in the book, it goes into all of that, people. Yes, indeed.
Okay, you speak of Tan, of course, Okwatandin Wan, and you also speak of Onisair Wan, whom you call Nella. Yeah, and Nella is the female.
Right.
And I want to know, have you ever seen Tan without Nella in his company? And also, what is Nella's actual role? What is her job here?
She is scientist, co-pilot, advisor, and the whole smoke. They were companions, and I seldom ever saw him without her. But there were times when he and I would be together somewhere, and she would have to go and do something. And there was a couple of times when I was with her, and he was late getting there or something like that. But for the most part, you would always see them together. They were a team, pilot and co-pilot, you know?
Yes.
And I suppose there was a great love between them, though they were not expressing it in the touchy-feely way. Mm-hmm.
Yes. Okay, before we get back to the calls, get an intelligent question here. I have an email question.
Okay.
It's from Rob Weldon.
Rob Weldon, the one I told you, Rob. Don't make me come over there.
He says he's back in Indiana.
Okay. You wrote me a note and didn't send no phone number. Man.
Anyway, he's asking, do the Biavians sleep the same way that humans do? Do they need the required 7 to 8 hours of sleep per night?
No.
Do they have the same routines? Do they use beds, etc.? Is there anything different about their sleep patterns?
Yes. The Biavians, they have lean backs. Otherwise, you'll see a Biavian, he'll lean back on a thing at about, could it be, 98 degree angle, 45 degree. And the Biavian would just go out, and I have seen that I could come back by 15 minutes later and he's waking up. So apparently they don't need as much sleep and duration at one span of time as we do. But they realize that we do, and so they would make it possible for you to get your sleep and no one nobody bother you either, while you're sleeping.
Yes, and they're always lying down when they're asleep, right?
No, they're not laying down, they're leaning back. Much like you leaning back on a board, a wall that's leaning. Okay, let's see. Is that 45 degrees? Yeah, yes. 45 degrees. Uh-huh.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, and then speaking of this subject, you have depicted something I guess you have seen. This is a thing that you call the sleeper. And there's a gentleman lying on a table, and you say that he's in a dream state, working out the equations of the time, of the true form and meaning of God, and that he's been in this dream state for 80 years. And I want to know, okay, can you say something a little bit more about this? And
since I did not communicate with him, and it was explained to me quite briefly. There are sleepers, they want answers to all questions. Now, they've figured out faster than light speed, time travel, power generation through osmosis and things of that nature. And so they want the answers. They want to know who God is as much as we do. They want to get closer to him and various other questions in equations in time. I did not have long to dwell upon it, but I understood the concept and what have you. For instance, Nikola Tesla got the concept of AC current in a dream. Einstein got the concept of E equals MC squared in a dream. Many of Michelangelo's came in a dream, and so did others. You see what I mean?
Yes.
So did George Washington Carver's and things of that nature. So in a dream, many times we can discover something if only we could remember it when we woke up. Yeah.
Okay. Now, would they use chemicals to induce this state? And then, moreover, could humans do some such undertaking?
Oh, possibly so. I cannot attest to the duration of the time, Iran, but I'm sure there's a type, as in the rejuvenation chambers, there is a nanomolecular induction. It does not require say an IV or anything of that nature. It literally is consumed or imbibed through the skin pores and into the capillary and the nerve endings and thus into the system. See what I mean?
Yes.
And it keeps you alive and does everything you need to do.
All right, let's try a call here.
Okay.
Dan in Pennsylvania.
Hello, Dan, Pennsylvania.
Hey, how's it going, Riley?
Oh, pretty good, Dan.
Good, good.
Hey, I got a question about the moon. When I was a kid, I used to look up at the moon, like on a full moon and stuff, you know,
Right.
it'd be
Right.
real bright and stuff, and you could see the
Mhm.
craters and stuff up there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How are them craters formed?
Well, just the same way craters are formed here, only more so there. Because of the atmosphere there, it is easier for meteorites and comets to get through and blast on the surface and things of that nature. But that is how they were formed, good man.
All right, next call. This is Bill, Utah.
Hello, Bill in Utah.
Hey, man, this is Bill. What are you guys up to, man? You guys butt fucking?
No, we're not, Bill. No, we are not.
All right, here's Dennis in California.
Hello, Dennis in California.
Hey now.
Okay, how you doing, Dan?
I'm doing fine. Okwaten's and one.
Okwaten's and one, Dennis.
Onisewa.
Onisewa.
Kwanzalaji one.
You have a question?
Hey, yeah, I do. Is there this is a terrestrial question. Is there a viable Republican candidate for president, or is Obama going to win?
Well, my good man, that will be up to the citizens, but I don't see anybody that makes any sense on the Republican side. Now, my goodness, listen to their rhetoric. If you feel as if either one of them makes any logical sense other than trying to protect the ones with all the money and things of that nature while dismantling all of the accomplishments and logic of humankind for the last century, then, you know, you got a right to vote for them. But, no, I don't see one that can challenge this man yet. No.
Don't either, brother. I agree 100%.
Thank you.
So the bumper sticker, like they say on the news, is going to be GM alive, Bin Laden dead.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
All right.
Take care now.
All right, here's Al in Maine.
Hello, Al in Maine.
Hey, is it me? It's Adam, Mark.
Okay, I can't hear you.
Yo, Mark.
He's gone.
Yo, Mark.
All right, how about Justin in Virginia?
Hello, Justin, Virginia.
Hi, Mr. Riley. How are you doing tonight?
Oh, pretty good, Justin.
I just had a quick question for you. I've been a kind of a long-term, off-and-on listener, and I was just kind of curious with all this terrestrial stuff that you talk about. Where do you stand as far as biblical prophecy goes, and how some of those things have come true?
Well, biblical prophecy is more or less in the eye of the beholder and for the person who is deciphering them. It may mean one thing to one group and one thing to another. Nonetheless, I more or less look at the principle of the good book in its elementals, and I get from that, regardless to who you are, what race, creed, color, is do the right thing, respect your elders, feed the children, and do a fair deal upon the earth. And ultimately, paradise will be granted unto us, even if we did not have the pleasure of learning how to read. You see what I mean? So the way is so plain that a child cannot err, and a blind man cannot miss the way. Good man.
Okay, you have described an incident where you were in some type of a chamber. Maybe it was when you were a little boy and you met the 7 species, in that there was a book there.
Right.
And, I want you to speak on this book. What was it? What was in it? What was the purpose of it?
Well, it was the Chamber of the 7. There are 7 elders from among all of the intelligent species there who apparently wanted to check me out. And when I talked to them, when I got through talking to them after quite a lengthy period of time and answering their questions, then they came up and he handed me a pen, looked like one of those old quills, feather quills, and say, write your name upon the book. And I wrote my name on the book, and it turned into golden script in some language I cannot understand. But, yes, there's a book. Yeah.
And how old do you have to be to be considered as an elder amongst the Biavians?
Now, that I cannot say, but I do know that the one I saw levitating and who took me back through creation, so to speak, through the inception
life on this planet, I was told that he was 30,000 years old.
Riley, here's a tweet from the Spanish Ram Ramiro Gutierrez.
Okay.
He says, can you comment on the alien influence on pyramids across the world and how distant civilizations can have the same vision?
Well, my goodness, that's because the same entities or people from among them ultimately left that Atlantis that was out in the Mediterranean and traveled around the equatorial area of the world and gave certain codes, inventions, sciences, and all this to the people more or less at a given period of time before they ultimately left here. And so that was from the same, more or less, group of entities. Wasn't always the same alien species, because there were several of them here, you see what I mean? But that is where it came from. And the pyramids serve a purpose other than, say, some religious purpose to the indigenous people. It is something like a benign battery that produces an energy without a power source that I can read from light years out in space. And it will tell me all about the area, the fauna, the geography, the life forms, the plant life, and things of that nature. So that was one of the reasons. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thanks. Carl Walker and Lori.
Right.
Carl and Lori. Some of our favorites have sent in questions. And here's one of them. They say that in your book, you say that 1,000 years, you often say, or the phrase 1,000 years as we measure time.
Mm-hmm.
First, they want to know if the Biavians have a concept of time. Do they have a 24-hour day or longer or shorter? Do they keep track of months as we do?
Well,
etc.
Yeah, their day. Wow. Keep that in mind.
All right.
Give me a shout out here. Shout out here to Jim Bowers, Margaret Woodward, and Dick out in Ramona, California. Henry Saito in Sun Valley, California. Andrew Jones and Claudia Morgan out in Woodland, Washington. Cheryl Patry and Cheryl Talbot out in Los Angeles, California. I love you girls. Jeff and Patty Knudsen out in Reno, Nevada. Rich and Karen Horowitz, the Avatar in Matawan, New Jersey. Bill and Carrie Coolish out in Arizona. Hans Shin, the cartoonist out in Santa Clara, California. Norman Yee, the great Hunan Ra in Honolulu, Hawaii. Grant and Chase Bresso in Tallahassee, Florida. Sonny, Dad Dennis, Vatia Lee out in Orlando, Florida. Jim Marzano and the family. Mark Rabinowitz at Air Studio Galleries and all the families. Chris Dominic and Chris Keiko, Palmer, Ohio. Carl Anthony Venable, North Brownwick, New Jersey. Beth Bloink and Dan Solomon in Warren, New Jersey. Jeffrey Ben in Marthasville, Missouri. Abel Vega in Palestine, Texas. Louis Salvatore Pannoni in Stamford, Connecticut. This man, he's a retired police officer, got a great restaurant. Gary and Jessica Chester in Rydell, Pennsylvania. Anthony Wise and Mary Green and Grace Dumas, South Plains, New Jersey. Stay with us now. We shall return. Whoa!
From the world above, from the world beyond, The Riley Martin Show. Call 888-STERN-101 with your questions, your experiences, your beliefs, your prophecies. The Riley Martin Show on Howard 101.
You are on the verge of destroying the entire universe.
Call 888-STERN-101 and make contact. The Riley Martin Show. Howard 101.
And we are back, people. People, go to RileyMartin.com. Get your books, get your symbols. Time is of the essence, really and truly. Also, we have the original book also, and it will be autographed. Go to thecomingoftan.com. And also, you can get the book at Amazon Kindle. And, of course, check out
check out YouTube and what have you. But go there and get these things now, and what have you. This book is one for the ages. I can assure you. There has been no such other. I don't care how many UFO books or whatever you've read thus far. And you will be able to attest to that once you get this information. Welcome back to the Rodney Martin Show. We are glad that you are here.
People, don't forget, you can listen anytime online. Just go to SiriusXM.com and click on the Listen Online tab.
Yeah, indeed.
Okay, continuing the question from Carl and Lori.
Yeah.
They wanted to know if the extraterrestrials keep track of time in the way we do.
No, when I was aboard the great mothership, the dear ones, there were no clocks. There were no clocks. But I more or less kept up with time. Now, you ask me, how did you know what time it was then? I did not necessarily know exactly what time it was. I knew that they made sure that I ate 3 meals a day. I generally have at least one bowel movement a day, and I'll sleep about 8 hours in a row. By counting those, I could more or less plot the days of time as I measured it, that I was there. You see what I'm talking about? However, I get the impression that they don't think in terms of their work schedules and all of this, and the whole smo doesn't have a downtime and an uptime. It may ebb and flow, but they're always busy. They're doing something and what have you. And just like I said, when they sleep, it may not be but 5 or 7 minute duration and things like that. So they have a different concept of time. However, the laws of physics and mathematics holds true either way you go. 182,262 miles a second is the speed of light, and therefore that has to be calculated and what have you. So I would imagine that math in itself is more or less universal, no matter what you call it or how you count it, my dear. You see.
Okay, Carl and Lori, and then they have one more question here. Let's get this one in.
Yes, indeed.
They say they want to know that if the airlift does occur and it takes 4.5 years to go to BIV, will everyone or will they be granted a question-like creature to keep them company aboard this ship on this trip?
I cannot imagine that they would have 144,000 questions. In fact, I would leave. I said, hey, put me off here, right here. No, really and truly. However, there may be a question that handles a group of people or something of that nature that hangs out with them. But you see, he was given to me to articulate, that is to talk like I talk, because B-Avians cannot talk like I do, like they do it telepathically. But it won't be necessary, my dear, in the sense that you will have other humans to talk to. You see what I mean? And they have got language translators, too, that are so little they can fit over your ear, and what have you. And so you'd have plenty people to talk to, but you no doubt will see question. The reason I say that is because you cannot create a species with only one animal. You gotta have some genetic diversity, so there's probably some others around there, and they may even, as I speak, be preparing them, and what have you. And first thing you say is, question, get your hand off my legs. Oh, excuse me, dear lady, I must have blacked out. Lying dog.
Okay, thanks for that email, Carl and Lori. Keep the questions coming.
Shout out to you, too.
Okay, I believe that you have said in the past that, according to the Biavians, question is a mocking type of a creature on par with, for instance, a parakeet or some such thing, but you yourself said no, you didn't agree with that.
No.
That question had an intelligence that's almost on par with the humans. So what's the difference between your perception of a question and these ETs?
Because he was more or less geared to my neurofactors, and his personality, the portion thereof, was based upon my own. They were just saying that just like a parrot mimics your voice,
yes,
and things of that nature, they were more or less passing it off kind of like that. But I'm sure they're not stupid enough to think that he is restricted in his thought patterns and all of this, because he was certainly not. You see what I mean?
Yes. All right, let's try Mike in California.
Hello, Mike in California.
Yeah, I was wondering how you doing. First time calling.
How you doing? Hey, Mike, how are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you. I was wondering what the astrology or the astrological signs have to do with the way people are seeming to be acting out here in California. Everybody's gone crazy.
Well, it seems to me, good man, that the whole world is going crazy, and the whole world seems to be dumbing down or something of that nature, inasmuch as we are entertaining some of the people we are entertaining in the political spectrum and things of that nature. It seems to me like something is very, very wrong with the world. All the more reason why you should get your symbol. Go to RobbertMartin.com and get your symbol, good man. And your book, because something is going on that's extraordinary all over the world. You see what I mean? Artificial intelligence more or less is taking over. And, I used to have to read books to learn stuff. And I used to have to actually build stuff and grow stuff and stuff. But it's no longer like that for the most humans anyway. And so they're getting out of touch with the reality of what it is and could be or will be eventually, not in the not too distant future.
Well, when you say artificial intelligence, it does make things so much easier. I mean, things are so much...
well, certainly. But it can do so, for instance, if you have got one of those little machines to ride on, what do you call them? Those little...
Segway,
yeah.
They're fun, too.
And you can go anywhere with them, even upstairs and all that, with the Segway, then ultimately, you'll get fat and all out of shape because you won't do no walking. And it's the same thing with the brain. If everything's going to do everything for you and you don't have to go look for it and all of that, ultimately the brain starts to deteriorate, even though the data is astronomical. There is a certain thing like data overload. There's so much data until you only get bits and pieces here and there, which may be erroneous. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm.
Riley, I was wondering, you know how ants can lift many times their body weight?
Right.
How strong are the screed and how high can they jump?
Now, I believe the screed are, you have to compute it from the size, say, of a praying mantis, and then go ahead and make him 5 feet tall. Anyway,
right.
Where was I? Michael Bond in Rockville, Connecticut, Terry Newen, Santa Ana, California, John McCreary in Seabrook, New Hampshire, James Webb Finster in Escondido, California, John Matisse, Scott Martin out in Carlsbad, California, Ryan T. Berger, Joseph Thomas, and Allison J. Osborne, Sparks, Nevada, Peter Tachi from Framingham, Massachusetts, Rich Rock and Rolls, and Scott Meyer in Madison, Ohio, Philip and Elizabeth Hope, Sanchez, I love them, out in Nampa, Idaho, Tony Barrett and Mike West, and Tanya Barrett, Mike West, and the great Tyshawn. Go to iTunes, Tanya Barrett, Barrett. Check her out. She's got a beautiful voice. Todd and Tim Murphy in Denver's, Mass. Rick and Brandon, the Rick and Brandon Show. Check them out on the podcast. Terry Lee Owens, Palmyra, Pennsylvania. Once again, a shout out to Lieutenant Tom Hickey. Good, have fun, good man. You've done a good job. Go on that cruise with the lovely wife. Gary and Lisa Posiak in Des Plaines, Illinois. Scott Willoughby and the family out in Phoenix, Arizona. Go to RileyMartin.com. Get the book, the symbol, and all that. TheComingOf10.com. Get the book and the symbol. Amazon Kindle. And get the book there, too. And also check out YouTube. And we love you. Take care. Good tidings to you all, good people. And we are out of here.
Martin Show on Howard 101. Another day ends. Another day begins. On Earth. But what of other worlds?
At the age of 7, in 1953 in northeastern Arkansas, I had seen lights above the river for 3 nights running. This alien friend of mine.
Other times.
His head was shaped like a brain.
Other beings.
This is a picture of my extraterrestrial husband.
Welcome to another mind-altering broadcast.
They drilled in my forehead.
With Riley Martin. Call 888-STERN-101 with your questions. The Riley Martin Show.
Hello, and good evening, good listeners. Welcome to the Riley Martin Show. We're glad you're here. Yes, indeed, we're glad you're here. Today is February 28th. It's going to be a 29th, you know, being a leap year and all, going into the 29th, 2012. Welcome to the Riley Martin Show. We are glad you're here. Back in the studio tonight is, of course, the one and only, the inimitable, the famous and fabled, I mean none other than the great technician, 00, Al Aragon. And shout out to the lovely Michelle. And, of course, here in the home studio, all the way down from New York City, I speak of none other than the one and only, the smooth guy, with the plan. I speak of none other than the little man with the big plan. I speak of Matt, Little Nicky Scarfo, Nicosia, and a shout out to the lovely Angela. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. My white son, Matt Panther, is not here with us tonight. He had to go back to Dawsonville, Georgia. Spent a few days down there with his lovely mom and his great dad, Ben and Sheila Panther, down in Dawsonville. Shout out to them. Mom, don't worry. We will watch over him on the road as he comes along. And, of course, here by my side, as usual, the inimitable and quite brilliant, if I must say, the one and only, the fabled, Eric Eron McCauley.
Citizen of the universe.
Yes, indeed you do. Welcome to the Riley Martin Show. People, I have very little to say about this, this political race here.
Yeah.
Now... Mitt, he's talking to the people over there, talking about their cars and how glad he is that they got the jobs and all of that, and giving the president no credit and all that, when if it were left to Mitt, a sanatorium, the millions of people who are voting for him over there would be sleeping in their cars on the bridges now without houses or jobs or anything else, but now he wants to take credit for it. Give me a break. Jesus Christ. Iran, how you doing?
I'm doing fine. Is the leadership elected or selected amongst these extraterrestrials?
No, leadership, as I have said before on any number of occasions, leadership is due to the knowledge and charisma of the person. For instance, you have to be qualified for what you are doing in order to achieve that position. And it's not necessarily, it's more or less by universal consensus. It is or it is not. You understand? It's not like here, any buffoon with a lot of money can run for anything. And I shudder to think that either one of these maniacs will be in a position in as much as they don't, if a woman gets raped, she should not have family planning or anything of that nature, according to them and things of this nature.
Yes.
But they are going to be sitting there with their hands, their fingers on the button of the greatest nuclear power on the face of the earth and things of this nature. I shudder to think of what may befall us in the future should one of them, inadvertently get in there. However, always remember, someone said that the citizens get the leadership they deserve.
Yes.
If you are so dense as to fall for this maniacal demonology, then you will get what you deserve. And I'll tell you that it's not going to be me doing it. I'll tell you that. Anyway, welcome to the Rod Martin Show. Talk to me, Ron.
People call the Space Cowboy with questions tonight, 888-STERN-101. You can also email us at RileyMartin@SiriusXM.com, or you can send emails to eron@RileyMartin.com. Okay, you have people lined up to talk to you, and you have emails here, but following up on what you just said about the politicians and getting the leadership that people deserve,
right?
I was wondering if there were any instances when you were amongst these extraterrestrials where you actually felt shame for the human race.
Yes, I expressed that to Tan one time. After having watched much of the history of mankind in the holograph room, I was saying, man, I don't know how we made it this far. We are such monsters in the way that we treat each other and things of this nature. And he said, this is true, Martin. During the ecological, during the progression of any species, there will always be wars and rumors of wars, elementals of conquest, and divers acts and things of this nature. However, we find that among you has always come one or more who preached the laws of peace and reason and logic and love, and were able to raise these things to miraculous heights. So we see within you the ability. You are quite capable of being angels, though you do not yet act it. You see what I mean?
Yes.
You're saying that there's apparently have been more good than evil, or we would not have endured, because had it been left to certain dictatorial entities down through history, everybody would have been dead, even them. Or they would have said, okay, let's blow it all, let's kill everybody, including ourselves if necessary, because I'm losing or something of that nature.
Yes.
So then I must err on the side of decency, which I believe most of humanity is.
Yes. Okay, not to beat it in the ground, but finally, the other day, a kid went into his school and shot some of his fellow students. Some of them died. What should be done with such a young person from this point on? Are they rehabilitatable? Can they be let out into society at any time in the future?
Well, now it has to go on person-to-person basis. Of course, the child should not be allowed to walk free in society now. Nonetheless, we must never say never that rehabilitation is not possible. Perhaps if he sits in there for 30 years and learns something from the various other entities there, as well as whatever type of schooling that's available to him and all of this, ultimately, he may be able to prove to some extent to the world that he is ready then he has changed his ways and that he deserves another chance in society and what have you. But you're going to have these type of aberrant incidents transpire from time to time upon the earth, unfortunately.
Yes. Okay, we have several emails here. I'm going to read one or two of them, and then we'll get to the callers here.
Okay.
This is from Helene Green.
Oh, Miss Helene.
She says, Kwa'um Salajuwan.
Kwa'um Salajuwan, my darling.
To you and the family. Question, if by some reason we survive December 2012, what will be the state of planet Earth? For instance, the ozone, the ocean levels, pollution, etc.
My darling, if the people who are trying to be friends to the earth can stay in office instead of the others, there is a good chance. Mother Earth has a great deal of rejuvenative qualities. And you see, the oil and stuff like this, the fossil fuels, are a finite thing. Ultimately, it must run out. Therefore, like it or not, we will have no choice but to go to alternate fuel sources, to uplink our technologies and things of this nature. If we should we survive, and I hope we do, that's why I'm here, survive this year, the world will change.
let us hope, my darling, that it will be for the better instead of an Armageddon type of a thing, a Holocaust type of a thing. Let us hope beyond hope, my dear. But ultimately, we should start now wide open doing these things. But ultimately, we're going to have to, even if we didn't want to. The monopolies are going to have to diversify and start putting their money into more comprehensive power sources and things of this nature, whether they want to or not, my dear.
Okay, this is Helen Green. She has one last part of the question.
Okay.
Another question here. She wants to know what is up with Chris from Arizona. She hopes all is well with him and his family. Haven't heard him on the show in a while.
Chris is fine. And Chris called me the other day and apologized to me for something. And I learned from little Nicky that he had went on one of the shows, what was it? The
Superfan Roundtable.
Superfan Roundtable or something like that.
Yes.
And he may have said some negative thing about me. He did not really mean it. I forgive him. I love him and his lovely family. And I don't know what he said or anything of that nature. But as I told Chris, I said, the people who screen the calls up there, they change them out all the time. It's some neophyte this week, another the next week, and another the next, and all that. And because he couldn't get his call through, I have no control whatsoever over that because I'm in New Jersey. They are in New York. I can only ask them, hey, when Chris calls, put him through. Which I will make that request, and I'm making it now. But it's not my fault, kid. And just because you were a bit disgruntled, I know your heart. You are a loving, decent, and loving man. And so I'm not holding anything against you, kid. And let us start over, and hopefully you can get your call through. But realize there are thousands calling, Chris. You see what I mean?
All right, thanks for that email, Miss Helene Green.
Thank you, Miss Helene.
Wow,
shout out, and I love you.
Coincidentally, here is, let's see if it's the real one, Chris from Arizona.
Chris.
That's for you, you're wrong, and Riley. That's for you.
Okay,
and,
Chris.
I guess everything's all water under the bridge, and
Right, don't do that no more, though, but okay.
So, we're all good now, Mr. Martin, and I wanted to ask you about the airlocks that they use to adapt the different ships to the different space stations and way stations. I was wondering how those are constructed.
You're talking about aboard the Great Mothership if you're going from one part of it to another or something like that?
Right, and travel like from the Biagi to another realm of the space, and you go up to, reserve and refuel and stuff like that.
Yeah, well.
Airlocks that they use.
Oh, the airlocks. Yeah, the airlocks. Okay. When you come aboard, the airlocks are used sparingly. For instance, my ship was about 33 feet across the rim. The airlock only opened 33 feet and 1 inch. And we're in. Zip, and they close right back up, just like a shutter on a camera. They do that to keep from losing, the atmosphere inside. And it's down precise to the nanosecond that you're coming in real fast like that. But once you are in, the atmosphere is equalized. You can get off without any breathing apparatus or anything of that nature and walk around and check out the whole smoke. You see what I mean, Chris?
Yes, sir.
Yes, indeed.
And, I wanted to shout out to my friend Scott up in Pennsylvania real quick.
Yeah, shout out.
And I love you guys, and thank you.
I love you. Give my love to the family, Chris. And everything is cool, my friend. Take care.
All right, nice to hear from you again, Chris.
Yeah.
Here's Jonathan in Los Angeles, Riley.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hi, Riley. This is my second time calling in.
Okay.
And I'm a big fan of yours and Tyron. And I had a question. There are rumors that there are underground bases in the Pacific Ocean on some of the islands, like in Guadalcanal and Eastern Europe, that there are underground alien bases.
Right.
There's been sightings of saucers submerging into the ocean and coming out of the ocean.
Yeah.
If they have underground complexes in the ocean, and
they do.
Some of the islands in the
they do. They have them out in what we call the Bermuda Triangle. They have them out in the Pacific Rim, the Japanese Triangle, and in the very depths of the sea, and various other places around the planet beneath the ice near the poles. They have bases, perhaps up in northern Canada, northern California, over the Great Lakes, and various other places. Yes, they do have underwater bases on this planet. They do that so they can stay out of the way. You see, there are places in the ocean where we never go, or perhaps have only gone for minutes at one time in the past, because we don't have submarines that could stand that pressure. But yes, that's where they have the bases, good man. They do have them here. Mm-hmm.
All right, thanks for that call.
Yeah.
Here's Romero in Los Angeles.
Hello, Romero.
Hello, Mr. Martin. How you doing?
Okay, Romero.
Hey, first I want to say thank you for answering my question last week. I was the Spanish Ram regarding the pyramids.
Oh,
I do
okay.
appreciate your insight.
Mm-hmm.
This week, I have a question. I wanted to change topic a little bit. I wanted to ask you about deja vu and its potential implications for destiny, and what your opinion is on that. And the second part to that was, why doesn't everybody experience deja vu?
Well, I believe that everybody does on occasion, or what have you. There are significant deja vus, and then there is trivial deja vu. For instance, I have maybe somebody, you're sitting in a restaurant, and it's in a different place. You've never been there before, but there's there is a waitress named Ethel or something like that, and she is serving you exactly the same food and says the same thing you think she'll say again, and you figure, oh, I must have been here before. This is what we call transdimensional. You may have dreamed of her long ago before you met her, or something of that nature, or you may have been somewhere else and more or less is replaying itself. But yes, I believe everybody at one time or the other experiences jags of deja vu, good man. But in order to go deeper, it would be too long an explanation, because I do not think it's a precise science or that it is locked down to only one-dimensional value. But yes, we all have deja vu from time to time.
All right, thanks for that call.
Yeah,
and that
thanks.
question. Call us back. Okay, here's an email question from Rob Weldon. Robert Weldon.
Rob. Well, yeah, Rob.
Yeah.
You better call me, man.
Yes. He's talking about a scene in the Star Wars movie where they were in a bar, and it was there were different species of extraterrestrials groups in the bar. And Han Solo flips the bartender a coin to pay for a drink. He says now given that there were a lot of different species and races in this bar, he imagines that they all have a different type of a currency since they come from different parts of the galaxy. So his question is there any universal form of currency that all of these aliens and humans use?
Well, as near as I can figure, on the various different intelligent planets that I have witnessed, not personally, but in the Hollow Room and all that, basically it is like what we have here to some extent, a digital thingamabob. That is a thing that they can scan and ultimately put the money into wherever they are going to put it into and what have you from your home planet and transpose it into their currency like this. And even though the galaxy is a big place, those places that have been explored and dealt with and are known is very small in comparison that you might experience in a lifetime. So just like there's New York City and there's L.A., that's Kansas City and there's Memphis. Ultimately, if you were traveling around visiting these cities, you would ultimately not, be in most of them, and you are relative to some extent to each other, because you would not have been in that bar drinking if it were not an oxygen-breathing planet. You see what I'm talking about? So it's like a digital credit card type thing.
All right, thanks, Rob.
Yeah, Rob, and call me, man.
Was there any place on that mothership where these all 7 of these extraterrestrial groups congregated?
Well, in the chamber of the 7, they congregate to make decisions about something and what have you. However, because of the variables in the atmospheric pressures and content, the various different, it's not really easy for them to, say, congregate in a big ballroom all together, doing lunch together at the same time. But they do, of course, have communication with one another and keeps up a running commentary with one another.
888 Stern 101. Call Riley with questions tonight.
And people,
yes,
go to RileyMartin.com. RileyMartin.com, and get your books, get your Millennium Edition, and get your symbols, people. Time is of the essence. And also go to The Coming of Tan, like suntan, thecomingoftan.com. You can get the original book now. I have an inventory of them. Each one will be personally autographed by me. On Amazon, some people are asking $200 a copy. But go and get them at the book price from me, like that. Also, you can get the book at Amazon Kindle, about $9, less than $10, I think. Amazon Kindle, go there and get it. And, of course, check me out on YouTube.
Mm-hmm. You can also follow Riley on Twitter at Riley L. Martin.
Yes.
This is John in Chicago.
Hey, Riley, how are you?
Okay, John.
I just wanted to give you a compliment about those kind words that you said about Whitney Houston. I think it was like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
I was just really touched by your words. And
Thank you.
I'm sure she's up in heaven snorting coke out of your dead mother.
Yeah, son, you shouldn't speak ill of the dead.
Right.
Because you can shortly join them, you know.
Uh-huh.
Let me give a shout out here to UF Otis and Tammy Best out of Richfield, Utah. I met a young man named Jared and a lovely lady named Amy. They're on their way to Hawaii from Novi, Michigan.
Oh, yeah.
Having fun over there without me, man, on the beach, ain't you? Huh? Y'all take care of Scott Willoughby and the family out in Phoenix, Arizona. Gary and Lisa Posiak, Des Plaines, Illinois. Tom Hickey, and out in Washington, Tom Hickey, lieutenant, retired from the police force in Washington, New Jersey. Shout out, Lieutenant. Terry Lee Owens in Palmyra, Pennsylvania. Dr. Robert Friedman, my orthosurgeon. Dr. Zan Merkel, April Smith. Avalone and Ferrante. Dr. Rebecca Ziegler. Also the staff, Ellie, Amy, Joyce, and Jarvis and Vicky. Miss Bowlish and Jenna, down in Peaburg, New Jersey. Mike and Diane Voigt, the great composer. Jamal and Luther Lawson out in Ogden, Salt Lake City. Love you. Mikey Blundick Sr. and Jr. And the lovely Jennifer Babcock up in Chicopee, Mass. and down in Florida. My son, Rob Weldon Jr. Lovely mom, Joy, down in Griffith, Indiana. Stick and Jenny Carter out there on the road. Todd Pee Wee Jenkins on the road. The young Christian Mortensen, brilliant young man, and his family out in Houston, Texas. The soldiers, James Bucaleer and Anthony Mariscal, Master Gunner, in the services. Cliff and Helene Green and the crew down in Macon, Georgia. Lots of love. The great Floyd Kochowski, Devonay, and Zach, the great Zach in Kingsford, Michigan. Everett Ellicott and his lovely mom, Grace, down the D.C. area. James Jakers, Worcester, and the crew. Oakville, Ontario, Canada. Jim Borth, North Wales, Pennsylvania, great man. Margaret Woodward and Dick out in Ramona, California. Stay with us. We shall return.
From the world above, from the world beyond, The Riley Martin Show. Call 888-STERN-101 with your questions, your experience. experiences, your beliefs, your prophecies. The Riley Martin Show on Howard 101.
People of Earth, attention.
Howard 101. The Riley Martin Show. On Howard 101. Call 888 Stern 101 and make contact from the world above, from the world beyond. The Riley Martin Show.
And we are back, people. Thanks for staying with the Riley Martin Show. We're glad that you are here on this 28th day of February 2012. Well, it's the 29th now. Hey, go to Amazon Kindle and get the book there. It's like $9 and some change, I think. And also RileyMartin.com for the Millennium Edition, as well as your symbols, people. Go there and get these things. Also, go to The Coming of Tan, T-A-N, thecomingoftan.com, and get the original Coming of Tan. They are collector's items, and each one will be autographed. If you order that book, go to thecomingoftan.com. Also, check out YouTube. Now, you can also get my lecture in Atlanta at the Cosmic Legend, thecosmiclegend.com. Check me out on YouTube. You can tweet me at Riley L. Martin. Yes, indeed. And welcome back to the Riley Martin Show. Talk to me, Hieronymus.
Okay, people, I want the people to know, man, that these symbol drawings that you do, it never stops. I mean, it's continuous, it's constant, it's fantastic and amazing. It's unbelievable to see, actually.
I got to be the hardest working man in showbiz, in as much as almost every awakening hour I'm doing the symbols.
It's unbelievable.
I am compelled by forces greater than my own.
Must be.
It never gets dull because I never do the same symbol twice.
Yes.
You see? Mm-hmm.
Yes, but given all of that, I was wondering, do you think that you are anywhere near close to being done with them, since it's almost December 2012?
Doing the calculation of when I started and when I shall end, I feel that it is not physically possible for any single human entity to do that many symbols. But I've told you before that should the airlift become necessary, there will be no shortage. There are people who have never met me who will go. There are people who even have a symbol that will not go for one reason or the other. So I will do all that I can to honor my trust. But I'm not worried about the number itself, because I know that ultimately they will get the number if they need them, of all races, creeds, colors, and religions, and et cetera, et cetera. Mm-hmm.
Got it. Okay, people, don't forget you can listen anytime online. Just go to SiriusXM.com and click on the Listen Online tab.
Yeah.
Okay, here's an email question.
Okay.
An interesting question. This is from James Finster, the crop duster.
The crop duster, yeah, James. I read your communique earlier, James.
Yeah, it's concerning suicide.
Yes, And
can you let the people know what the question is and then answer?
Well, the question is a relative of his recently took himself out.
Right.
And he was saying that I did give him some comfort by explaining how the Biavians, when they reach a certain point in life, they may choose to go ahead and do a kind of euthanasia on themselves through the crystal death or through some other means, and what have you, by choice, to go to rest. I can tell you this, crop duster, the force of life itself is eternal. When he crosses over to the other side, he will be awake and healthy. He will not be suffering anymore with the pains and arrows that he suffered here. And there will be guides there who have performed the same thing, who will carry him through the ropes and tell him, good man, your destiny is not yet wrought. You have not reached the end of your journey. You may have come forward, but it's not going to be held against you. However, you're going to have to go back eventually.
and complete your destiny. Nobody gets out of it. However, while you are here, listen to the angels sing and go ahead and rest. Rest and think about it. And you may indulge in our counsel whenever possible, but it's not over. Bless those who are left behind.
Yes, so those Biavians that go through the crystal death, they would have to come back probably as another entity, correct? They can't.
Oh, quite possibly so. Quite possibly so. However, they may have reached the etheric level where physiology is no longer necessary, perhaps. This is what we work towards, ultimately to become etheric beings, no longer needing to suffer the pains and arrows and the rains of this 3 dimensions.
Yes, okay. Before we get back to the cause, one final question here. Okay, you say that if there is an airlift and some of us do go out there, then they are going to reverse the ages of people that are older than a certain age. And I wanted to know, can you explain the process of this? What kind of materials do they use? What kind of technology do they use to actually do this? It seems so improbable.
Well, one will go into a chamber of rest. They will be reclined in that chamber. And through a kind of nanomolecular induction, that is, you don't need an IV or anything. It literally inundates the pores of the skin and goes in, rejuvenating the tissue and the organs and things of that nature, thereby reversing the aging process back to the early 30s, say 32, something of that, 33, something like that, if you are older. But, of course, if you are younger, they will let you grow into it and then stop the aging process for anywhere from 2,000 to 3,000 years, perhaps.
And you won't lose any memories if you're old.
No, you won't lose any memories. There's no messing with the neurofactors.
All right, back to the calls then.
Okay.
Walter in Indiana.
Hello, Walter in Indiana.
Hey, Riley, I'm loving the show once again.
Hey, thanks, Walter.
No problem. I had a question for you. I was a little bit interested in the music of Biafé. I didn't know, do they listen to like a classical music or is it rock and roll? I'd love to hear some rock and roll.
Well, I noticed that. I know that for some reason, like for instance, aboard that great mothership, they have got, no doubt, every song that humans have ever made, ever. And that is everything from Stravinsky to Muddy Waters, as far as that is concerned. But they do have their own type of music. Now, their type of music, as I gather, even though I listened to it and I was not truly impressed, but I understand that their music works upon a beta frequency that stimulates the neurofactors in the brain, and thus they're getting off on a cosmic journey when they do their music, though to me and you, since we are not that advanced, it doesn't sound, all it sounds like is a mellow humming and stuff of this nature with the jive beat, and so it's a different thing altogether, their music, but nonetheless, it gets them off.
Do they dance? Did you ever catch them dancing?
I saw them dancing one time, all out of step and tune and big heads bobbing and stuff, and they thought it was getting down.
All right, here's John in Texas.
Hello, John in Texas.
Hey, guys.
Hi.
Hey, man, I don't know why you're always asking for extra hours during the week when they're not even giving John the Stutterer his show anymore.
Yeah, well, I mean, I wish they would give him a show, good man. I got nothing against anybody. And it doesn't seem like they're going to adhere to my wish to have any more hours. So you got your wish.
Here's Tal in New Jersey.
Hello, Tal.
Hello, Riley Martin.
How are you, Tal?
I have a question about the time I was abducted.
Mm-hmm.
I was abducted, I'd say, about a week ago by a non-alien race, by a human who didn't tell me his name, but he was wearing a suit and carrying a briefcase. And I was thrown forward in time. I was in a stasis in which, in the future of humanity, a dictator ran the earth and halted human reproduction. And my job was to some allies tumble the regime. Do you know anything about this?
Well, no, good man, I don't know inasmuch as I have not yet been able to literally figure out the scenarios of the future, mainly because the future is changing even as we speak. So it's a kaleidoscopic type of effect. But I wish you well. Apparently you made it back okay. You don't take care of yourself.
Here's Mike in Brooklyn.
Hello, Mike in Brooklyn.
Riley, Oakwood Tangent 1. How you
Oakwood Tangent 1, Mike.
Yeah, I was wondering, when you get beamed aboard the mothership and taken to Biave, how long of a period is that they take you for Earth time?
Well, no, they actually took me to the mothership, which is located out near Saturn. However, if you're going from the mothership to the home planet, it's roughly 450 light years. They can cover that distance one way in about 4.5 years as we measure time. Good man.
All right, thanks for that call.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, John Williams is asking, he sent you a question.
Right.
He's asking, are the pyramids as old as modern archaeology says, or are they thousands of years older than is claimed?
Some of the pyramids are thousands of years older than it is claimed. Good man.
He also is asking, is there anything special about the Sphinx?
The Sphinx, I believe, I have it on good information, that there is, coming all the way back from ancient Sumeria and Atlantis, a kind of a library or archive in chambers beneath the Great Sphinx. Good man. That should we ever go there and discover it, and should we ever decipher it, ultimately, that will give us a quantum leap in everything that we do. Mm-hmm.
All right, and finally he's asking, he wants to know if you have heard about fossils of footprints which are millions of years old and look like human footprints.
Yes. Yes, if you read my book, see, you got to get the book. If you read my book, go to RileyMartin.com and get it.
He wants to know, are they humans or are they aliens?
I'm trying to explain, Euronymous.
Go.
There were several humanoid species of creatures that were not earthlings that were here many millions of years before Sapien biped erectus came, and what have you, and they had to live and motivate among dinosaurs and things of that nature, and what have you. So yes, there were hominoid-type creatures here who are no longer here. Their skulls were somewhat elongated, and what have you. Some were little bitty thingies. Some were big thingies, gigantus, and all of that. But they were here millions of years before mankind came. Yeah.
All right. Thanks for that question, John Williams.
Good
he has
question.
a couple of more we'll get to perhaps in the future.
All right.
Here's Bill from Pennsylvania.
Hello, Bill from Pennsylvania.
Hey, whose asshole is tighter? Is E-Rod?
Yeah, well, no, that'd be your brother's son.
Here's Jim in Brooklyn.
Hello, Jim in Brooklyn.
Hi, Riley. How are you guys tonight?
Okay, Jim.
Seems like you're getting less of the tomfoolery this evening, so that's nice, getting some serious calls for a change.
Yeah, well, that comes with the territory.
That's right. Well, I'm being a man of broad mind like yourself. I've studied a lot of philosophy and even astrology and things like that. My beliefs parallel with your teachings in many ways. Like in studying the Anunnaki, for example, for many years, I can recall historical landmarks such as the intercollusion with humans and things like that, crop circles.
Right.
Some of the more recent crop circles, actually, I've noticed they contain symbols that are only configurations that have been developed by the leader of the Anunnaki. So that's kind of it's kind of brilliant, actually. And I'm just been wondering, like, I'm a member of the Church of Scientology, and I told that coming to abduct people.
Hey, get off that phone. I'm expecting a call from the casino.
Yeah. All right, moving it along. This will be break time.
Break time. Let me give a shout out here to Henry Sato in Sun Valley, California, great man. Andrew Jones, Claudia Morgan out in Washington, Woodland, Washington. Cheryl Patry and Cheryl Talbot, lovely ladies in Los Angeles, California. Jeff and Patty Knutson out in Reno, Nevada. Rich and Karen Horowitz in Mattawan, New Jersey. Bill and Carrie Coolidge out in Arizona. Norman Yee in Honolulu, Hawaii. Sonny and his father, Dennis Vidalai Lee out in Orlando, Florida. Jim Mazzano, Mark Rabinowitz, and all the people at our studio in Kingston, New York. Beth Bloink, Dan Solomon in Warren, New Jersey. Louis Salvatore Pannoni, Stanford, Connecticut, retired police officer, has marvelous food in his restaurants. Gary and Jessica Jester in Rydal, Pennsylvania. John McCreary in Seabrook, New Hampshire. James Webb Finster, Escondido, California. John Matich and Scott Martin out in Carlsbad, California. Ryan T. Berger, Joseph B. Thomas, and Allison Jane Osmond in Sparks, Nevada. Peter Tocci in Flemington, Massachusetts. Philip and Elizabeth Hope Sanchez, 11, Napa, Idaho. Tanya, the lovely Tanya Barrett, that's B-A-R-R-E-T-T-T. Check her out on iTunes. She has a beautiful voice. And Mike West and Tychon over in New Jersey. Jamie and Frederico and Alexis Pasidog in Yuma, Arizona. Stay with us now. We shall return. Yes, indeed.
Riley Martin.
In 1953 in northeastern Arkansas, I had seen lights above the river for 3 nights running.
Call 888-STERN-101 with your questions. The Riley Martin Show on Howard 101.
You are on the verge of destroying the entire universe.
Call 888-STERN-101 and make contact. The Riley Martin Show. Howard 101.
And we are back, people. Thanks for staying with us. People, really and truly now, you should always have a pencil when you're listening to the Riley Martin Show. Because go to RileyMartin.com, RileyMartin.com, get the Millennium Edition and your symbols and other things. Also, go to thecomingoftan.com, thecomingoftan.com. You can get a copy of the original, The Coming of Tan. We have come into them after years, and it will be autographed. Each one you get will be autographed. It's a collector's item. Also, you can get me at thecosmiclegend.com. You can get my lecture in Atlanta there. Check me out on YouTube. There's a lot of footage there that you have not seen. And from way back, even before I came on radio, you can tweet me at Riley L. Martin, okay? RileyMartin.com, too. Now go there and get it, okay?
Call us with questions tonight, 888-STERN-101. Okay, quick question email. Jerusha Finster, another question.
Okay.
Is asking, he says, it seems like so many technologies, innovations, and advancement in the history of men are linked or thought to have arisen from alien technologies.
Mm-hmm.
Has there been any human technologies that have impressed or been embraced by the Biavians or any of the other extraterrestrials?
Yes, the Biavians have taken some human concept technologies down through the ages. One man in particular is Nikola Tesla. The aliens have built upon the simplicity of the Tesla coil and things of this nature and accomplished magnificent things. They have built what I call the EOT, the electro-etheric Tesla towers on BRV. That's an innovation that they use, and it is able to draw power from the atmosphere through etheric osmosis to light cities and continents and things of that nature. So, yes, if you come up with an idea that is totally new to them, and it is theoretically possible, the aliens will adopt it or steal it. Yeah, they don't mind using it because it's something that they did not know. You see what I mean?
All right. Thanks for that question.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you think Nikola Tesla himself was a alien-human hybrid? And like you, did he have any hybrid children?
Well, now, I don't know about the kids, but he is a human-alien hybrid and what have you.
Yes.
And if I'm hybridized, it is probably hundreds of generations removed. But ever so often, the genetic trait will pop up in a person, a given person in a given family, about every 14 generations, something like that. And one of the attributes of such a thing is that, for some reason, women age very slowly when they are mated, with that guy.
Yes. Mm-hmm. All right, back to the calls. Here's Justin in Oklahoma.
Hello, Justin in Oklahoma.
Hey, earlier that caller called about that scene of Star Wars where Solo flipped a coin for his cocktail for his drink,
Yeah.
And don't you think they accepted it because it was, you called it, they accepted it because they have a digital thingamabobs? Don't you think they accepted it because it was a precious metal?
Oh, possibly so. Precious metals are rare when you take into consideration the entire universe and what have you, nonetheless. Because
yeah,
precious...
it could have a picture of you fucking A-Ron.
Yeah, well, if they had a picture of you and one of your boys, they would not have accepted it.
Twiddly-dee-dum.
Yeah.
Next call, Riley. This is Paul in Minnesota.
Hello, Paul in Minnesota. Paul?
Hello, Occasion 1.
Occasion 1, Paul.
Yeah, you were talking about Tesla earlier. It reminded me of that film, The Prestige. I don't know if you've seen it, but it's Tesla is featured pretty prominently in the movie. I'm pretty sure it's a nonfiction.
Right.
He's played by David Bowie. And what happened was there were the Tesla coils, and he figured out a way to duplicate objects and eventually people. He could duplicate them, and they I don't know if this is the proper terminology for it. They respawn elsewhere. But I was wondering if the Biavians have access to technology such as that, and if so, would you duplicate Matt Tanner's asshole to pound?
Yeah, well, no, but the Biavians can.
Idiot.
The Biavians can duplicate people, and but they do not duplicate inbred idiots like you.
All right, here's Joe out there somewhere.
Hello, Joe.
Oh, thank God. Is this vibrator repair?
Yeah, this is Riley Martin.
I don't know if he's still there. I think he's gone.
Right.
All right, here's another email question here. This is John Williams. He wanted to get your opinion and evaluation of some of the different technologies that are supposedly in development as of today. One of these is an energy catalyzer that uses a mix of nickel powder, pressurized hydrogen, and some undisclosed catalyst. Supposedly it produces sustained heat energy output where 400 times the energy is outputted than is inputted. He wants to know, what do you think of that?
Yes. Possible. Have you heard of the Bloom box? The Bloom box, it works more or less, good man, upon that principle. Airflow between the sheets of this machine ultimately creates a great deal of power and sustains this power as long as the wind blows anywhere and what have you through a chemo reaction. And I suspect that this type of technology was the same thing as, say, the Ark of the Covenant. You know what I mean? It had to be carried on wooden poles off of the ground, and if you touched it and then completed the grounding, it would kill you, and things of this nature. So yes, that technology, it does exist. I do not know why they don't have it prominent. I don't know why we don't have a Bloom box on every corner in New York City, as far as that is concerned. But it's a quantum leap ahead in technology that has been here before. You are correct, good man.
Yes, okay. And then the other question he has about technologies that are supposedly in development. He said it is a kind of artificial photosynthesis that can be used in coal plants to turn the carbon dioxide gas into methanol. They also claim to be able to capture fly ash and process some of it into a workable fuel again.
Right. Well, I have seen, since I was raised in the country, in these big silos where they kept grain and what have you, I have seen some guy was in there and lit a cigarette and blew the whole silo, so obviously it's combustible. Now, to capture that and render it into workable power and things of this nature is quite possible, good man. The concept is there. You know what I mean? You don't want to be lighting those match in a grain silo because at a certain time it is highly combustible. Yeah.
All right. Thanks for those questions, John Williams.
That's good. Yeah, that's great, John. Brilliant, man. Brilliant.
All right. Here's Ed in Texas.
Hello, Ed in Texas.
Yeah, really.
Hey.
Yeah, I was calling to see if you truly believe the shit that's coming out of your mouth.
Yeah, well, good man. If you don't believe it don't make sense to you, then of course it don't make sense to you. But apparently it makes sense to a lot of others and what have you. Now, because you are as dense as a bag of claw hammers and cannot see beyond your painted nose, then that's not my fault, good man. You see what I mean? What you need to do is to get this with this boy sanatorium, and then fix it where women got to have babies after they get raped. Okay.
All right. Next call. This is Tony in Washington State.
Hello, Tony in Washington State.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Okay, Tony.
Greetings to you and your fellow Iran there. Hello.
Yeah.
Thank you.
My question deals with I'm kind of still up in the air about your whole theory and everything.
Right.
How it relates to me is my mother. She's in her late 60s. And all my life she's had this story. We grew up in Washington State in Sunnyside, and I don't know if you're aware. There's a nuclear power plant there in Richmond, Washington, about 40 miles away from our home, and it was used extensively during World War II.
Hanover. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So she had an experience where she saw some ships back in the 50s. Was that possible? I mean, she's maintained this her whole life, and I'm 30 in my 30s, and I'm wondering if this could be true.
Definitely. Definitely. There. I believe there's even a base up around Mount Shasta, up in that area. And yes, they have been checking us out close up since we first had the concept and started to split the atom and things of this nature. They were here more prominently then, and what have you, and it's been picking up speed ever since. But she probably did see ships, good man. No doubt about it.
All right. Thanks for that call. Call us back with more questions. Here is Lewis in Boston, Riley.
Hello, Lewis in Boston. Lewis.
We lost him.
We lost him?
Pete in New Jersey.
Pete in New Jersey.
How are you doing there, Riley?
Okay,
big
Pete.
Fan, big listener.
Thanks, Pete.
I just wanted to know, when you was up on the mothership with the Biavians,
yeah.
All right, do they like to, have a good time and, drink, party, drink some spirits and whatnot?
Right. Well, I saw them, they only drink liquids, really. But they got their ways of partying.
What color was the liquid they drink?
Blue, pink, and green. Okay. Once again, shout out to retired Lieutenant Tom Hickey here in Washington, New Jersey. Terry Lee Owens in Palmyra, Pennsylvania. Jeff and Patty Knudsen out there in Reno. Grant and Chase Russell in Tallahassee, Florida. Chris Dominique and Chris Keiko in Parma, Ohio. Carl Anthony Venable in North Brunswick, New Jersey. Jeffrey Ben in Marthasville, Missouri. Anthony Wife and Mary Grace Dumal in South Plains, New Jersey. Michael Machard and Michael Bond up in Rockville, Connecticut. Terry Nguyen in Santa Ana, California. And also, let me give a shout out to the lovely Tonya, Tony Barrett, Barrett. Go to iTunes and check her songs out. Beautiful voice. Mike West and the great Tyshawn here in New Jersey. People go to RileyMartin.com and get your symbols, get your books. Also go to thecomingoftan.com and get the original book. It will be autographed. Check me out on YouTube and tweet me at Riley L. Martin. So thanks for having come to the Riley Martin Show. Bless you all. Take care. We love you. We are out of here. Matt, take care on the road. We love you, kid. Shout out. Mom, Ben, Sheila. We love you. We're out of here. Again, we're out of here again.
Riley Martin Show on Howard 101.